Morning, everybody. I'm sorry for the delay, but I had a particular house guest here. It is the person's birthday tomorrow, so gave that person a nice gift, and that person is gone on their way just in time. Good morning, everyone. And I said it was a brother's perspective about investing in business. There goes the link, bro. Pop on up. Roscoe, good morning, bro. I know you enjoyed the boxing, bro. God damn, you was lit with the boxing, man. Good morning, fellas. And Black Wall Street is on its way up. Start this. Boy, I tell you, guys, tell you, bro. Been one hell of a night, I tell you that. Let me introduce my man of the hour. Good morning, Black Wall Street. How are you, sir?
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing today? How's everything?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Can you hear me?
I hear crystal clear, man. I'm enjoying. Um,
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, man. I enjoy my brothers out here, their expertise in every fashion of life. I think that's something that, in my opinion, black men
Absolutely.
don't appreciate enough. Seriously, I really believe that black men do not
Yeah,
appreciate that enough. No, go
we
ahead, bro.
take it for granted sometimes. Like I was just saying, we take it for granted sometimes. You know, as a people, we need to just have better financial literacy, just have a better understanding of what our dollars are doing for us. You know,
Yeah.
I was actually I'm gonna I actually the other day I was scrolling through YouTube and I get different links and stuff, and I got a link for Boyce Watkins, for Dr. Boyce Watkins, and he also he does something kind of similar. He gives stock advice and financial literacy and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with him, but
Yeah. Black
he was
financial
talking.
news.
You said what happened? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Black Financial News. I wasn't aware of that. I just recently found out about it, but I was actually just looking at it for a while, and he was saying something about how you know back in the early medieval times and all that kind of stuff, when black people, when we had those huge empires in Egypt and Kemet and everything. The Europeans, they didn't have the same type of resources that we had, but what they did is they overvalued their resources and traded with us some of their goods that they had in their climate, like some of their foods and spices and stuff like that, and they traded with us some of our resources, like our gold, our oil, our diamonds, and we didn't see the value of it because we were used to it. We had it in our motherland. It was plentiful and bountiful for us, so we didn't hold the same value for it that the Europeans did. Europeans saw it as something extremely valuable, because they didn't have anything like that. And so when some of the I haven't done my research to know the true historical context, if that's actually true. But what he was alluding to was that when they came to Africa, especially West Africa, they saw all these resources, and they traded with us with their resources, and we kind of got like a raw deal out of it because we didn't recognize the value that our resources had, compared to what they had all over the rest of the world. So that's kind of where that was coming from. I got my little one under,
That's
he's
not a
cheering me
problem,
on
bro.
right now. But but that's kind of like the context of it. And so for somebody like me that likes to look at trading different stocks and options and stuff like that, a part of it is knowing the value of your stock, or the value of the companies that investing in. And as black people, I don't think we understand our value that we have ourselves. Like, we have so many values that we have so many traits that so many people all over the world want to take advantage of, and we're not taking advantage of them ourselves. And I think that's what we need to do to kind of tip the scale in terms of the discrepancy in terms of the financial literacy of other races and our race. Like, we need to bridge that gap because everybody else is starting to move ahead.
Yo, Big Time, you want to come up and talk business with this man and his expertise? Come on up. Let us drop the link for you. I tell people, I was thinking about you this morning, and did you like the headline I gave you for you, bro?
Yeah, I see it. I was like, okay. I appreciate that. That was nice.
Nah, man.
You're doing too much.
Yeah, man. Nah,
But
that's
I'll take
okay,
it.
bro. You know, I mean that when I say it about someone, and I think you're absolutely magnificent to talk to because not only you can educate people about what you know, but also we could talk ravens.
The Ravens, yeah, exactly. And like the fact that you said that, just that's the beauty of stuff like this, is because everybody has different everybody has different talents, everybody has different knowledge and expertise, and then it's coming together, and we're all bringing our different knowledge and expertise together, and that making a collaborative type of way just benefits everybody. Everybody gets something out of it because we're all bringing our stuff together. We're like, like the Power Rangers, when they have all of their different Power Rangers come together, it makes an even bigger Power Ranger, that multiplies the abilities that each one has by themselves. So when you bring it all together like that, that's you make bigger and better things. So that's the beauty of something like this, is that we're all able to come together and bring our knowledge and put it on the table. So
Yeah,
I
one thing I'm gonna
wholeheartedly
do.
agree.
One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start recording our sessions, and when I get my website up, I'm gonna put it in the website, and I'm gonna put your logo in there so people can just pop what you have to say and expertise, and you can give your monologue about what you're investing in this week, what you should look out for, your business regimen, bro. And I think that's good.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
I think that's good.
Yeah,
'Cause
like a little business corner, or like a
there
little
you go.
financial corner
There
or
you
something.
go. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's one of the things
I
I'm
like
gonna
that.
do. Also, I'm gonna put the stock market, the symbols when it's going across the screen.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
watch
yeah. All
Bloomberg.
right.
I'm gonna do that too,
Yeah,
bro.
like a little ticker and stuff. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
there you go.
yeah.
I'll be right back. Big time is here, so you two can talk it up. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Hey, what's going on, Big Time? How you
What's
doing,
up?
man?
What's up, Wall Street? How are you, sir?
Hey, man.
I heard your little
I'm
boy
well.
back
I'm well,
there.
man. Another beautiful day, man. Happy to
Yeah,
be here. How you doing today?
I heard your little boy back there. You see, he's creating havoc, right?
Yeah. He's he's having his little time too.
Hey, that's good. That's good though. Keeps you young, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Young at heart, young at heart. Trying to empower these. That's what we do it for anyway. At the end of the day. Um, I was thinking about that little that other kid that you were telling me about on the Black Brain Trust, that was
Yeah,
that traded the options
yeah.
and was doing that. Like that's just amazing, and just kind of like you hope that you could kind of give that type of knowledge to somebody to do something like that. So that's kind of what it
So,
comes down to.
so you ended up seeing that, right? So,
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. Yeah.
yeah. So it is. You were just, but you hit it right on the head before I came up, man. Is that I think the culture itself for Black men and women in America, I think that if you have individuals like yourself that can expand and teach these young boys and girls something like that, the range of gift and talent that you'll have in the future is bar none high. So you create that high bar, which is great, and to see something like that from a young boy, no matter what color or race, but it's even more intriguing for a young black man to do something like that with a woman, with a strong woman. Then that goes above and beyond for anything.
Yeah, man, and it doesn't get it doesn't get enough recognition, because we hear so many things about in our community that are negative. So when you have these things like this happen, like, we have to give them like all the the props, because a lot of kids, it's not cool to know, to be smart and stuff like that, and we got to kind of change that narrative in within our community with our kids and stuff. Like, we want them to want to learn about things. We want them to know about what's going on in the world around them, and even if it's outside of the norm in terms of what other kids are doing, like you let them embrace that and be, you know, you want them to kind of cultivate that, because that might be the thing that might really get them out the hood, and not necessarily, you know, rapping or hooping or something like that or whatever, you know, in the streets or whatever. So it's good to kind of see kids just being like, is using those type of things as, you know, as a priority for them, as opposed to a lot of other things going on. So
you're right. So in the comments, man, I put in, there's a guy that you should check out. Now, the only reason why I'm plugging his name is because I watch sometimes what he does. He just gives you tips and tricks in the stock market. His name is Chris Dane. But the one thing so what the catch is and what he does is that he started investing with I think it was $1,000 or $10,000, and he said, we're going to invest from $10,000 and then we're going to make this to $100,000. And right now he's up to $76,000. So today I ended up going back.
Oh wow, okay.
So I ended up going back just to see how he started it, because some of his moves are very rangy. Most of the time, he says that he's investing in companies with over 125 to 150 shares, and the reason why he does that is that the profits. I think for like put calls or whatever, you have to have a range of 100 shares in order to do something like that. I guess it's something like that. And you probably know a lot more about that, but what he does is he takes the other 50 or other 25 shares and takes that profit and then puts it in and maneuvers and puts that somewhere else with another company, and then he'll just continuously do that back and forth, but he'll still keep those 100 shares or whatever. But so what I was trying to do is trying to figure out, like, how did he invest it, and how is he able to range so much and put so many shares in different companies. But so I went back, and he's been in YouTube for 6 months. He's I guess an athlete that played football prior, a former athlete. And he's with the AANCP or AACP, and what he's a speaker. So on YouTube, when he explains when he goes through all of his videos and tells you what stocks to look at and whatever, sometimes he comes off a little bit choppy and kind of how you would say kind of he plans it out so it looks too planned instead of being more relaxed, which is not bad, but sometimes it just comes off a little bit. He's kind of like doing it in front of the camera, and he's a little bit like I said, it's more planned out. But if you watch his older stuff, there's some really great stuff in there that you could tell how intelligent this guy is. As a young man, if I'm looking at somebody, I'm looking at this kid because if this kid doesn't motivate you, nobody will. Just like I said in the line down below, his first, he was I'm sorry, I'm taking up a lot of time here, but he was talking in front of an audience, very calm and cool and collected, so different than what he does with his stocks. And he sat there and he said, as an educator, when he talks to an educator, he asked him this one question, which is asked in the chat. It says one of the questions that he would ask an educator is, do you see yourself as the number one determinant of his or her success or failure? And he asked an educator that. It could be anybody from a teacher to let's say a professor or a principal or somebody like that. Which, if you think about that question, that determines, because he even said this somewhere else, that determines what you are going to give a young individual and a view for them to look out and say what I can or what I can't do, depending on what type of educator you are, because you have good ones and you have bad ones. And then he states that if you're an individual that is looking for somebody, is embrace the grind and enjoy the climb, is that, he says himself that he might not be the best, but he's continuously growing and he's continuously getting there. So it's not, it's not how fast you get there, it's how you're doing it. This kid, I swear, if you go back and watch some of his earlier stuff and and he's speaking on the radio and influencing others, this kid's really special. So I'm just throwing him out there. You should check him out.
Black Wall Street, you there, bro? Big time, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Must be checking his kid. All right. Salute to the general. He'll be up here in a minute. Get him up here, as I like to do. Yes, let me put the link up. I'll tell him right in front of the morning. I was gonna say, hey, so far you guys are really hitting up. General, I'm gonna bring you up in a second. Just stay poised.
Are you
There you go.
You guys hear me?
We'll hear you crystal clear.
Okay, cool. Oh no, I was just saying that I did look him up. I was checking him out just now. Yeah, I like what he's talking about. Like I'm just scrolling through some of his stuff. I'm actually kind of mad because one of the stocks that he was talking about was one that I was actually going to bring up today. So it's funny that, I guess great minds think alike, because I was actually just thinking about the same stock that he just brought up 2 days ago. DraftKings, that's the betting stock. And I think we talked about that a little bit actually last week, just for a second before we were talking about other things. But that's one of the kind of stocks I wanted to look into, because as people who love sports, and we all know sports betting is a huge part of sports. And, as over the past few years, they've regulated sports betting in all the major sports. NFL, NBA, they've been really adamant about implementing sports betting into the sports, the sports experience. Even in like ESPN and stuff like that, they talk about, the line a lot more than they usually do. So there's going to be a lot more interest in betting in sports. I live in near Washington, D.C., and I work downtown. And the other day I was walking past our Capital One Arena, our stadium where the Wizards and the Capitals play, and the box office was open, and there was a line going around the corner of people placing bets for games
Nice.
for the next over the weekend. And they got the Masters and stuff. Yeah, college, the Masters is going on. So a lot of people holding bets. And I was like, just taking a picture. I was like, wow, this thing is going around the corner, people placing bets. So DraftKings, I feel like is a huge growth stock. I think there's a lot of potential in that stock, because it actually was there was a correction. A correction is basically when a stock, the price of a stock goes higher than it should, and then it kind of falls back to reality a little bit, and it kind of goes closer to what its actual value is.
General, come on up, bro.
So there was a correction on the DraftKings stock over the past few months or the past few weeks or so. So now is a good time, like, when they say buy low, now is a good time to kind of to buy into that stock. So that was one that I looked at. But that just goes to show you that there are people that, that's why I feel like it's so important for us to all support each other. A guy like Chris Sain, like, I'm just looking at him and I already have a good, I feel like he's doing a great job in terms of what he's giving out to people and giving them that knowledge and information. So I definitely I'll vouch for him. I think any black man that's trying to help other people try to learn about what's going on, financially and stuff, I'm gonna back him 100%. Even that other guy, Mr. Dr. Watkins, for what he
Popped off for a minute. Go ahead, Big Time.
No, he was pretty much saying everything that,
Okay, General. Yeah, go ahead, Big Time.
DraftKings is, I've been looking at it as well, but like you said, the correction was there. I think the stock market's trying to make a few corrections within some of the companies that have been valued too high, but it is one of those that you need to keep your eye on. But Chris Sain is if you're wanting to learn something and want to be inspired, that kid is legit. And you should check out his earlier stuff before he started getting into the trading stocks and stuff like that, and in trying to help people learn and giving advice as well. But that was 10 months ago. So if you go back further a few years ago, he was more into speaking, and he has his own books and stuff like that. So check him out back there around 6 years prior, and even earlier than that, and you'll see how special this guy is.
Big Time is here, as I like to call him. Smooth is up here. The magnificent, brilliant excellence of Black Wall Street here. The General will be here in a second. Shout out this morning to the beautiful, pretty Kelly. I promise you guys, I will get her up here next week. Trust me, I'll get her up here because she wants to give her business regimen expertise too. I'm not going to say a word. I'm going to let you two guys rock it because you guys know a hell of a lot more than I do. And every time Big Time is up here, guys love him because he brings something to the table.
I don't know about that, Mace, but...
Yes, you do. Bro. You got instant credibility from the manosphere, bro. And the guys who come in here, when you did that Thursday night, you and Tack. I mean... very few times, bro, when I'm not doing the major sports, like last night, Syph Bud and I forgot who was with them. They did 4 hours of boxing, bro.
Yeah, I watched some of that. Yep, that was good stuff.
Yeah, and you know I'm not a boxing guy, man. You know that. But I let them rock it. Big fight tonight. I don't know who's fighting, but I know it's a big fight tonight on HBO.
Yeah.
And then next week is Tyson and Roy Jones.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
I think if Tyson's in shape and he knocks Roy Jones out in 2 rounds, boxing is making a big comeback, I'm telling you.
Man.
And so is Mike Tyson.
I've seen some of those videos in his workout regimen, just getting ready. My goodness, man.
That's why I told people last night in here who didn't know.
Of course, he's older, and I'm thinking, like, if he's anything like George Foreman, because it seemed like Foreman got even smarter and better as he got older. And he even said, though, that he was just ready to retire, even though they took the belt away from him. But I don't know. It's hard to say with Tyson. If he can connect, you're going down. I don't care. You're going down.
By the way, Kid Roscoe, good look out. He put Chris Sain's what you call it in the chat.
Yeah, I didn't want to step over the line on there. I just, there were
Don't worry, dude, this is business. If that guy is doing business, let it roll.
Yeah, that I like I told Black Wall Street when I was I wanted to see where he started, and it was 10 months ago where he started the stock market, and
Can you guys hear me?
But
crystal clear.
Again, like I said, he had been a speaker and a motivator. When you listen to him, when you go back and listen to him, he's such a different style from when he's on YouTube. It's night and day. It's like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. That kid is legit. So if, like I said before, I keep on, spewing this out. If he doesn't motivate you, nobody will. This kid is just the shit.
I believe, and before you popped up here, me and Black Wall Street was talking about this. What's so sad, from what I can see, and I know you're not a brother, but we consider you a brother in here, that a lot of young brothers and brothers in general do not give a bleep about investing, technology, business advice, and I think that's very sad. You could comment on it. I think it's very sad because.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that if you can make ways to bring in more revenue, and it's going to get tougher financial times with these 2 clowns in the White House, do it.
I think specifically, Mace. I think it's it's your surroundings. So no matter who you are, what type of race or creed, it's your surroundings. And if somehow, some way, you don't have any type of tools, teaching tools, or individuals that will assist you, or you can find somebody to help you ascend to the next level, then you're always going to get into trouble. It's always looking for those individuals that will inspire you. And as iTest would have said a few days ago, he said aura. So, I mean, that sounds corny, but in a sense, it's very true to the point that you look at people, when you see some type of individual that creates this essence about them and you see it and you grow to them, those are the people that you want to be around. Not necessarily the ones that you can sit there and see that there's a little shadiness to them. No matter what color, creed, or race, it doesn't matter. There's people out there that do that stuff. And then you have the people that will give you that ascension, to sit there and go, okay, this is the guy that I want to look for. This is the guy I want to be around. This guy I want to learn from. So, I've heard some things about, Black women or whatever. I'll be honest with you, Mace, that's every woman. I don't care.
I know that, but the guys in here don't want to care about any other woman.
Yeah, well,
I can go the other way too.
Yeah, that's the same way with being financially fit and going into the stock market, whatever you want to look at. It's even, Hispanics, Caucasians, Puerto Ricans, or whatever. I just think that in general, it's just the tools that you have necessarily. Do you want to use them or not? And people don't look at them and use the tools that are around them. They're always around individuals that are not necessarily doing the things that need to be done. So they do the same thing instead of thinking outside the box, like let's say an iTest or somebody like that is trying to grow from it, and they're trying to find people that are doing the same thing, or if not already ascended to that next level. So when you don't have that, so that goes along the line the same way with investments to women, because all women, no matter what color, creed, a lot of them are the same. You can find any ratchet woman anywhere, and I don't care what color they are, they're the same exact.
You know what I say about white women?
You can say it.
No, I'm gonna say it. You know where I'm going here. You got a lot of money. You got like let's say low six figures in the bank. What I mean by that is like over 300 saved up, 300K. That money be gone by 5 o'clock, bro. And it's like I tell guys, and guys think I'm joking. You can put them on a pedestal all you want. What's that dating site? Oh, I forgot what it's called. It's the most popular one where you gotta pay like $59.99 a month to have your thing in there.
There's a lot of them, Mace. I mean, you have Plenty of Fish, you have Tender, you have.
It's the one that starts with the M.
You have Zeus. Oh, what is it? The M.
It's the most popular one, but it's mostly professional people use that one.
Oh.
Well, anyway, a white guy was complaining one time, a couple years back, and I just shook my head. He said that the woman told men, if you're not making over $144,000, don't hit me up.
Yeah, what was that? I seen that was on. What was that? Where did you see that at, Mace?
I think it was Match something. The Match one, the most popular one.
What was that? I
something
heard
Match is the most popular one. It's the one that most, let's just say, professional working people go to, and you got to pay like $59 a month.
But where did you hear that from? I mean, what site did you hear that from?
This was a while back. I think I saw it in I think it was Yahoo, something like that. That guys were talking in the chat room, and the guy said, "Yo, they told me that." He said, "Women told us that if you're not making 144K, don't even holler at me." Yeah.
I can't remember. There was something on YouTube there I was watching. It was a young black man that he was talking to. I can't remember what show it was. And he said that he was talking to somebody. He was on a date with a woman. And she said something like paying for dinner or something like that, where, if you want to take me out, you're going to pay, you're going to pay for $100 dinner for me, or a $200 dinner. And he said, so in order to take you out, I have to pay for your dinner that's going to be over $100. And if I take you to McDonald's or something like that, or even a little bit higher, then I can't handle you. And it's like he just said, I went ahead and broke that date right off. It's like, if that's the case, then then you already know what you're going to get later on. There's no reason even run to that type of woman. So like I said, all creeds and race, no matter what color or creed, it doesn't really matter. There's all women like that out there. It's hard to find a good one. Probably the same way with finding a good man too. So I don't know. That's what
I always blame the women. You know that. I always stay with the men unless some guy does something real dumb. Seriously. Well, but it's sad, man, because what women don't understand, a lot of them, is brothers. Not only brothers, men in general. We just want to chill. I mean, we had a hard day slaving, and all we want to do is relax, clean ourselves up, take a hot woman out to eat, and they put demands. Hells no. I ain't no simp. Seriously. Let's get back to the business regimen. Both of you guys, both of you share your expertise on what to invest in, what's hot right now in the market. Go ahead, Black Wall Street.
I'm just chiming back in. I got cut off earlier, but I was just saying that, everybody brings something to the table. It's good to get information, from everybody to kind of get something, because we all bring something to the table. So that's all I wanted just to say, earlier. But I kind of caught on the tail end of what you guys are just talking about just now.
Yeah, Big Time brought up there's all women of all races are leeches. And he brought up that
I didn't put it like that, but yeah, something like that. I mean, not all women, but yeah, there's a majority of of women that are very much like that. But there are some good women out there, but I wasn't going to go off.
Yeah, man, and that I think Black Wall Street will agree with me. In our sector, it's hard to find a good woman, man. Am I right about that, Black Wall Street?
Yeah, it's hard. There's a lot of factors. I think nowadays things have changed a little bit, in terms of people having different type of gender roles and stuff like that. And I feel like people have kind of missed out on some of the traditional roles because they realize that they're trying to empower themselves. I think they're trying to kind of get over and try to take advantage of whatever type of power that they have. So I think when that happens, is that you lose the traditional, gender roles, and then it happens with the dysfunction. There's a lot of dysfunction in our community because the men aren't able to have the roles that they needed to help the family function. Even me, with my kids is like, there's certain things that only I can help these kids with that the mother will never be able to do. And when a man doesn't have that opportunity to do that, it takes away from everybody. Everybody loses, at the end of the day. So,
yeah, I agree. And let me add to that, and I want both of you to chime in. What they miss, especially in our culture, what they miss is a hard-working, good, kind-hearted man. And I was listening to my man, shout out to the Roger Report, who is outstanding. You should catch him. He's competing with Mir and Bernard Riley at the same time, but he is tremendous. And he made a great point when I was watching it this morning. What a lot of our women miss out on is being with a kind-hearted, good guy who works hard, who's very intelligent, know how to balance a checkbook, because a lot of these 92 octane bitch about us. But more importantly, wants to be a family man. And to me, all women in our culture, that's where they drop the ball. You agree with that?
I think what ends up happening is that like society kind of values the wrong type of man, and what ends up happening is that other men, young men, kind of see that other type of man be valued, and then they try to pursue that. They think that they see, oh, this guy gets the girls or whatever, this rapper or this ball player or whatever, or this person with this type of attitude, this type of mentality. But what they don't see is the back end of that. They don't see when the girl puts them on child support. They don't see the part when they take them to court for like a domestic issue or something like that. They don't see the part when they
Did you guys catch? I didn't mean to interrupt you. Did you guys catch what that woman on Jay the Black yesterday admitted she lied? She said her ex-husband used to beat her up, and she admitted on her YouTube page that it was all a lie. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen to that young woman right now. She's gonna lose a lot of her followers on both Facebook and YouTube. What do you think about
Yeah.
that? Yeah, go ahead. What do you
No,
think
you're
about that?
right. I think what's happening. I think one of my colleagues, Spiritual Logic. I mean, he was talking about this also.
Good morning to
About
him, by
how
the way.
yeah. Shout out to him. I think he's he's got, I don't know what he got going on, but he he was talking about this earlier about with this pandemic and people losing their jobs and stuff like that. Like so many, I mean, a lot of people have taken to doing like webcam and doing stuff like OnlyFans and stuff like that. And it's to the point where it's like it's going to be Sodom and Gomorrah, eventually if things don't get any better, because people are just selling anything that they're selling their bodies or anything else, and it's getting to the point where it's like the value of it is decreasing because it's everywhere. And so then what happens is that people don't even give it the same type of value that they used to, and then it's not when that happens, then anything goes out here because no one has any type of there's no value set point.
And the
Moral set
simple
point.
answer to that is black women. There's about 70% of your men are good men. Cater to them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and the thing is, that's not the narrative, and that's the problem. We need to start pushing that narrative more because, like even like that boy who's doing the options, we need to put that more to the forefront, because if you look at it, even at least what I see on social media, they don't really show that many of the black boys. They show a lot of the black girls. They'll say, "Oh, this girl did this thing."
Because
Black girl magic.
in this society, especially here in America, we don't matter. We're nothing but shit on the ground.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
That's the narrative.
Roger Report made a good point yesterday. I was watching somebody's show this morning. It's like when you accomplish, brother, you're looked at as the enemy. You're looked at as a loser. You're looked at as that you're educated lame and you want to be like the man. But in reality, this is what it is. And I said this a couple of weeks ago on another platform. Black women. Remember I told you guys about the video of, they asked about 20 black women. Do you prefer the $500,000 a year surgeon or do you prefer the drug dealer? They preferred the drug dealer, all of them.
Wow.
And what the guys don't understand, I've seen this with my own eyes. When you're making $8,000 a day, like let's say the big baller cuts you $8,000, and you automatically give $2,000. And what the hell? I don't get along with these women anyway. To the chicken head. After a week, bro, $14K for that chicken head. She's spoiled, bro.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she's definitely
Educated
spoiled.
lame ain't gonna give her that because he has to get paid every 2 weeks, and he's not gonna make that type of money. That's why they hate the educated lame.
Well, you gotta think about this, and this is what we were talking about. It's not even that they hating the educated lane. Is they can't take advantage of the educated lane. That's the thing, because they know that at any given moment he might be going to jail. Something might happen. His life might be over. So they're scot free. They have everything that they needed from it. If something happens to him, they could just go on to the next guy. But that educated lane, he's gonna know better. He's not gonna be the type of person that's just gonna throw money away for any reason. He's gonna teach her financial literacy. He's gonna teach her to understand like what to do, with your finances, so you're not spending it, so you're not using it on, lawyer fees or kidnap money or whatever you got to do, at the end of the day, because you're using it in the wrong way. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not sheen. Like I was looking at a guy the other day on YouTube. He was a real estate investor, a real estate investor. He just,
don't worry about it.
Yeah, dabble in the real estate. And he's got, he's talking about how he had his Ferrari, and he had to paint it. He had a matte black Ferrari because he wanted to paint it matte black, and he was just talking about how when he drives around, people just they don't know what to think. I mean, he can't. I mean, even to be a drug dealer, you had to be like El Chapo to have like a car like that. But to have a black man to have an Aventador matte black, that just shows that it's not even. He's not driving to work in that car. That's his fun car that he's painted, matte black and stuff.
Yeah, hold that point. Hold that point,
they,
boys in the chat room. Shout out. Good morning to Spiritual Logic Hulk. I'm putting the link in. If you want to come up,
yes,
my brother, the link is here. Yeah, continue that story, bro. It's fascinating.
Yeah, but it was just talking about how he didn't when he drove past people, they didn't expect him to be that kind of guy. They were like what do you do? Like how can you have a car like that? Like they couldn't think about it. They couldn't even imagine it. And it's just like it's messed up in our community. The only way you could see somebody like that is if they had a basketball contract or a football contract, or they were rapping or something. And
no, continue. Then I'm gonna say something, and then I want Big Time to chime in. No, go ahead. Continue your story.
No, that was all. That's all it was. It was just the fact that the perception that black men have around the world, like to see a black man that's successful, is so like it's almost like it's taboo.
My nephew gets that pushback. Because he has his business is now LLC and his graphic designing.
Okay.
And he told me last week he gets that same pushback, but he says mighty funny. He looks because he works out of his house. He built him an office out of his house.
Wow.
And he told me when he looks out the window at 8:55, the cars are all packed, like all lined up in the driveway to do business with him.
Wow.
And I told guys in here that LLC next to your company carries a lot of weight.
Yeah,
it costs a lot of money to get an LLC,
and a lot of write-offs and everything like that too. So
there's a lot of good things. Get up here, bro. Instant credibility with it. That's why Commandante Lou went with him to design that nice logo he got because he's licensed.
Absolutely, and we need to give more black men that type of recognition, that have those type of talents, because I'm sorry.
He takes care of me. My graphics will get better as I when I learn the OBS, because he's learning it for me right now. And you know who Keep It Techie is, right?
Yeah. I seen
$300 he charged. He said he'll hook it all up, like Thai City shows you late at night. What's happening with the riots around the country? I was told by Kuda that he'll get me live sporting games every night on the OBS, and that's my plan. It's better than I ever dreamt it can be.
That's what's up.
There you go. And during the day, I'm gonna put the stock market up.
And the good thing about all of this is that we're giving these black men their just due, and their credit, because
especially the black men, everybody, like a guy like Big Time would wanna pop, want to check out what's going on, in the stock market. You just come in here during the day and it's going to be ticking.
We could have some different, we could have different things that we're all looking at. We could all stuff that we talked about, like DraftKings and stuff like that, and then just put it up there and say, hey, this is what's going on.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm just taking my time because I'm saying to myself, I gotta kickstart this shit and get it rolling because guys are anxious, bro, and I want to give you guys the best.
Man. I think we all need to.
It's about all you guys, man. It's about all you guys, man. Like I said last night to Beasley, it's about all you guys. Fuck what I say. That's my attitude when I leave this. Not when I'm here. When I'm here, I got an audience. I got good guys up here, like I've been saying. And I heard I'm getting haters now, believe it or not, Big Time. I got guys who are intelligent, who come up here and bring something to the table. I'm not kidding. I was told that I got some haters in the manosphere, bro, because I'm doing what I'm doing.
You know what they talk about.
Well, that's the initiation right there, man.
Yeah, bro.
That's how you know you made it.
Big Time, go ahead, bro.
No, I mean he's right. When you made it, when people were starting to talk about you, so it is what it is, really.
I had the beautiful Mahogany. She did a platform last weekend, bro. And one of the things she said was, I had pushback from some woman that told her, you go up on Mace Taggart all the time, and Mace Taggart hates women. I'm like, oh shit.
And you know what? That's the problem, man. That's the problem that I see is this narrative, man. I hate that. It's like your reputation. You gotta defend yourself before you even present yourself. You know.
Hulk said he'll be up here in a few. I dropped the link for Hulk, so he'll be up here in a few minutes.
I think Mahogany even said it, in one of your streams a few days ago or whatever. She just said, we might not, as to you when she was talking to you, Mace. She said, I might not be able to sit there and agree with everything that you do, Mace, but I respect what you do, and I'll listen to what you have to say. I'm not going to interrupt you or whatever. So, I mean, even if you don't agree with everything, at least you're able to still be at least friends and be cordial with one another.
There you go. That's what I do in here, except for one particular guy that we both know very well. What I was gonna say, yeah, and I got props from that yesterday from Platinum. The general gave me those props. He'll be up here soon too. He said, "Yo, Mace." He said one thing about Mace, he controls his panel. And I said, you goddamn right I do. Because the last thing I need to hear, and it's not like it didn't happen, because it's happened a few times, but when it does, I calm guys like I said before, and he's one of both of our best people in here. I test. He's very temperamental. I have to calm him down.
Man, I was listening the other day, man. It was getting heated.
Yeah, him and Larry, bro. And I said to him, and I said to him, I said, kid, I had him here the other night for 4 hours, just me and him. I think it was Wednesday night, just me and him talking. And I told him, I said, guy, relax. I got you.
You have to, but when you have like 8 to 10 people on your panel, Mace, something's bound to happen. Everybody's gonna
Crystal
look
clear, Wall Street.
I think that's needed as well, man, because black men, we got PTSD. You know what I mean? Like we got anger. I don't even say that we have anger issues. It's just that we're just so used to being on edge. You know what I mean? A lot of different times. So as black men, we also just kind of need to. I mean, back in the day, I don't even want to say like we used to check each other. We just used to make sure that we was on our P's and Q's and stuff.
Yeah, because we don't want to get shot, bro.
Right, exactly.
We did check our P's and Q's. Today's young millennials and zillennials, they have no respect, and they'll go back, get a gun, and shoot the person over a dumb disagreement.
I just brought up a very valid point.
It's the unfortunate culture.
Yeah, go ahead, Big Time.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying, I just brought up a very valid point when he was getting upset, though, is that, he gives everybody an opportunity to speak, and then he wants his time to speak. And then most of the time, everybody chimes in so quickly that.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna catch Larry. That's coming. Get ready for that.
I'm just saying in general, I think most of the time it's not a disrespect. I think people, when you have so many people up there, they're trying to get their thoughts out before they forget it. On the other hand, though, iTest is a young man, so it's like he wants the respect, and you got to get respect to to get it. So
yeah, he rocks with me, man. That you rock with me, bro. Tac man.
His point was valid, though, that give people a chance to talk when he's given a chance for you to talk. So
Laro rocks with me, that. Black Wall Street. I gave him a nice banner for him today, and Black Wall Street.
Yeah, I'm here.
Wait till next week. I swear to you, when you see the thumbnail for you next Saturday, you're going to love it.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thank you, man.
No problem. I just hope I get the beautiful, pretty Kelly in here, too, to talk business. That would be one hell of a combination. One hell of a show.
Yeah, I checked her out.
Speak it up, man. Speak it up.
What's up, Big Time?
No, I just said I checked her out. She's kind of cute. Yeah.
Yeah, man. She got it, bro. That's why she does animation instead of showing her doing the exercise and stuff, because she know guys will lose their minds.
Yeah.
I mean, there's guys in her chat room, no joke, that be, saying offensive things to her, and she just shut them out.
Well,
yeah.
Black Wall Street brought it up when you have YouTubers just coming out trying to, sell what they're trying to sell. There's not very much value within it anymore. There's a lot of women out there, and it's smart. Don't get me wrong, because if I had bodies like them, I'd probably be doing the same thing. they have their try-on hauls and stuff like that, and they're saying they're doing it for women, while they're trying their, outfits on. I'm going, bullshit. Because the fact of the matter is that when you're sitting there kind of like throwing your bodies all around, and then you kind of like lose your top, and it's kind of like, well, if you're a Patreon, you can see the full thing if you pay for the Patreon. I'm going, and what am I going to see if I pay for that Patreon level? Then I'm going to see some boobie. I'm going to see some bra, see some titty. I'm going to see some whatever.
You're going to see what you want to see.
So it's like, so it's like, if you're valuing yourself in a sense like that, then, there's a consequence to that, because everything's media bound. So if you're not, if you think it stays on YouTube, it's probably going to be on Pornhub within a year. So just be very careful. There's very little value out there anymore.
Yeah.
So Black Wall Street, I got a question for you, man.
His kid right now, so he babysits during the weekends, man. He got 2 toddlers. You back Wall Street?
Yeah, a man of many talents.
Yeah, he has to. Those 2 boys, right?
No, a boy and a girl.
Okay, they love their daddy, so and daddy loves them. That's the most important thing. I've known my nephews was that age, man. All I had to do was pop in Wu-Tang Clan and they were happy, bro. Seriously, bro.
Well, our music a little different nowadays.
Barney,
Music
God,
a
they
little
love
different.
Barney.
Oh yeah,
they
do stuff like that too.
Today they want a gadget.
Yeah, that's true.
Even if it's a toy gadget, they want a gadget because they think it's real.
Yeah.
Back in my day, and I'm not kidding, my play toys was the Godzilla monsters. And that's the next thing I'm going to get. I'm going to let you roll in a second. That's the next thing I'm going to get, because when I do everything, I'm going to have the monsters on my desk so all you guys can see it. And I'm going to be playing with them while you guys are talking. Serious. I'm going to be fighting with them.
I'm an 80 baby too. I was a G.I. Joe guy.
I was too, but I just love the monsters, man. It was something about the monster movies, and I used to see them in the theater. I'm dating myself, but I used to see them in the theater. Hey, any of you guys monster fans? You Godzilla fan? Any of you guys?
Oh, I love Godzilla. I was big on Godzilla, man. Every Godzilla could be King Kong. He could be all those dudes, man. King Kong. I mean, Godzilla was the best, man. The big dinosaurs.
Big time was you.
I liked Godzilla back then, and now because of the new King Kong movie, I'm rooting for King Kong, man. I like King Kong.
Yeah, Kong versus Godzilla is supposed to be coming out, and Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. And then next summer, because both the monsters have a June birthday, it's going to be the ultimate showdown: Gamera versus Godzilla. One of them will live, one will die. That's next June. And shout out to my boys.
Theaters.
Yeah, shout out to my boys. Godzilla, Rodan, Ungulus, King Ghidorah. They're all my boys. Gamera. I know I'm a wacko, bro.
No, I was just talking about the Power Rangers, man. I was gonna do Voltron, but I didn't know if people were ready for that though.
Trust me, bro.
Voltron,
you do that in the Manosphere, bro. You go to like somebody like Soul Provider or Aizen Sama, and you do that, bro. They'll love you, bro, because they're into the anime.
Hey, well, you know what's kind of funny? Some of those animes, you learn a lot about life from those animes, man. You learn about how to deal with women. You learn how to deal with, society, self-improvement, there's a lot that you can get from a lot of those animes. So, don't sleep on anime sometimes.
My nephew, to this day, is still a big fan of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, yeah, man. But I like Dragon Ball too.
I bought him the entire collection back in the 90s and early 2000s when they get the whole set on DVD. It was in an orange collector's box.
Mm.
And I used to live right down the block from a brand new Target back in the early 2000s, bro. And they used to have them 8 o'clock in the morning every Tuesday. They get everything new when they opened the door. And I used to get them when I used to come home from work. I used to give him the Dragon Ball Z set, like volume 2, 3, 4, 5. He got it all, bro. He still has it to this day. It's a collector's item.
Of course.
He loves Dragon Ball Z, man.
Of course, man.
Big time. You was big in anime?
Yeah.
Who would you like?
I mean, I like Dragon Ball Z. Pokemon don't. I actually collect Pokemon. It's just there's a lot that you
man.
can.
But one thing I wanted to just to kind of just to piggyback what he was saying earlier is that, like, as you guys know, I got my son and my daughter, so it's important for them to know, that it's going to be okay to not want to do those type of things. They don't have to do like, the type of YouTube, not the OnlyFans or
let me put it this way,
or any other type of thing. Yeah, they don't have to do none of that stuff, and I'm just trying to show them, that's why they listening on stuff like this. They just get a little bit here and there, but they kind of understand that, okay, my daddy's all about business. My daddy's all about getting this stuff done.
There you go.
And that's what I'm trying to, portray to them and try to get them to understand. They could see it in real time. They could have that type of, role model and stuff. So, it's important. That's just, like I was saying earlier, this is what I do it for. I do it for them, with that legacy and all that, because as a people, our community as a whole, we need to start, changing just changing what we put our values on, because we don't want to see somebody else's son, somebody else's daughter get in trouble, getting, all this type of effortry, like you were saying.
I don't brag about it. What you're saying, I don't brag about this, but I'm proud both of my nephews made something of themselves.
Yeah, man.
I'm so proud because they're my sons to me. They're my sons. They're the only, I consider them my kids, and I'm so proud that one of them got 2 degrees, man, and he don't throw it in nobody's face. I got a PhD. Honey bun, I'm going to say this one more time. As long as you wear your panties right, guys will holler at you. If you're not doing that, brothers ain't hollering at you. As the great C.C. Peniston used to sing, keep on walking.
Gotta come correct, man. Gotta come correct.
Shirley, you want part of this business regimen with these two men? I'm gonna let them get back into the business part. Come on up, girl. Shirley F is in here listening. Good morning, baby, from the Midwest.
What's going on, Shirley? How you doing?
11:13 her time in Chicagoland. Kid Roscoe says he also has the Power Rangers. The Dragon Ball Z collection. Good, big time. Bring up some stock, bro.
No, so I had a question for Black Wall Street. So they had, Pfizer is they were helping.
He's
working with the new.
Preoccupied or something. Oh, you there?
He's on the phone, I believe. Go ahead. Good, big time.
No, I was going to ask him about the Pfizer part of it, where they have the new vaccine coming out. There was only one question I had about that.
We're all good, baby girl. Good morning. Go ahead. Wish her good morning. Big time to Shirley F.
What's up, Shirley?
Yeah, she's going through some rough times. So she always gets our love and support in here. You back, bro? No, he's still with his kids. Let me ask you. If there was one stock that you missed on right now as we speak, which one is it?
I would say Amazon.
You know why I'm chuckling, right? I think a lot of people would say that with you.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, even now. Like if I had like more money, man, I would get Amazon stock now too.
Shout out to Tac, man, by the way. Shout out to my brother, by the way. I know he's sleeping out in San Diego. What a great place to relocate for him in life. He when he gets on a stock and big time can validate this, he don't give a damn how much is it. I mean, remember he said that he went on the Zoom stock? Big time. Remember he told us that?
Yeah, he said I think it was under 200.
It was 130 a share, and now it's up to 450 a share.
Yeah.
Smart man. What's that? By the way, Shirley F gave you both a shout out. By the way, Wednesday night will be the big bonanza, which will be the NBA draft, and pre and draft coverage by Tac Man. He'll give you every pick, his opinion, and then after the draft, him and Legion of Knicks will do an after draft wrap up, who did good, who didn't, and they'll give out grades. So that's Wednesday from 7 to 2 a.m. So look forward to that. Tuesday night. Who's the best rapper of all time? Who's your favorite rapper? That'll be
Oh,
Tuesday night's platform. So
oh
be here for
wow.
both. Yep, that's both, bro. I do more than ball games in here. Big time, my brother.
Hopefully you get a bigger turnout than you did with the best. Who was the best in the NBA? I thought you would have got a better turnout on that one.
I do too, but again, I don't care who comes. You come, you come. You don't, you don't. I ain't gonna lose sleep over it.
Yeah, but those people that were yelling and screaming about who was the greatest, they say were going to be there. You had one guy that was holding his own pretty well. That was who was it? It was gosh darn it, who was it? Starscream, I think it was.
Yeah, 84. I
He
mean,
was the
81.
only one that was in here where you had a couple others like NBA fan wasn't in here, and he was yelling and screaming about all that other stuff. So
NBA fan doesn't like me because I let guys dog his boy LBJ. And what do I say about LBJ in here? I don't want to hear about LBJ. And Shirley in the chat room said to you guys she don't trust Pfizer either. It's always an honor to have this great brother up here, and I'm flattered. But he's up here on a Saturday afternoon on the East Coast. Good afternoon, Spiritual Logic. How are you, my good man?
Hey man, what's going on, man? I'm
Oh
the guest.
man, yeah
It's my
man.
honor, man. You're the guest. I'm the guest here, man. You're the honor host. So I'm
Nah,
just
man, guys like you, I love. I mean, I don't get enough of you up here, man. How's life treating you, man?
it's all right. No complaints, man. I just take it a day at a time. And salute to Big Time and Black Wall Street. What's up, y'all?
Hey, go ahead, fellas. He's saying what's up to you.
what's good, sir?
Hello?
Yeah, but your boys here, man. Spiritual Logic. Our
Yeah,
boys
what's
up
going
here.
on? What's going on? What's up?
Nothing
What's
much,
up?
man. Just listening to y'all talk about, life, enjoying the
Life and-
conversation.
I appreciate that. These guys, are you into investing too, Spiritual Logic?
Yeah.
All right, that's what the topic is. That's why I have Black Wall Street in here. I'm gonna do a nice banner for him next Saturday when he's gonna be up here. Let me ask you, and then I'll go to Big Time. What is the one stock to this second you kicking yourself you wish you would invest in?
Amazon.
Oh man, wow, Big Time.
There's two of them, but I was in school when Amazon went off, so I wish I would have done. When you say that you're going to get into something, you don't do it, and you wait years and years.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say Tesla. Tesla would be the one.
Can y'all
Crystal clear, bro. Oh, you went out. Tesla? You'll be back. Tesla? Yeah, man. My man saying what's up to you, Hulk is Kid Rasco. Yeah, man. I mean, for me, and this is gonna shock a lot of you guys, bro. Maybe because I'm a little older. I wish I would invest in Microsoft.
lapse?
Oh, of course.
The thing.
Of course. And salute to Kid Roscoe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
of course, Microsoft, Tesla, Amazon, Apple, all of these stocks right now are just booming. Especially tech, anything in tech, it's going crazy.
Tech and pharmaceuticals to me are the two big ones that people
Oh, yeah.
really don't care about, but that's where the money is.
Yeah, it may be already too late to invest in Pfizer. They got too much notoriety now, so I'm sure their stock is just going nuts.
Well,
'Cause
I'm sorry, Spiritual. Go ahead. My bad.
No, you good, bro. You good.
What I was going to say is that my problem is with Pfizer is that you have Pfizer is with BioNTech and Moderna. So the problem is that Pfizer did go up a little bit. Right now, I think they went up a little bit before the week started, when everybody found out that they were in the talks that they had a clinical for it, and you've seen certain sectors go up on Monday, but the thing is that they only went up a few points. So now they're back down to like $39 to $38, which isn't very much where I thought they would be. My thing is I don't understand that. How is it that if they have a vaccine for it, they are working with two others, Why isn't their stock? Why isn't their company, their stock going up? I don't get it.
Something shady's going on, man, with this whole thing. Honestly, I wouldn't even. From a business perspective, I get it, but I wouldn't even want to invest in my own demise with this vaccine kind of thing. But I think it's definitely something shady going on with the government, because the government is highly vested. Anytime the government is highly vested with something like this, it's something going on with it. Because the fact that they're giving this out for free, it's getting all this promotion and all that. That's usually not how stocks. Something's wrong with that, because to give it away for free, something crazy with that.
Yeah, I second that. I second that, because for every company, your goal is to make money. So when you're just doing something like this for free, there's going to be a catch on the back end, and we don't know what that catch is yet. And that's something to be like, and then the price is going up and down and all that kind of stuff. It's showing you that there's some shady stuff going on behind it. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of reminds me of, like, all those different bubble stocks. Like, I remember the other guy was talking about how, like, so many people bought these stocks and stuff back in the day, and they were all bubble stocks because there was so much shadiness going on. So, like, I personally, I would never touch any of those things, because you don't know what the insider, activity is. You don't know what they're doing behind the scenes when it comes to that stuff. And, I know it's backed by, like, Bill Gates and a lot of some of the most powerful people on earth are backing some of those things, but you don't know what their end goal is. They have enough money right now. They don't necessarily need more money. There's something bigger that they want to do with that, and I always try to, I just try to get people just to kind of, just kind of look into it and try to, like, we were talking about earlier, is like, if you want to buy a stock, you want to research it. You want to make sure that it's something that what the company is doing. And the same thing goes on with what's going on in this world around us. Like, you want to research and see what's happening, because what they show on TV, that's not always going to be helpful. They say a lot of different things on TV, like buy this, buy that, and then it ends up being trash because you're listening to what this guy was telling you. So you have to really look into it and see what's happening. And a lot of stuff that's happening right now is super shady, and you have to kind of look into it and say, hey man, this doesn't make sense. Why is this happening? You know what I mean? So that's what I always tell people, man. Look into it. Do your due diligence, because, don't just go by what the narrative is. The narrative. They're trying to get you to agree with them for a reason. You gotta understand that they wouldn't be just doing this for you for free and all this without a reason behind it. And if you don't know what that reason is, I wouldn't invest in it. So
I agree, and I would add to what Big Time said. There might be like a hidden company. This might be just a cover company, like, everybody's these trigger words like Pfizer and all that. The actual company behind all this is probably hidden right now. I don't think they're making that public, because, with stocks, it's like insider trading and all this secret information that supposedly is supposed to be illegal, but we know that happens. People get, privileged information ahead of time to buy stocks for on the penny before they even, make the name. So
Spiritual just brought up something about insider trading. So they just had some news with Neo, if you know anything about the Neo stock. And there was a company that came out and stated that that Neo won't be able to progress where they are. And it was a big thing. So Neo went to 47 all the way down to like 44, and it's supposed to drop more. But it's depending on the news that you get, good or bad, your stock can go up or down. And the thing is, from what I've gathered is, with looking into it a little bit further, is that these individuals, they are actually using this information and they're buying puts and calls, and they're making tons of money for this stock to go down. So there's a purpose and a reason why this information comes out at a particular time, so I guess, so to speak. It's really just confusing to me, though, with this Pfizer thing, that you would think the stock would rise up, and then you see things just fluctuating. I'm just going, are there people out there thinking, okay, there's just so much information that's not there, I'm going to sell out of it because I'm not sure. And then there's other people that are just gaining ground. So I'm going to buy, but buying and selling so much, there's so much flip-flopping to where they don't understand what's going on. And to me, it's so confusing to a point that it's frustrating on my end.
Yeah, and I would say the government is actually promoting Pfizer, so maybe that's why. Like, it's not like private advertising. This is actually promoted by the U.S. government in the military with Operation Warp Speed and all these other connections. You know, government contracts. There's a lot of stuff going on that they're probably, you know, government doesn't really disclose a lot of information until everything's been done. You know, so since the government is the spearheading all of this, I think that's what the missing link in all this is.
Shirley F says there's no way they have a viable vaccine yet. I don't trust this shit.
Oh no, I agree with her.
Let the sheepy take it. I'm not going to be a guinea pig for anyone. That's good for you, sweetheart. And she agrees with you, Hulk, what you've been preaching so far. What's the one stock? I'm going to start with big time, and then I'll go to Black Wall Street. What's the one stock you thought that you got not only a bargain, but you stole it on the dollar? Which one is that for you, big time?
Probably Neo. Neo I got around 9 or 10, even though I wish it was lower. I think it might have been lower, but not that much lower, and it was up to about 48. And it's going to continuously rise, I think. But it was Neo stock.
And who's your app? Or you do it with your brother in Fidelity? Who's your app?
I'm sorry?
Your app. Like when you wanted to pick up on something, you just go to your phone and go bang, and there it is. Your investment.
So I'll use Webull and I use Fidelity. Fidelity has a lot more information, but
like, was there an app that you use? Like I use Robinhood.
Okay.
So the only reason why I use Webull is just because of what they were giving out. But the chat that I get, the comments and stuff like that, you can learn a lot from those individuals that are. Of course, you have chasers and you have people that are just trying to clickbait you.
Yeah,
but
of course.
There are individuals out there that that if you read between the lines, you can understand a little bit. Plus, like I said, it's all about putting yourself in the position of who you want to be around and what you're expecting. So just make sure you're putting yourself around people that you actually can trust to understand what's going on.
Yeah. What about you, Black Wall Street? What's yours? Robinhood?
Yeah, like you try to keep it simple. You don't want to try to do too much when it comes to like for me, like the Robinhood app was a simple app that was able to kind of pick up and just use it. And I tell a lot of people, like I was telling them last week, was to try to use a Cash App. Even if you're using like fractals, it's a good way to kind of get your feet wet, with it. I think, like I said, like that Zoom stock, because when I saw that I was, doing Zoom, working from home and stuff like that, I said, okay, everybody's going to be using this Zoom thing, so let me try to like look into that. So that would be like one that I kind of saw that had a potential, it just comes from just kind of seeing what's going on around you, just kind of seeing what things that you see are happening, and kind of just trying to look into that, like invest into that, like it's about to be Black Friday, so like stuff like Walmart and Target and even Amazon, stuff like that. Those are still going to be things that a lot of people are going to look into right now. But you just have to just kind of just kind of see what you like, whatever you have knowledge of, just try to look into it.
What about you, Hulk? Which one that you invested in? And you just put a couple of shackles on it, and then the next thing you know, you say, "Oh shit!"
Well, see, that's the thing. I'm just doing that now. All my stuff has been conceptual. I'm just doing it now because
I feel you.
I've been taking care of my grandfather since 2012, and I've been focused. So now I'm actually about to start. I mean, unfortunately, it's a crazy time to just start doing that. So I'm actually taking a look now to see what the next thing is, because as this world is resetting right now, everything's going to change.
I agree.
Because like Black Wall Street said, people working from home, a lot of businesses have shut down, and a lot of other businesses are being absorbed and merging, and everything is being restructured right now. So I guess right now is the time to really see how the framework of this, whatever is going to happen, is going to be set up, and then invest in a new framework, I guess.
I'll say by the year 2023, half of the businesses in this country, especially industrial, will be automation, man.
Exactly. See, those are kind of things, these emerging new tech affiliates that are going to work with the giants that we have now are going to probably start working, creating new technologies and other things to make it more convenient for people to adapt in whatever world we got left.
I couldn't agree more. Shout out to my brothers on the panel, Mr. Smooth, which is big time. The brilliance and excellence of the money making Black Wall Street. And one of the highest, I think, I said this about you the other night, you wasn't here, so I'll say it to you. To me, top three most respected brothers in the entire manosphere, Spiritual Logic Hulk is here. And I'm so grateful to have my brother on the panel. I'm
Hey, you
grateful to
too
have all
kind.
three brothers, but to have
You,
you up here,
you
it's an
too
honor.
kind, man. I brought something different, and I know and something very controversial, but I actually respect a lot of the brothers who were before me. I like being in the background, stay in the shadows. Sometimes I step out there and get a little bit, rambunctious in the conversation, but for the most part, I'm moving in the background. I
I
just
mean,
I drop a few cents, a little bit of my perspective here and there, but I know.
you
Look,
have you have two. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You have two of the most powerful brothers in the entire manosphere. Admiration. I don't know if you know this, but you do. Fantastic, and the great Ramir Mir, who me and him have a mutual admiration. And shout out to those two brothers this afternoon, both in the state of Georgia. You, um, since I got you here right now, I think what the brothers really admire about you, bro, is you don't get uptight. Unless I saw somebody one day push you a little bit and you just went off on that person. But my thing with you, why you get so much respect, that you bring a calm presence and you make sense every time you speak. And like I said, Amir and Hulk, they respect the hell. I mean, excuse me, Ramir and Fantastic respect the hell out of you.
and I respect those brothers. I get it, but some of the things I speak are very controversial and they're very challenging to norms and status quo and accepted perspectives and philosophy. So I get that. And my issue is I keep an open mind. Like I'm not opposed to listening to different perspectives that don't align with mine. That's what I like. I like that dialogue where I can learn, uh, understand how people think, and see what common ground we can develop to actually progress and move forward in life. I mean,
Exactly.
no matter what perspective you're coming from, we're all trying to move forward. We're all trying to build. We're trying to grow. We're trying to better survive and thrive in this new economy. And we all have something to add to the pot. And I just want to add my 2 cents, not to take away from someone else. Because and I respect, like, I'll add to that list: Ramir, Fantastic, Solo, TV84, Black Ram. Um, a lot of those brothers, they've been in grown man business. It's so many. I go down the list. It's a lot of brothers out there that
BGS.
yeah, a lot of brothers out there that I had even though me and
Have you?
me and BGS kind of bumped heads a little bit. It was a playful
Okay.
thing. I got nothing but respect. I got
Have
nothing but
you?
respect for the brother. Yeah, I
Have
mean,
you?
yeah, just philosophy.
Have you been to the Roger Report yet?
I respect the Roger Report, and I
Oh,
respect
he is
it.
outstanding.
Yeah, even BGS. I respect even when we disagree on certain things, like when it comes to the virus and all that. I respect this man has been doing his thing, and he has his understandings, and he has done a lot to awaken black men to the matriarchy, to the economics, and I get nothing but respect to that brother because he does his
Totally agree.
homework. He does his
Totally
homework.
agree. Yeah. Spiritual Logic Hulk is with us, Black Wall Street. This is his platform, big time too, because they both know what the hell they're talking about when it comes in investing. Let me ask Big Time this, and then you guys can bounce off of it. What is the one sneaky stock right now that people are sleeping on big time, that you either invested in it or you planning on putting some shackles on it?
Talking about a sneaky stock, huh?
Yeah, but big, I
I'll
gotta
give
give the
yeah.
audience something.
I'll give you one just because of what I've been reading about it. and fall back on that. So there's actually two, but I'm still going to invest in. One is a Ford stock. The only reason why I say Ford stock is because they've transitioned into, their company is transitioning, and I think it's a good transition that they can get their stock back up fairly high, with even higher than where it was the last 10 years. And I just think that where they're transitioning themselves is good. But the other one that they're actually fighting against because of UPS is Workhorse. Now, I think the only reason why I like Workhorse over Ford is because not just because Ford is American made as well, but Workhorse is American made in Ohio, which I live outside of Ohio, but they're a young company that is looking for a big taker, which UPS will be, United States Postal Service. And if they get that contract, it's going to be huge for Workhorse, which you're going to see that stock skyrocket, and it's probably going to go up fairly high. So that, to me, that's a sneaky one. So.
Oh, how much is that a share right now?
All right, so it's been going. It was up, I think, as high as like in the 30s, but it's dropped down to like about 16 or 17. Now it's at like 19 or 20. But again, we're going to hear something before the end of the year. If they get the contract, it's going to be up to them or Ford. I'm assuming because it's in Ohio possibly, and as young as the company is, it's probably going to go to them. But either one, whichever one that gets it, expect the stocks to go, to go at least triple up.
Excellent. Wall Street, you with us, bro? I got you right here.
Now I'm just kind of looking to see what's going to happen in the with these vaccines. I think that's a big thing, because a lot of stuff is going to start regulating that you can't use their products or services without having a vaccine. So I'm really starting just to look and just to try to wait and see if there's going to be something that's going to happen with that, because if that does happen, then a lot of stuff is going to open up under those conditions. So I'm really interested to see like what this warp speed entails, with the Operation Warp Speed and everything like that, because that's going to determine what's going to be, what our way of life is really going to be like, look like with the next year or so. So like, because anything, I was just hearing like earlier this week that Ticketmaster said that they're not going to allow people to come into concerts unless you have a vaccination or a negative COVID test. So that means that we can't go. Yeah, if you can't go to the concert, and if you can't listen to music without having a vaccine, then what else is it going to be? It could be airlines, it could be, shopping malls, restaurants, schools. I mean, who knows?
Here in
what's?
I don't mean to interrupt you. New York, as of right now, is completely shut down until February.
Yeah. They shut stuff. They reshut stuff down. That's another thing. Like Baltimore's back on lockdown.
Yeah.
Prince George's County is going to another is revisiting an earlier phase.
Yeah.
So it's going down. It's starting to go down. So I got to see what's going to happen. This stuff is happening in real time. With this stuff going on with the viruses, stuff that's going on with the presidency, stuff that's going on with the new regimes and the new policies that's going to be happening within the next like month, 2 months. I really gotta see what our new normal is going to look like, and then from there, you can have a better understanding what to buy, because depending on what this vaccine does, you could buy any stock. I'm pretty sure Wall Street is going to fly up, once the vaccine happens, because just over the past, over the past week, just them talking about the vaccine, which was kind of odd, because when I heard about the vaccine the first time, they were saying that the tests are looking really crazy. They don't know, if this is going to work or not. But as soon as Biden got elected, like that next day, like 5 different companies had a vaccine that was all of a sudden 90% effective. And Russia, China was coming out with vaccines. I was like, whoa, how did all these vaccines come out of nowhere when Biden got elected? Because 2 weeks ago they were still in the trial phase, last I heard. So there's a lot going on, and it's really funny and interesting to me.
Anything sneaky for you?
Yeah, I would say, I gotta research the biotech companies, and I gotta research, like the brother said, big time pharmaceutical companies. Unfortunately, That's where everything is. Biotech and pharmaceuticals at this moment. I think
Yep.
little subsidiary companies are going to start branching out and, marketing this to the public, working with CVS and all these other companies. So those little companies right there are probably going to be the future, especially biotech. Anything in biotech.
Facts. Uh, big time.
So can I say something, Mace, real quick?
You speak whatever you want. I'm just gonna give it to you. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
All yours, bro.
The spiritual, real quick, man. So you said earlier you were just getting into it, and that's good, man, because a lot of people think about getting into to building their portfolio and just getting into the stock market, and they don't do it. And it's taken me a long time, man. It's like I've been wanting to do this for years, and then it's like I said, screw it. Why not freaking do it now? My suggestion, this is my suggestion, man. This is just my suggestion and nothing else. They talked about how and I've looked into this earlier, but there's never been a double dip like we had, let's say, earlier in March, because there's always a dip in the stock market that just kills everybody at some point in time. And it might take a few years, maybe 10 years at the most, maybe something like that. But they're talking about possibly a double dip, and that's never happened before in such a short amount of time. So I could see this possibly happening next year if, in fact, Biden does hold, which I'm sure they will be holding, and it will happen. I think mostly just because of what Trump is doing. I think mostly it's just to control the Senate. But nevertheless, next year, if something does happen and they start shutting the country down, which that would be such a bad thing for younger companies. Here's the thing, you had a lot of younger companies out there that were just holding on, bearing and holding on, and then they lost it because of the few dips that we had. But then that, honestly, it's not a bad thing in a sense, because that rose up new companies and new individuals that said, okay, I have an idea, that were holding down because they didn't have the money. Now they did. So that was a good thing in a sense. And you see many companies out there that were actually that were thinking outside the box. My point is that if you want to do something, just look at the companies that you actually invest in, that you actually would invest in, that you follow, and then that you actually use. So if you think CVS is going to do it, then put a few funds in there. But my suggestion is to hold on, build a big nest egg, and then when that dip comes, now push everything into what you want. There was something on one of these investment channels that sat there and stated, I think it was Bloomberg or something, or it was one of the big investment companies that stated that, do you put all your money in one at one? Oh my goodness, shit.
What happened? Oh. Well, while he's coming back,
Hello. I was on mute the whole time. Damn, you guys are good.
yeah. I think he had to
Hello?
handle some business. Yeah, but he was telling me about.
Oh yeah. But yeah, wait till something happens. Like I feel like something is gonna happen soon. It's just too much going on right now with Biden and with the warp speed and with the vaccines and stuff. Like it seems like it's almost like a perfect storm. So that's why I was just saying, like, it's good just to wait to see what's gonna happen with the next, what the next thing is gonna be, because like he was saying, man, it could be like a big bubble or something, man, depending on what Biden does. And if this stuff gets shut down again, like, who knows what's gonna, how things are gonna turn out. But yeah, man, like I think, I had looked into this stuff in the past, but it's important to kind of now to find any type of, avenue that you can financially, because, who knows what's going to be happening in the next couple months or the next couple years or so. So you got to find like alternative methods of trying to, build up income and build up finances, because, who knows, like this work stuff, like this 9-to-5 stuff is so wishy-washy now with everything that's happening, with people, being locked in, locked out. I might need a vaccine to get my job or something. Who knows? So that's
not
what's going on
just
right
that.
now. Excuse me,
Nah, you good. not just that, you could tell that companies are being forced to streamline their productivity. So because they're working from home and electronic, they're actually getting rid of a lot of people because they realize they don't really need it. You know, when you're forced to do things online, you have everything basically digitized on a spreadsheet, and you get to see what you actually need. And that's going to shed a lot of people and bring it, like May said, bring more automation and more globalization where people can contract with the company and work temporarily rather than having long-term employees. So, and then we got the eviction moratorium, how that's going to affect construction companies and all of that stuff. It's crazy, man. Like everybody's moving to cities, so anything in the city seems to
Not here
be.
in New York, bro. And this is my platform, so I'll say this. I'm not coming out arrogant because we're black men in here. All the money-making white folks are running from this town now, bro. For second, and they predict a third wave in April.
Oh
By
wow,
they're all running out of here, bro. They took it
wow,
over, and then God punished them with this plague, and now they are running the hell out of New. I'm gonna say this right now. A year from now, New York City will be a ghost town, bro.
wow. It'd be like it was a city like that in Hong Kong, I think. That
We're
they
heading
built.
to Detroit status, bro. No joke.
Wow, well, that that governor, man, he's gung ho on. He's almost second to California about shutting the city down and
He
making
did it.
people do stuff, and Cuomo and all that. So
You,
between
you know, you know, what
Newsom and
the,
Cuomo.
you know what the problem is here, bro? Seriously, too many people want to go to the gyms. Too many people here want to go clubbing, and people were pissed that they shut it all down, man. Pissed off. So Hulk.
I believe it. I believe it. A lot of people got comfortable and complacent in doing their little activities, their everyday activities. So yeah, I definitely understand that. Like look, you can work out anywhere, man. Take a walk, go to the park. Like I go to the park, do my calisthenics. I don't need to pay a gym membership to work out and all that stuff, man. I can work out in the house,
Yo,
outside.
bro. Yeah, you right. Keep talking, bro. I'm gonna say something after you finish. Go ahead, Hulk.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, absolutely. A lot of people got so complacent in their cushy, comfortable life, and a lot of people who are overpaid and they're really not doing a lot of work. And so, the companies, they got caught up. And another thing that we're not talking about is that the government is giving a lot of these big companies a lot of money, and they're not trickling that money down to employees. So now people should focus on entrepreneurship and get away from working for corporations and kind of start your own niche, man. Start your own business or something.
I get the
Because
feeling with these two now in office, that's gonna be a hard thing to do
it will
because
be.
people are saying it now. They're not telling it publicly or privately. They're gonna be shutting that shit down because we're doing it. That's how we're making our own money.
Yeah. Yep.
And,
And
and yeah, go ahead.
yeah, and a lot of people have to learn how to do it electronically online, and the market is being flooded. Like women with, I hate to bring this up, but women with OnlyFans is going to be a good case study. All the women were flooding to OnlyFans, nurses, and because we see that female nature when in times of crisis, it defaults to prostitution. We see
Yep,
that.
facts.
And so they're flooding OnlyFans and all that. Now women are complaining that they're not getting any money because when it first came out, there was a couple of women who made a lot of money. Now, the everyday women who honestly most guys don't really want to see or pay for just to look at are trying to get on there, and they're flooding. They're flooding that market, and it's falling.
It's
People,
oversaturated.
yep, people are canceling their subscriptions, and that little bubble they had is popped, and now I'm telling you, you're gonna see women back to the corner. You watch.
It
I'm
was the
just sitting here
place to
laughing
be,
and listening to
fireman.
y'all.
And New York was the place to be. Not anymore, bro. Black Wall Street.
Yeah,
You
but
back with us?
yeah, I
Go
had some
ahead.
technical difficulties, but
Don't worry
nah,
about
I have to second that, man. That's what I was saying earlier, man. It's like it's oversaturated, and then it gets to the point where there's no value in it. It's like it's like you said, the OnlyFans bubble. It's like if you can go to this OnlyFans and that OnlyFans and everybody's doing that, then not only is the product not having the value, but just in terms of on and how men and women, how we relate to each other is almost like we're numb to the over sexualization of it. You know what I mean? Because of everything that you're seeing. So now it comes to a point where it's like as men, as we continue to mature, as we continue to develop ourselves, we have to start asking ourselves, like, okay, what else would this person have to bring to the table outside of that? You know what I mean? Like, we're now seeing that they're not doing that. They're going more toward the physical attribute more than any other intangible quality that a man would look for. And it's getting to the point where it's oversaturated to the point where it's like, that doesn't mean anything to a man anymore because they can get it anywhere. So now, like, what else can you give? What else can you bring to the table?
It's funny you say
and that's
that.
where a lot of men fall into that.
It's funny you say that because the other night in here, I said something that got me lit up in the manosphere. From I was told that when I do my ending speech, that I always say to guys, what can a woman bring to the table for me other than sex, bro? That gets boring after a while.
Well, that's the thing. Nothing. And here's the thing: sex is not even a woman bringing anything because it's complementary. It's complementary to what we have. So it's like women actually think that sex is something they're bringing, but it's complement. It's like, what benefit is sex if you don't have both pieces? And women don't realize that. Like, that's like women and sex is like breathing. It's like at some point women are going to need us. So it's not that they're bringing, it's that we're mutually beneficial to each other. And women need to understand that we're mutually, that they need pleasure and companionship just as much as men. So it's not that
they get more lonely, but I think they need it more than us.
Yeah, well, they do, but that's why they project this lie that we're over sexual when it's really their issue. Because in the true masculine mindset, men are focused on survival. We're focused on building and productivity and actually being able to control as much as possible our environment and our personal lives. That's what men are about. Women are all about this emotional, I just need to feel good. Men actually want to be protected, and we want to be as much as control of our lives as possible. So women should be attracted to men who actually want that so that they can feel safe. That's the natural design and order. But they try to project that we're over sexual when honestly men.
No, go ahead, Hope.
Yeah, we actually can go. I can go without. I love sex. I love women, but I can go without.
I've been without it all my life, bro. So I'm not.
That's what I'm saying. It's like women confuse the fact that because we enjoy it doesn't mean it controls us. It doesn't control me at all.
The problem is we got too many simps.
Exactly. That's
the problem. We got too many guys get on their knees. They see their panty lines, their bust line. They say black women are God. And what these fools don't realize, black women hate when men do that.
They do. Thank you, Mace. Thank you. I'm glad you said that. They actually hate when they can control you. A woman does not respect a man that she has full control of.
And I'll tell you something else a woman don't respect when you trick on them.
Exactly. Because she's using you. She's manipulating you. Of course, she's going to keep you around, but there's no respect there. See, guys conflate a woman keeping them around as a woman who respects. No, you can be like I hate to use this term, but since the manosphere uses it, you can be a high value fool or high value trick.
That's right.
And like if you're gonna qualify that term, yeah, you could be a high value trick. A woman could see you as a great opportunity to play just like a fool.
Facts. I mean, I say this, I get bristle, but it's facts what I'm about to say. If you are a man, especially a black man, you get the woman on your program or she's replaced, or I go without.
Exactly. And that's men need to start embracing that. They have to prove themselves to us. Our job is to keep society functional, is to keep society working. Our job is not to care about what a woman is doing. It's their job to care. It's their job to prove themselves to us because men are what's keeping their lifestyle going.
And you know what's scary? And give black women credit for this. What I'm about to say. I still believe. I know you heard the same thing, like this past winter. 2020, the census is gonna prove this is the time of the black man. What's the other one they said? Oh, women will be running to us when this plague happens. None of that has happened. Matter of fact, it's backfired,
Yeah,
especially with Kamala and Biden in house. Black
yeah,
men, you better get ready to make a decision. I had this show last Saturday night. Or you gonna run away, go to another country, or you gonna stay and fight this shit?
right.
And
Yeah,
I'm
because
afraid, especially with youngins, I'm afraid a lot of brothers are gonna pack up and get the hell out of this country, bro. By 2027, a lot of brothers are gonna leave this place, bro. Because Kamala is gonna make life miserable for us, bro. She really is, man.
yeah, she said she's trying to legal, and I know a lot of guys think legalizing prostitution is going to be good, but and here's my understanding about this. For all extensive purposes, prostitution is already legal. We just don't call it prostitution.
Exactly.
The
It's called
institution of
home.
it, not just that, the institution of marriage in this society, in this culture, which is not biblical. So don't blame the biblical. Don't so let's not
No, I
conflate
don't.
marriage.
I'm a big believer in God. That's who I roll with 24/7, 7 days a week.
Because I tell people marriage has been hijacked. The term of marriage has been hijacked and
Facts.
convoluted into this world to be legal extortion. It's
I agree.
prostitution. That's why women are pushing to get married more than men. That's why women are causing divorces more than men. Because it's a manipulation tactic that the government allows them to do. They get to pretend to be something they're not, cash out at the end.
You
That's what
know,
it is.
I'll go a step further from what I've been hearing. I'm hearing now a lot of women will give the man the kids just to have freedom.
Oh yeah. Man, hey, look,
Yeah,
hey,
you see me?
look, bro. They
I'm
would be
living
happy
proof.
to drop. Hey, look, I'm gonna let you talk on this Black Wall Street, but they'll be happy to drop the kids off so they can go hoe around. They don't want the kids. The kids were just the leverage to control the men. They never wanted the kids. They just wanted the control that the kids give them. You
Yeah.
got it, bro.
Before he goes, let me read this from Fireman. He agrees with what I said about the women. Sims have inflated the market facts, and when reform does Biden want in place, that will be detrimental as a whole. Totally agree with that. Go ahead, Big Black Wall Street.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Hope was saying because as our role as black men has been thrown all over the place through media, and the narrative about us is that we're deadbeats, we're deadbeats, we're tricking, we ain't doing anything right with ourselves and all that stuff. And like that's why it's so important for places like this that black men come together and share their ideas and their experiences, because so many of us are going through this where we're trying to do the right thing, but it's almost like it's like a silent majority. I mean, I think you were saying earlier, like over 50% of black men are single with no kids nowadays, and that's different from what the
54%.
the narrative is. 54%. There you go. So it's different from the narrative that you're seeing on on television and on media and stuff. So black men are wising up, and we're
Nothing
figuring out like
wising up. I
this is
think black
a bad deal.
men. I think not only wising up. I think black men has so far been dismissed by society, but I think a lot of our brothers don't realize it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. I mean, and the thing about it is like it's part of that matriarchy. You grow up and your mother says your daddy won nothing. You're just like your daddy. You need to get out here, get some money, do something. You know what I mean? It's like those type of messages are stuck in your head. As you get older. It's like the repetition of hearing those things over and over again. You start to believe it to an extent, and
Yeah,
then you just start doing things You start going out there doing knucklehead stuff because, oh, I'm just another brother that's trying to do the same thing like everybody else.
Your
And you don't know any
teachers,
better. And
your teachers, especially junior high school, middle school, are the ones that do it. And a lot of them are black teachers too. That they
Yeah.
tell the young boy, you're not going to amount to nothing. And then the girls they cater to, and black boys see that. And they allow them to say, F you, I'm dropping out of school.
And see, and this
yeah,
is why
man.
I tell black men, I said, I'm gonna use myself for example.
Mhm.
I set the highest standards and expectation for myself. Nobody can be more critical of my life than me. And I tell people, you need to live up to your own standards. Not the
Facts.
standards that society sets for you, not the validation that you can get from women, which is no validation at all. That's an
I
illusion.
totally
The,
agree.
the standards that you have to set for your own self. Like if a man should want to be the most polished, the highest and most accomplished in whatever he does. That should be natural.
And
So
our
your
race
out,
goes the reverse.
yeah, and our standards should be to the ceiling and beyond. So if you have that mindset, and it starts with the mind, you have to unprogram yourself from with this matriarchy and all these women in your family, and like May said, the school system and all these people have indoctrinated you. You have to unlearn all of that garbage and reprogram yourself into true masculinity, where men are seeking dominion in their life. They're
Let me,
seeking,
no, go ahead. Oh, go
yeah,
ahead.
I was just gonna say they're seeking dominion and control in their lives.
I'll never forget back in 2008. It was the spring of 2008. And my nephew's teacher called from his high school. He said, I need to talk to you. And I'm like, oh man, he did something because I know he's not a troublemaker, but he's a prankster. I said, all right, I'll come up. I go up there, and you know what he tells me? He tells me my nephew is college material. My mouth dropped.
Oh
I
wow.
told him, bro, get the F out of here. He ain't no college material. So, oh, yes, he is. And for a calendar year, from that spring to the spring of 2009, I had to go look for schools. We went on recruiting trips to schools. And I'm getting to the point of this right now. These colleges were shocked that he was a black boy. Because they don't know who you are. They just see that you're doing good and all this in high school, grades-wise. And when we went to some colleges, bro, they were shocked to know he was black.
I can believe it.
And that took me aback. I'm like, damn, they got that less opinion of black men?
Let me tell you something, Mace. When I first I do legal work. When I first got my job like over 13 years ago at where I work now, when I went to that interview and they heard me speak and they
Yeah,
heard how accomplished and how capable I was,
yeah.
they threw that job at me. They expected me, like when they saw me, from the moment they saw me and from the moment I started to talk, the change on their expression was just completely amazing. Like they really don't expect us to be able to do basic. Like let me tell you this. I wrote an email one time to my boss. I just wrote a basic email to a client. The way I wrote that email, he sent that email to everybody in the office and said, "This is the best email I've ever read." Like, now come on, it was just a basic email, but he was so impressed that this I was like the only black man in among working among women and working around people from different cultures, Asians, Latinos, and all of that. I was the only especially young black man. I wrote this email that was worthy of him forwarding to everybody. That's how, and,
Okay.
and it's the media. See, the media does its job. The media poisons
Mm-hmm.
the image of black men. We just nothing but hoodlums sitting on the corner chasing
Mm-hmm.
women,
Mm-hmm.
and and honestly, a lot of us, we hated our family structure growing up with this matriarchy where women ran out. That wasn't comfortable for us. That's what made us want to get out and escape
That's
that mess.
a big problem with black men. I see it here all the time. I'll tell you what it is. Different topic, but to your point. I would say 90% of the educated doing something for themselves, black women in this town, they out. And you see it all the time when it's the spring and the summertime. You go to Midtown Manhattan, you see them holding hands, snuggling. And what I noticed years ago, is a lot of brothers who are accomplished, guys who wear the suit and tie to work every day. They put their heads down in defeat. And when Kevin Samuels did the show Black Men, You Belong There Too, a year and a half ago, 2 summers ago, summer of 2019, that brought tears to my eyes because Kevin Samuels was right. Black men, you have to not only approach, go get what you want. And I'll use me as a perfect example. Back in 2011, when I first lost my weight, I was blindsided by the wino of my old community told me, yo, it's too late. They date but white men now. And I'm like, whoa, whoa. So I went home that night, and I went to work, and I was laying up in my office at the time. And I said, you know what? I am going to go compete to get the piece I want. And I went, in my not in my neighborhood, but out of my area. And I bumped into a woman at the supermarket, and she was trying to put her bags away. And I did it for her. And I told her, I said, look, I don't give a F what's happening. I said, I think you're hot. And she gave me her phone number and dropped it in my phone. And we hooked up the following Monday because that was her off day. The point I'm making is a lot of black men hang their heads down in defeat, especially the simps and the, as they call them, the educated lane. You agree with that, Black Wall Street?
Do I agree that the simps that they hang their head when they see other women date out?
Yeah, especially good-looking ones.
Well, I mean, you got to understand. There's also, there's different parts to that too, because sometimes when they date out, they're actually on a trick move anyway. So it's not always all that glitters ain't gold. Sometimes when you look at those situations, you can't always hang your head because maybe that person wasn't for you. Maybe they have a different underlying motive that they might not be, that you might not see right there.
Well, I'm gonna tell
that
you
man
something.
might have a whole different.
I'm gonna add something to that. I'm gonna let you rock and then talk about this statement I just made. A lot of them like to throw it in brothers' faces, especially the lames.
Exactly. It's almost like it's using them as a prop, to either get something or to show it to other men. And you can't always feel like, you can't. I think first of all, simping in and of itself is a bad thing because you're already putting all your value into somebody else. You're not putting that value into yourself in the first place. Like that's already a problem. If you're hanging your head because of another person dealing with another person, that's already a problem because when that guy graduated from law school and he
Yeah,
said that he
down in
was the
Louisiana.
prize,
Yeah.
and he got kickback for having self confidence. Like what the hell? Like why were so many people from so many different places trying to coming at arms at that? Why were they so quick to try to put him down when he
Because the
said that he
one
was a
thing,
prize? What?
because the one thing about black women, and I'm proof of this, believe it or not. When I first lost my weight, I had what I thought women wanted. Now that I know better, I can understand why they gave me pushback because of something Hulk said a few minutes ago. They want control of not even the relationship, the control of the situation. There you go. That's a better way of putting it.
Right.
I totally agree. And
Right, Hulk.
yeah, they don't see a lot of guys will fight us on what we're saying because we don't care about the sexual access. That's never been an issue. If we wanted that, we could get it. The issue is actually being able to as have cooperation. And see, that is where
Facts.
the legal system and the culture has failed. You cannot get like getting sex is not where we never has been an issue. Matter of fact, that's something I've been trying to get away from.
I agree.
Controlling my lust, controlling my desire. That's something that's been so automatic. I've been trying to get out of that. I've been trying to have more time to myself, more time to focus my life. I'm not even caring about sex because I've done enough of it. You know what I'm saying? And look, and when I want it, I can get it.
There you go.
It's not something that consumes my mind, and that's the biggest issue I see in this space is that they always caring about sexual access and ignoring that they can't get cooperation and they don't have a good legal system to deal with any women that they're having outside of sex.
Shout
Outside
out
of
to
sex.
Zero. Shout out to my man Zero, who said it from the beginning back in the spring. Um, twat and views. That's all these brothers care about in the manosphere, and that is so true.
I
Because
agree.
again, when you try to do a show like this, when we're talking about business acumen and making money, they don't want to hear that shit.
Nah, they proved that on Ramil's show too. When Ramil does his business shows, the views. But if he's talking about women, it'll be up to like 500-600. And I'm like, look, brothers, we're just trying to save. The only reason we bring up women for real, is because we're trying to save you and expose how the system will exploit you, manipulate you, so you won't be broke and destroyed. In the best years of your life, because a lot of guys are investing too much in the women and
Not
not enough in
only
themselves.
not only broke, but more importantly, destroy your self-esteem. Because the brothers
Exactly.
don't care about the money aspect; they care more of their game. That's why they hate game. And their game aspect, that if it doesn't work, those guys are pissed off. They're ready to kill somebody. They just go nuts when women come on panels, bro. And that's the more important thing. That if you can't get it with your game, oh, forget it. These guys' confidence is gone.
You're right, and that's why I tell guys, I was like, look, women have never changed. I don't complain about women. What's the only thing that has changed is that men have taken a weaker and weaker position in life.
I agree.
We have become more consumed with catering to the ego of a woman than we have to
Facts.
living up to our own standards.
Yep.
That's the and if we have 'em, a lot of guys don't even have standards. They're just aimlessly walking around trying to just do this and that just to see what's going to get them a woman. I'm like, that's your problem.
Black Wall Street.
Yeah, I 100% agree with what both you guys are saying. I wanted to just say, earlier you guys were talking, for both of you guys, for you, Spiritual Logic, and for you, Mace, like that's what makes you guys stand out is the fact that you guys are doing it your way. Like you're not trying to do it because to follow the same narrative that you see, without the rest of the manosphere. People, like you said, is about twat views and stuff like that. Like I think for what you guys are doing it organically, doing it the way that you guys want to do it, it's gonna make it that much better when everything comes into fruition, because you're gonna see it's all gonna happen with authentically, and it's not gonna have any it's not gonna have any of that all that other nonsense that makes it that's really bringing this manosphere down. Honestly, it's really
Yeah,
bringing us
because
down because we're not able to build because we're always arguing.
yeah, not only that,
Yep.
I'm a big believer, and it's so obvious how stupid and blinded these guys are. You may worship the women of your same ethnic. Here's your problem. They're willing to just give it up to your enemies, which is a lot of guys of other races. Yet you have to build a space shuttle, fly from here to Uranus and back in 2 hours, which is impossible. That's the standards a lot of these women put on the brothers, and they don't get it. I think, like
It-
Hulk said, they're beginning to see it now.
yeah, it's crazy because like you hit the nail right on the head. A lot of these women are just dating white men to try to make us jealous. You can see it. They don't like that's why they go out with them. That's why they want to be seen with the white man or the Spanish man or any of the races. They're doing that
Arab
just
here.
yeah, they're doing that because look, if women really what women really like to do, they do usually in secret. But when they're doing it openly, it's for somebody else. It's to create envy. It's to create it's to basically boost their self-esteem. So they're doing it just to bounce off of us. Because trust me, if women really like men of other races, it'll be less tricking going on and they wouldn't these other races wouldn't be going MGTOW.
Yeah, but let me say this to add to that. Let me say this. In my opinion, a lot of the women I see here in New York, bro. Not only do they date out, but my God, the glares, the stares, and then you know how some ratchet bitches act. even though they work at a company or something, they start going ratchet off brothers.
Right. Yeah, man. Look.
And these white guys have a smug on their face, like I got my slave. You'll never get her to be your slave. And then here's the part that makes me laugh. When you call out, because me, I call out anybody. If I don't like you, I'm calling your ass out. When you tell a white boy that all she is your slave, they feel the pushback.
Yeah. And you know what? You know what? You know what I would tell the women and the white boys? Like, bro, you only have her because I don't want her. Like,
Bingo.
you know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, because we're seeing the culture, we're seeing the legal system, right? If you want to deal with that, thank you for taking that burden off my chest. Until this woman comes correct in any kind of structured way,
Yeah, let me.
I don't want her. I could sleep with her if I wanted to, and you just be
Yo,
and
Ism, Eric Black, come on up.
you be foolishly walking around with my leftovers. If walking around with my leftovers makes you feel great, do what you. Hey, look, you want to spend money on that? You want to cuddle up to that? That makes you feel good. Do that, bro. Like actual men
You wanna co-sign
who
with
actually
that?
focus in life and got some masculinity. We demand women to come at the position that a woman only has with her, and that's honestly adding value to our lives or not being in it at all. Like the sex issue is, see, that's the difference. Black men, we understand that we're the most valued men sexually in the world. You know, especially if you've been investing in yourself and you just understand the mental fortitude of masculinity, bro. Sex is like nothing. You know, but we're not gonna sit there and play with this cooperation where women understand the legal power they have and the leverage that they can play in your life when you sign contracts with them. Oh no, we're not playing that game. If women really value marriage according to how it was designed, they'll be out in the streets right now begging to give men full legal control over them. Until I see that, these women can just be continued to, as Ramil say, they can either be pumped and dumped or men like us, we can continue to just enjoy having our peace of mind. And if we want a woman, we can have her. But we're not going to
Facts.
invest. We're not going to invest anything serious into a woman that glorifies being a hoe. You crazy?
And like I just told you guys a few minutes ago, the chick Val wanted, I pulled her, and there's a guy named iTest who comes in here, and he agreed with me a couple of weeks ago. If you compete against any race of men, for let's just say, I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt, nice looking but a good girl, black woman, she's gonna go with the brother. Why? Because like I said before, if you compete for the girl, fight for the girl without doing it like with your feelings, the girl's gonna go with you. Because at the end of the night, she would rather be with a black man than them. You're absolutely right about that, Hope. I'm serious about this. Is me telling you guys this. Me, of all people. Yo, Ism, Eric Black, come on up, bro. I'll drop the link. Come on up, fellas.
Yeah, manhood begins in the mind. It begins of a man actually understanding his true value, not plastered next to a female,
Mm-hmm.
but our value in the scheme of the world. See, once we understand that basically you are what you think you are. And that might
Facts.
sound cliche, but that's it. You're not what you've been told about you. You are what you think you are. And what you think you are will control what you make out of your life.
I
Because
always said this, Hope. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna say something to both of you up here and everybody in the chat room. Go ahead.
yeah, if your mindset is right, you're going to see the world totally different to bend it to your will. I just say
Facts.
that.
I was about to say that. And this is what I was gonna say. Between the ages of 15 to 34, the woman controls the situation in any walks of life, whatever race they are. From 34 on, fellas, and always remember your boy May said this. If you got everything right with yourself, okay, and you're doing you, and especially if you have no kids, you control the situation. And if she does not go along with your ways, your program, F her, move on to the next one. Because see, when women get 34 and up, especially black and white women, believe it or not, black and white women fall into this problem. When they start dealing with men who are accomplished, they have issues with that. They really do. They don't like Hulk said earlier. They don't know how to deal with men that are doing them. I live it every day, fellas. I do me. I put out my program for these women. They don't go along with it. F 'em. I'm better
Yep.
off by myself. And I hate to tell you guys this. I don't beat my meat. I don't even think about doing that. And I don't lay up at night dreaming about women, bro.
Look, I tell men, man, when you feel your urges and your horniness, man, go do something. Go develop a business plan. Go work out. Go take
Mm-hmm.
care of your body. Just invest in yourself, bro. Eventually, you'll increase your value so much just to want more control over your life and have a better quality life that you will draw all things to you.
I
You just
lost
draw everything to you.
145 pounds in 10 months, fellas, back between Mother's Day 2010 and St. Patrick's Day 2011. That's why
Wow.
that's why I'm on a machine today. I overdid it so much, fellas, that it blew my kidneys out, bro.
Oh wow. But you
True
know what?
story, bro.
And look,
It's
I mean,
amazing, though.
it's amazing, and it's your mind. I mean, look, man, this we got to stay focused. Women want to steal your focus. When
Facts.
they want every woman I've ever wanted me more when I didn't want them.
Mm-hmm. That's the way it usually is.
Like, usually when I'm like, screw this, man. I ain't dealing with it. They would do everything. They would show up at your house, bang on your windows, come up to your house butt naked, do everything to get your attention. And when you just like focus, and that's because women intrinsically, when they live outside of the indoctrination of the government and society gave them, they want a man they can't control because they're designed to follow. They're designed to serve. And I look, that's not a bad word. A woman in her true nature wants to serve a man qualified for her to serve. She wants to do that.
And let
But
me say
society,
this. Yeah, go ahead. The
I was gonna say,
society.
society gives women a false notion that they can control men, but those are actually weak males that they're controlling, not men.
Let me
Men when
let's
they're
go. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
when they're I was one last thing. When they approach men, they want to serve you.
Let me add to that, but in a way that's gonna make brothers in here bristle, because I see it here every day. They will do that, especially for white men. But for us, they're in code, bro. They ain't doing it. I mean, I think her name is Janae. They asked her a question on another platform a couple of months ago. Would you rather be with the richest brother in the world, Robert Smith, or would you rather be with the white boy that's delivering dominoes? She picked the white boy delivering dominoes. That's all you need to know about black women, fellas.
Wow. And you know why she did that? Is because she just wants the status and the control. She doesn't want the status as a servant. She wants the status with the control. See, black women feel better about themselves when they have that white skin next to them because they think
Yep.
that lets them have a higher status in the world. But they're really trying to do is to trying to elevate themselves because they have this godlike complex.
And this is the problem with them. What they're beginning to realize now. A lot, especially the young millennials who are in their teens in high school, get ready to go to college. A lot of them already stated. It was on YouTube a couple of weeks ago. They asked a whole bunch of black dudes. Only one said he likes black girls, and the black girls doing the questioning. She was stunned about how many brothers don't want black women.
Yeah, yeah. And look, I mean, look, when it comes to a woman, I tell dudes all the time, look, everybody's gonna see you, not just women, but everybody's gonna see you as you see yourself. The same
Facts.
the same woman that will play a weaker dude, she won't play me because she's gonna immediately know it's not gonna work. It's gonna be in
Facts.
my character. It's gonna be in how I move. It's gonna be in the fact that I speak my mind. If I don't want to do something, it's not happening. It's nothing she can do. She could be butt naked. She can bring all her girlfriends and jump into bed with me together. I'm still not gonna do it
Yeah, man.
because I'm
And
I'm that weak.
I have women here that confront me, bro, because I don't pay women no attention in my community or where I used to live. And they all, when they catch me by myself and I catch them by themselves, they always ask me, "What you afraid of?"
You know what? That's a shame attack. What they're really saying is that they're in awe of your discipline. See, the world wants to take the discipline away specifically from men. They want men emotional. They want them reckless because when a disciplined man shows up, order automatically becomes established. Like the reason, like the brother said about your platform, is that your platform, you're going to have order in your platform. People come to your platform with a certain respect because you project that kind of mindset here. People value you. And see, when men have discipline, all that deception and all that lying and all that lip service don't have no effect. Women want to be in an environment where their beauty and their lies have weight. And
And
around
here they're
and
not getting that.
exactly.
And when Mahogany, shout out to her, good afternoon to the beautiful Miss Mahogany Roots, when she said to her platform the other last Sunday night that a woman was arguing with her, telling her, "How come you go to Mace Taggart's site? You know he doesn't like women." I was blown away.
Inmates, they don't get it, man. It's not even about you. Of course, you like women. You're just not controlled by women.
Yes, and
And
I'm not thirsting them like a lot of these effing simps around the country.
exactly. See, they have conflated weakness with a false version of strength, and they're trying to do that to shame us, to shame men who actually have it right. Look, man. Like again, Mace. With our mindset in Black Wall Street and Sir Ism, if we wanted to get a woman, she would already be gotten. It's not even a debate.
I'm,
If
I'm gonna let you guys rock it for a few minutes. I gotta take care of something. Go ahead, keep on talking. Ism, good afternoon, my friend. Or in your case, good morning, my brother, out in the Bay Area. I'll let you guys rock it. Go ahead. I'll be right back. Give me like
yeah,
10 minutes.
you can set it off, Ism. What's up? What's up, bro?
Hello?
Yeah, Sir Ism, you can set it
Yeah.
off, bro. Okay, while he's coming in.
Yeah, yeah, like I agree with what you were saying, man. We gotta stop. You gotta change this narrative, man. Like, there's so many different avenues all over the place where they give us this narrative for our own selves that we don't have.
What's going
That we
on?
don't
What's
get to
going
speak
on?
up for.
Yes.
Like,
Oh, what's up, bro?
what's going on, man? What's going on?
You got it. You there, Ism? He must be having a little difficulties. Yeah, bro. Look, man. Hey, hey, Black Wall Street. We ain't never had no problem with women, man. Never. Only matter of fact, the only reason that we take time off is because we have such high expectation for our own lives. We have high expectations for what we want to accomplish in life. Women are always going to be there, bro. They hover around men with that warrior mindset, so they never going to go away. Matter of fact, the brothers who know you can't push a woman away from you when your mindset and your masculinity is right. You can't push them away from you. They gonna always be
Yeah,
there, bro.
it's about. They will. Like, you have to have your mindset on what you want, because if you don't have your own mindset, then they're going to try to manipulate you in any type of way that works best for them.
Yeah.
You know how sometimes it's like you know how they'll be like, "Hey, what do you want to do?" And it's like, "I don't know. What do you want to do?" Like, if you don't set that tone, like, even if you just want to sit down, I don't want to sit down and chill in the house all day. I don't want to go anywhere. You have to set that tone. If you don't do that, then they're gonna just realize that, okay, if he's not making a decision for this, then I can manipulate him for that or that or whatever. So you always have to stick to what stick to your own values and stick to what's best for you, because if not, then you're gonna you're gonna miss out on you're gonna get taken advantage of in any type of situation when somebody realizes that you're not gonna stay up for yourself. I think everybody fell off or something. Hello? Hello? We still on? YouTube acting up again?
If you guys want to come back, come back. If you're still in the chat, because I was having some lunch, fellas. I'm sorry about that. Let me read, Laurel. Yo, if you guys are in here, get back in here, bro. Here you go. I'm back, bro. At the golf room. See what Tiger's doing today. Anybody sticking around? I'm gonna be in here for a little bit. I'm bored today. Be in here for a little bit. Well, since nobody's around, let's see who's popped up. Yo, welcome back, bro. I had turkey wings for lunch. Sorry about that. Oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna be in here for a while, man. I feel good now. I had some turkey wings and cucumber salads. I feel good, man. My brother. Black Wall Street. Well, I'm here no matter what.
You hear me?
So I hear you crystal clear now, man. Yeah, man, that was
Hold
a
on
good
a second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah, take your
I'm just
time.
gonna get back in. Hold on.
Take your time. Watching the golf here. Yeah, chilling right now. A beautiful Saturday afternoon, by the way. I guess across the entire East Coast. Hey, I missed the
Yeah.
rest of that conversation, but that must have been fun with those two in here talking. You too, bro. You don't know how much you add to my program, bro. You do a tremendous job, bro. I'm dead serious. If I can tell you're not adding nothing, trust me, the confrontation is going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, it's all about just having, bringing quality, just not about nothing to riffraff. We were having like a little conversation while you were away in the chat, just talking about like, when you're worried about, self-preservation, worried about, building yourself as a human, like those things, like women and all that kind of stuff, that stuff comes naturally. I think a lot of times people get thrown off thinking that we're thinking like we're chauvinists or we're, disrespecting women or anything. And that's not the case. We're just trying to give us our own true value because we know as men that we hold so much value ourselves.
I think
that's
women,
kind of like, a lot of people have to learn that.
I think where men and women go wrong, especially in our culture, is they don't realize that we are raised to be like what traditional men should be, while the women, on the other hand, they want to dot it up. They just want to dot it up, bro.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm just, these kids are a little rowdy right now. I'm just getting them together, but I'm listening.
Yeah, I said that the women today, they want to dot it up. They don't believe in traditional values. They look at it as, I got one life, let me do what I gotta do, let me get my peace, which is, you know what. And when they realize that what they did alienated and made good men walk away completely. And I think something I wanted to say earlier today, I'll say by the next decade, that 54% is going to go to 75%. And like I said before, and I do believe this, bro, a lot of us are going to leave. Our brothers are going to leave.
Yeah, that something's gonna give. Like I said, it's like a bubble. It's like, men are finding more value in in the things that we're trying to accomplish, and not giving it into the women as much as they used to. So like, yeah, that's starting to happen. I mean, it's unfortunate because we want to see our black men and women make it together, but right now it's just not the climate for that. And as a man, you have to protect yourself. You have to protect yourself. I mean, above all, everything else. So it's not even that you're trying to like push women away per se. It's just that you have to preserve your own your own self agency first before any type of access or anything like that. That's not as important as us as black men just building ourselves, because of the economy, the climate that we live in right now is we're at a deficit right now. So it doesn't make sense for us to the little energy, the little power that we have, to put that into other females if they're not looking out for us. Like that doesn't make
I
that
dropped
doesn't
the
make
link.
sense.
I told Hulk I dropped the link, so he's up here right now. Yeah, I do believe that, bro. In my heart of hearts, that it is so fractured between us as a culture. And the problem's going to be as time goes on. I think a lot of brothers are blinded by this. Now, Hulk, I want your opinion. We talked about it a little earlier. The women just don't get it, that they play themselves too much. You're,
Uh,
no, go ahead, bro.
yeah. Well, they don't get it, but I'm gonna take it one step further. They're not designed to get it. They're designed to take orders, to live within structure that men provide. You take away the structure and the direction that men provide, women are going to be exactly what they are now: chaotic, confused, and destructive. And that's why, as men have gotten weaker and society has stripped the rights and the authority away from men, women have gotten out of control. And that's why it's not viable to really deal with women until society is restructured to where men have their legal authority back. And that's why, you can get sex from women, because I know some people say, well, you don't like women? Bruh, sex is not the issue. You can get sex. Matter of fact, women are making it too easy for men to have sex. But men don't. You should get tired of sharing. You should get tired of, dealing with hoes. You should get tired of, all this other crap. It should get old at some point, because you're realizing what's at risk. It's not
For
about the sex.
me, no, go ahead, Hulk, and I'm going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's about what's at risk. A lot of guys are being destroyed. A lot of guys are getting STDs. And look, I have never had any of those problems. A lot of guys are having
Thank
children
God.
with women who, you just don't want to have children with, because you can't be who you need to be as easy with a disruptive women in your life. So it's not even about, just the convenience of sex. It's about everything that comes with it. So, I just think that men have to realize the situation we're in, and we need to take claim over our lives.
Yeah, you're right. And I also believe that in my heart that a lot of us are gonna flee this place, man, because I'm telling you, those two in office is gonna make an effort, like you said, on the low to take us out. And when I mean us, black men.
Yeah, because look, man, they're projecting a narrative to destroy masculinity. And
Facts.
and when black men attain their mindset in the right way, we are the epitome of masculinity when our mind is right. So when they attack masculinity, they are inadvertently attacking black men, because not these matriarchal minded guys that grow up under women and grow up to worship women. I'm talking about actual black men that actually want to enact their will to restructure society the way it was meant to be, where men have authority.
Facts. I totally agree with that.
So it's messy, man. Like, I mean, of course we knew what. See, this is an issue with black people. This issue with lip service. You get some old white politician and you get someone up there to tell you a whole bunch of lies. See, men are not supposed to be disturbed by emotion, because what comes to emotion? Lies. Men are only seeking results, the actual actions, what their track record is. We're not looking for emotion. Women are stirred by emotion. They want to feel, and that's why women are often deceived by their own choices, because they're more concerned about the feeling of something rather than what it actually proves to be. Men are not like that. We actually see things as they are when our mindset is correct, so that no amount of emotion or lies or lip service or a woman coming up with a short skirt telling you a whole bunch of nonsense, it shouldn't be able to take you off your square. It shouldn't be able to just to knock your mindset out of focus. It shouldn't do that. You can look, the beauty of a woman should not control your mind. Matter of fact,
Facts.
a woman's beauty is only beneficial when she's presenting it to a man in her right position, not to control you or destroy you, but out of honor for who you proven yourself to be as a man.
Facts. I'll tell you a little something that I don't talk about at all. But I was in love with a woman for 2 years. Just recently got it out of my system now that I realized what type of woman she is. Thank you and shout out to Evan Duncan and what's my man? Triple Lex, who gave me advice how to handle that. And the one thing that I've come to realize is that when you are a good guy and you have good intentions, they don't like it. Or they're too skeptical because they're not used to having a guy that's willing to treat them the way they should be treated. Instead, they want to be with animals.
Yeah. And you know what? That's why a woman, when she comes to me, she realizes it's my way or the highway. I don't negotiate. I don't tell her anything because I don't care about what her thought pattern is and what her desires are. When she approaches me, she's coming as a woman, and she's going to prove herself of value and of service to me, because I've already qualified myself to be a man who is deserving of those things, because I live my life up to the highest standards, and
Uh,
those are
before
mine.
before I go to Aqua Dragon, I gotta give a real special shout out to this man. Yo, Ebo Sosa. First of all, thank you for the donations to my Cash App, bro. Because again, you don't have to do it, but bro, I want to say one thing to you. Like I said to Hulk, you are one of the most revered brothers in the manosphere, bro. Excuse me. And you keep up your grind, my brother. You keep it up, bro. 'Cause I know you're working hard too, bro, with your business and when you have your platform, bro. I appreciate you, and I will always look at you as a good friend and confidant, man. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate you. He also gave a salute to you, Hulk. Aqua Dragon, what's up,
Yeah,
my brother?
respect to that, brother.
How you doing? Aqua Dragon, what's up, bro? What's up, brother? Aqua Dragon, his mic is a little out. Black Wall Street's with us. Yeah, man.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Can you
Yeah,
guys hear
yeah.
me?
Go ahead.
Oh,
How you
okay, yeah.
feel?
You know what? This is a pretty good topic, man.
Go ahead.
How about you guys were saying like we should make women our purpose. Women should be the byproduct, or they should be the accessory. A man's purpose should always be his goals, his career, himself. 'Cause at the end of the day, all you got is yourself. You know what I'm saying? Even when it comes to your family. So
Right.
when you put yourself first, and when you make yourself as your happiness, and everything else is like extra, no matter if it's there or not, you always be happy. You know what I'm saying? And also when you don't put other people like women first and all that, you won't get distracted from your purpose and you won't fuck your life up. And I'm saying that from experience. You know what I'm saying? So it is definitely a pretty good topic, that you guys have today.
I appreciate that, man. You can add to it, bro. I'm here for a while. I just had my turkey wing for lunch, bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, yours, man. Talk.
Yeah, and also women will respect you more because they see that that you got your purpose. They see that you can't put off your square and you can't be distracted or intimidated by the and you're steady firm sign of masculinity, and that's what they are attracted to on a biological high level. You know what I'm saying? And also they respect you more, they desire you more because they see you as a valuable man. Versus a man who's always under her, text calling her, just be extra thirsty, just making her his world and shit, or making his whole world about her, on the pedestal. She don't respect that. She said that's weakness, and she can't trust you, as a provider, true protector, because you putting her as like above. You know what I mean? So that's why you should always be on your square, be on your purpose yourself, and when you deal with a woman, she has to qualify to be with you, not the other way around. So you know what? If she qualified to be part of my program, you know what I'm saying? Can she adapt to my situation? Is she built for my domain? If she's not built for it, then hey, I don't want her. So that's the mindset that's men gotta have. And that's the mindset that we should have. That's gonna put us in a power position and make us the greater version of ourselves as men.
Outstanding.
So that's my take on it.
Outstanding, bro.
Yeah, I get a round of applause for that one. That was pretty much putting it in a nutshell right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's everything in a nutshell. I think if we guys focus on ourselves, that stuff will happen naturally. We won't have to spend so much time worrying about game and all these other type of things when we build ourselves, and that'll be a byproduct of it.
And let me add to it. Let me tell you how even women know our right value, even though they lie to themselves. Women are talking about I want to be empowered and secure the bag, but have we ever asked ourselves what do women want all this money and power for? You know what they do? They get all this wealth and they amass all this empowerment just to be under a man they want. So they still telling you that they just want a man. It's just that they're trying to overqualify themselves the wrong way for a man that because they're indoctrinated with the world. They think that a man that offers them the world is the right thing, but at the end of the day, they still just want to be powerful so they can go under a certain kind of man.
How many times, because I stand by my values as a man, and I wish you guys was in here a couple of weeks ago when I had what makes a man's man, and this room was packed. And why guys was in here? Because there's nothing against Kevin Samuels, so I don't want people to say, "Oh, Kevin, you heard what this guy said?" To me, what makes a man's man is when you're handling your own business. Like there's a brother in here, and he's not in here today. That you guys are not going to believe what I'm about to tell you. This brother has paid over $175,000 of his hard-earned money on child support, bro.
Hope the kid was his.
I don't know, man. I just know that when somebody does that, bro, you can look at it a number of ways, but to me, that is an honorable man. And that day, I told people, and I'm not ashamed of this, when it comes to women, I take the L, bro. And there's no shame about it. You find other things to do. It's like I tell young guys, find hobbies to do. Stop chasing something that doesn't want you. And a lot of black men fail in that. They do. I mean, play video games if that's what it makes you happy, bro. If you're not chasing the dream, bro, find something else to do.
Yeah.
You guys agree with that?
I definitely agree, especially as black men, because we think as a man or we date us is feminine companionship or sex. They think that that's what makes us high value, and that's why black men will make fun of other men for you don't get no pussy, huh? You're lame, all that little dumb ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just crazy. The whole time I'm not getting pussy, but I'm working on my empire. I'm building myself. Are you doing
facts?
You know what I'm saying? So to me, that's lame. For pussy or not on your.
Yeah, and
Because
I'll add to it.
good.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna add to it. Here's the thing, man. The mindset of an adolescent. When you're just coming into manhood, the novelty of sex with a woman seems important because, and then and especially once you've indulged in it and you understand it. But see, the thing is, as men grow, our minds should sharpen. Your body doesn't weaken, your desires doesn't weaken, but your mind sharpens. So your focus becomes more refined. So you understand that, it's not about, just having sex with a woman. It's about what real value does this woman have in your life? Is she actually helping you to keep an environment where sex doesn't cost you anything? Because a lot of guys have negative consequences from their sexual interactions with women, whether it be their peace of mind, their finances. All of these things are coming at the cost. Now, they're still getting sex, but is women breaking your pockets? Do you have a peaceful household? Is she disruptive? Is she taking your productivity away? See, these are the things where we cannot compromise. Because sex
Yeah.
is gonna, guys are gonna get sex when they want it. That shouldn't be a problem unless you blind, deaf, and dumb. If you want sex, this is the easiest time in history to get it. Women are actually too much of hoes these days, and that's what makes it scary because that explains the risk that guys have to deal with. I mean, just the STD rate alone should make men be a little cautious out here because even condoms don't protect you from everything.
I agree what you're saying. I add this too, which to me is what you're saying, but I'm gonna do it in a different direction, more than the sex. What will worry me if I'm a guy is what's her body count, number one. Number two, who the hell is she effing with when you're not around or you're doing your grinding and your purpose?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Facts.
because let's be honest, most of these women that these guys are trying to live for are not sitting around praying, waiting for a man. They're out there actively running through the neighborhood, running through the city, you know, doing all accumulating that body count, and then expect a man that has invested in his whole life to just overlook all of that and prioritize her. That's how they see you. Now men have to reject that. Qualify yourself worthy of a woman who's going to do what you want her to do, and who's not going to bring a lot of drama, a lot of disease, a lot of filth into your life. And if that means, and look, the whole issue is there's not a lot of women to qualify that. So that should mean that more men, as their mind matures, they should be having more time to develop themselves. Because as you get older, your quality of women should go up. Why do you want the hoe that everybody can get that has all the risks?
There
That's
you
just going to
go.
get a baby to get on child support. Why you want that?
Nope. And I'll go a step further. And I want Hawk and Aqua to answer the comment on this. Again, I think the body count is very important for a man. You should ask that first. Because, like I tell guys, if a woman gets all mad about it right off the bat, she has a high body count. Don't waste your time. But if a woman tries to make up a number, she's phony, bro. She's faking it. But when a woman come out and say, "Well, I slept with about 70 dudes," walk away. Aqua?
They're never
Yeah,
gonna say
yeah.
that though.
Yeah, I definitely agree because somebody used the analogy, if a key can open up a bunch of locks, it's a master key, right? But if a lock is opened up by any key, it's locked. So when it comes to the women's genitals, it's different, with them because they can first of all they can easily get sex easier than anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Two, that's sacred because that's where she bears children and that's where she gives birth. You know what I'm saying? So, so I think it's more sacred when she just don't give it to in your body a bunch of people because it brings value. You know what I mean? Versus a woman who just mess around and have sex with any old body and she just ran through. So you know, if 80 guys can get it, I was just bad. you get what God only a God. I mean, yeah. But look, you gotta realize a woman ain't gonna be honest. Any body count, most of them, especially they know it's kind of high. So that's why I don't really ask her that question. I'm more like, listen, are you experienced? Are you
Eric
clear?
Black, come up. Yeah.
Can you be faithful in a relationship? That's all that matters to me because, like I said, they're not gonna be truly honest about their body. So I don't
Yep.
even know
Facts. And let's say you're gonna have sex with a woman, right? With that type of
Mm-hmm.
woman, you can easily tell, bro, just by how dried up her shit is down there. You know what I'm saying? Salute to
Mm-hmm.
you,
Well,
General. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? How's your Saturday going?
what's going on? What's going on?
We're
What's
good,
going on?
What's
man.
happening?
We're good, sir. How are you?
I'm good, man. I had to come into the office this afternoon just for an hour or so. I had stuff I had to deal with. Hey, listen, no, not you, brother. As I'm listening to the conversation and I'm hearing a lot of the same sentiments, I want you guys to take note of what I'm about to tell you, and you have
Yes,
to
sir.
use this. You have to start saying this and understanding this. Women only want equality. They only want things to be equal, and they only want equality as long as they have the advantage. Do you guys understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
They
Mm-hmm.
they only talk about equality. Oh, we're equal, and I can do what a man can do, and I can do all this other jazz, right? I don't need a man for
Mm-hmm.
nothing but this, that, and the third. Okay, but as soon as the heavy lifting starts, guess what they do? They stand back, put their hands on their hips, and say, "Can you help me do this, that, and the third?" It's gonna come a time, and it's fastly approaching. It's gonna come a time when the tables are going to flip. See, right now we're in a power struggle, right? Right now, what's happening, not just in the black community, but because I'm talking about black people, my people, yeah. Um, you have to understand that we're in a power struggle. And the power struggle that we're in is this whole equality thing. Now, as the political tables start to turn and grind and the wheels and jobs get lost and, it gets harder for people to make a living, watch what happens. You're going to have a lot of women that don't want to turn on OnlyFans. You're going to have a lot of women that don't want to, start selling the peace sleeve out of both legs. They're going to start coming back to the negotiation table.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing it right now in the military. I got a lot of single women I know that I work with that have been in the military for 15, 20, 25 years, and they're willing to come back to the negotiation table. And I've had conversations with them. And I said, well, but damn, you changing up all of a sudden. 3 years ago, since I've been knowing you, you didn't need a man. You could do it for yourself.
And then
Now
let me
all of a
add to that,
sudden,
and I'm gonna give it right back to you.
you're ready to now. Okay, go ahead.
Now I'm gonna say this to what you're saying, and I got news for these women. The plague ain't going away for a long time. New York is totally shut down now, General. Believe it or not, shut down again. They shut it down last night. And they're already bracing for a third wave of this shit in the spring. Continue, General.
The plague is only the plague is only about, in my opinion, the plague is only about 40% of the problem that's happening in the society today. All right, it's only about 40%. It's not yet, and that's a big percentage of how we live
Come
life
up, baby girl.
and how we
Mhm,
cohabitate. Okay, that's a large percentage.
mhm,
The other side of that is economics. Jobs are going away by the thousands.
mhm.
This has already been planned because of automation, because of technology,
Yeah,
right?
I
So
said
jobs are
that
going to go
earlier.
away.
Yeah,
There's
me and Hawk was
you no
talking about that
longer
earlier.
you no longer need a secretary. Secretaries were traditional roles filled traditionally by women. You no longer need well, they don't like the word secretary. They call it an executive assistant. You no longer need executive assistants anymore. These large corporations, these large companies, they're doing away with all of this, having somebody sit at the reception now.
Oh, I'll take care of that, General. Eric, you
What
go
is
out
that?
there. Oh, that's one of my man's kids. He's babysitting his
Okay,
kids today.
Oh
okay.
yeah, my fault, y'all. We're at the playground
So
right now.
Oh, okay, I got you. Don't worry about it.
so
Hey,
you
I'm,
no
I'm listening.
longer
I know.
So you no longer, so these large corporations, these oil fields with these, you know, some black women sitting there, some white women sitting there. It's gonna be a crunch, and they no longer need to do that. You know why? Because they have automation now. They have the internet now, which can receive phone calls and tell you to push one for this person into this number to speak to this person. So those jobs are going away, right? One in
Mm-hmm.
5 jobs that have been lost have been in the restaurant field, right? In the service field. 1 in 5 jobs, bro. That's a lot of jobs. So when you start dividing down the numbers, if you don't have a skilled trade, a trusted skilled trade, if you didn't go to school to become a CNA, or you didn't get your nursing degree, or you didn't become an RN or LPN, or you're not a teacher, you're not, you know, something where it's in a field where it's needed, you're going to be hurting.
I agree.
More so than men. You know why? And this is what they don't understand. More so than men, and here's the reason why. Because there are still physically demanding jobs available for men.
Mhm.
The highway department, they're hiring like crazy across the entire United States of America. They need truck drivers. They need heavy machine operators. So men are
Facts.
always going to be able to find work, right?
Mhm.
I agree.
We're always going to be able to find employment. So I give it, my timeline is 3, 5, and 7 years. This is what I say. Over the course of the next 3 years, before the next presidential election, watch how many women are going to want to come back, not just black women, but all women, but in particularly black women, because that's who I'm interested in the most. I hate when I'm in conversation, especially when there's a female on the panel, and the first thing they say is, well, all women do that. I don't give a fuck about all women.
There you go.
I don't.
I'm the same way, General.
I only
Facts.
care about the women that I'm interested in mating and dating with, and that just happens to be black women. I'm
I'm
only
the same
interested,
way.
and then they'll turn around, and here's the hypocrisy. They'll turn around and say, "Well, when are black men gonna put black? Well, y'all don't put black people first." Well, I'm putting black women first ahead of every other woman.
Facts.
Yeah. So what do you mean?
Yeah, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just, I agree with it, with the general saying,
Back on you
and
next.
and it's actually, like he said, it's actually happening right now, and they are, they do play the victim situationally when it benefits them, and I think that, like, you don't even have to get mad at them. You just have to continue to focus and continue to just improve your life, because
Facts.
like the general said, their life is crumbling. Their jobs that they could have just wasted in the economy. A lot of women just had space filling jobs to meet affirmative action demands. Being a double minority and all that stuff. They just filled jobs to meet a quota. They didn't really have an actual purpose of the job. Not to diminish all women, but a lot of women did. The government did that. That's why the government is full of black women. And as the government starts to shed fat, and like automation and all these other things and AI and all this stuff starts to take over, unless you have a technical field, or you can help with the infrastructure, like the heavy lifting, like the general said, you're not, women don't want to do that work. They're not going to do that work. They're not going to put their bodies are not designed to have that kind of labor intensively for a long time. So, they're already starting to come back to the table talking about, I want to get married and all this crap, when, it was first about empowerment and I'm an independent single woman and all this stuff. And now they starting to change their tune a bit. And see, like I said, that's not going to affect me, because, marriage in this system is not marriage as it was designed, where men have legal authority. And women can change that, but they won't be, because they're not going to give away
Mhm.
their leverage.
That's what we spoke about earlier, me and you. That I said that the sisters are not going to change. People, men, brothers think they are. They're not. They're going to
I
stay
somewhat
to status
disagree.
quo.
I somewhat
Right.
disagree because the
Oh,
reason why, because remember the moment this pandemic happened, that thing shut down, a lot of brothers were saying, yo, a bunch of women from I ain't talked to in over a year hit me up out of nowhere, hey, big, how you doing? And all that shit. Like you just getting hit up for talking to the wild. You know why? Because Nathan, at the end of the day, um, shut down. I'm lonely. You know what I'm saying? And it was getting worried that shit might pop off because this is a whole new way of living that we haven't seen before. Last time, like over 100. So women was looking for protection, for companionship because everything was shut down. So yeah, so so some women, black women, did like start to act right when this shit happened though. You know what I'm saying? Some of them did, but oh my god,
Yeah,
maybe
if I
do need a man. Go ahead.
if I can qualify that, because I understand what you're saying, and when I say they're not going to change, they're going to pretend. They're going to pretend. But I'm talking about being genuine about it. Like what it's like women who, when you first meet them, I like to cook. I'll cook and clean, and they'll do that for the to get you in the door.
Yep.
And then once you
That's
get
true too.
once you get comfortable, once they get comfortable and they think, so I'm locked in now, then that true nature is going to come out where they can try to get over and try to just situation.
Spiritual
Back
life.
in
That's
the
true.
back in the
You know what's
90s.
crazy? That when I see a woman, if I go on a date like on Coffee Meets Bagel or some shit, and I meet a chick who does that shit, I automatically like the antennas go up, man. Because it's like you see a woman when someone's naturally into some site. So say if there's a girl who's really into sports, you could tell, right? But sometimes you get around women, they're like, oh yeah, I love it. And it's like, in what area, what universe do any of you and your boys, right, go around saying, oh, I love it. It's like, yo, I know you lying. I know you don't like
because you tried to. Exactly, yeah.
And you know what the funny thing is? It's like, oh, yo, so, it's crazy. Like, Francisco Lindor, man, like, damn, man, I wish he would have hit blah, 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 blah. She would be like, yeah, he plays for like the Dodgers, right? And he's like, all right. I'm out of here. You know what I mean? You guys make excellent points. I would just say, when I struggle with this every day, man. Because I get pressure from my family. Oh, why don't you? What is the contractual benefit for a man to get married? Because when I look at it, right, there's nothing for him to gain because it's a contract between two. First of all, the government shouldn't be involved in marriages, period. I don't understand why you have to get a license to say you are married, to say that you are in love and you love somebody else, right? You love
1913, because of the Tax Revenue Act of 1913. That's when the marriage certificates come in. It's all about money.
Oh no, right. I meant this as a rhetorical whatever question. I 1,000,000,000%. So why in society they basically shame men into getting married because they put out all the emotional, oh, you're not married, you don't. And don't get me wrong, I think if you have a child, I think that you need to be in a bond and a strong bond with the woman that you're procreating with, right? I don't believe in having kids willy-nilly and not having that family structure. But just on the contractual side of a marriage, right? Why is it that, I mean, we understand why they do it. But why do men keep falling for it where they get pressured into these marriages? Because I have coworkers who cheat on their wives all the time, right? And I'm just like, all right, you go through all the struggle to cheat on your wife. I understand guys need side pussy, whatever, but you legit don't like your wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you get married to go through the stress? I have a. I'm not gonna say, well, you're not watching this, but I have a lawyer that works at my company, right? Cool dude, all this shit, right? Was this close to divorcing his wife. I think she's another lawyer too. But she makes I think just as much in the court. I guess in New York, he would have when they all came down, he would have had to pay more to her. And literally, I remember we went out for a Christmas party. He was like, "Yo, man, I got to get away, blah blah." So we just went out to the bars or shit, try to get some new chicks, whatever. Literally, maybe say 2 weeks after the start of New Year, this dude was like, I gotta stay with him, man. I'm like, wait, what? This dude was talking about how much he needs to get away from us. Like he's done. He's like, yo, bro, it's cheaper to keep him, man. I said, wow.
Yeah, just play on the side. Make her your side chick instead of you get side chicks, but you feel it.
But he's stuck in that situation because of the money.
Of course, divorce. Well, he has to pay out.
Well,
and child support. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. In the modern era, this is why in over the course of the last decade, marriage has gone down dramatically by 53%. And divorce is up by 55% in this country. right? And I believe the numbers, now that the official numbers have actually come out for the decade, I believe it's a little more lopsided than
Yeah,
it has
share
been
the link
before.
with Mahogany.
Okay. Now, let me tell you this. This is why you have a lot of younger men in this society. I've been through my fair share of marriages and divorces, and everybody knows that's well documented. I don't have any shame in my game. I did what I did. I take full responsibility for them. The deal is a lot of men have learned, and it takes some men longer than others to learn. Just like it takes some women longer than others to learn when they're in say, for example, an abusive relationship, right? It takes some
Yeah, you
women
could do that too,
a
beautiful.
long time to learn how to get out. For brothers, the new modern generation, they learn. They're like, ain't no benefit in marriage. This is what I want you to do. Start, and when you have these conversations, wherever you may go, whatever platforms you go to, right? If you have your own platform, ask, and there are women who come, ask them this simple question: what is it in today's modern era, 2020 going into 2021, that black women, and particularly women, but black women in particular, what are they doing, or what, more importantly, are they not doing that would make a man want to propose a monogamous, marriageable relationship with them? Ask them that question. What are you doing? What are women doing or not doing to get men to want to ask for their hand in marriage? Ask them, and they can't tell you.
Mhm.
It's not that they don't know, it's that they don't want to tell you because they know. It's really, really very fucking simple. When we go on, we talk about this whole protection piece. You want black men, by and large, to just jump up and protect random black women that they don't know. When on the flip side of that,
Thank
random
you.
black women are not willing to just give random black men respect. The first thing they'll tell you is, I don't have to respect you. The only one I have to respect is my
Facts.
man. So therefore, and it's not a tit for tat, it just makes logical sense as a man looking at it from logic. Why should I put my neck on the line for you when I don't know you? When you're not even willing to
Mhm.
give me common decency of general respect? Why? This is
I
what this is what we're up against in society, right? When you ask, what does a woman bring to the table? What do you bring into my bubble as a man? And
Facts. I
they'll
said
tell
that earlier this morning, General.
and you know what they'll tell you? They'll tell you that, but it depends on what the man wants. No, there's a baseline of things, and I'll tell you,
Exactly.
there's a baseline of things that every man wants from a woman. It's very basic shit. Now, it may vary. My list may be
Right.
smaller than yours, or it may be larger than yours. For example, I'll give you something real quick and share a little knowledge with you. You know, not that you guys don't know this, because I'm quite sure you do. There are 6 basic principles that men generally bring into a woman's bubble. The first one is protection.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The next one is provisions. Right. The next one is discipline. The next one will be organization.
Mm-hmm.
The next one will be leadership.
Mm-hmm.
The next one will be guidance.
Mm-hmm.
And then those are the 6, right? 4, 5, 6. That's what every man, if you are a man, these are the things in the way in which most men live their lives. And I'll tell you why. When I see a man and his car is dirty, nasty, filthy, when he steps out of that car and I'm looking at his clothes and his clothes are not clean, or, you know, they're all wrinkled and fucked up, that's an unorganized man, in my opinion. That's an undisciplined man, in my opinion. That's a man who does not understand what leadership is, and he can't guide anyone. Only person he has a sense of protection for is himself. The only person he has a sense of providing for is himself. So a lot of women don't see these things, right? You take any woman, and this is how and it worked for me in the past. This is how, as a single man, I vet women. You invite me over to your place. Your living room is going to be clean, spotless, span. I get it. Your bedroom is going to be clean, spotless, span. I get it. Your bathroom may be clean, spotless, span. I got it. But when you open her closet and you look in the bottom of that fucking closet, and she got a mound of shoes, heels, all that shit just thrown in the bottom of the closet, that you might want to question yourself because she doesn't have the basic things. She's not
Right.
organized. right? She may be clean and all that good stuff, but she's not organized. Most women don't understand what organization is. And if she's not organized, she's not willing to accept your discipline. You know why? Because it takes discipline to be organized. So then it becomes a domino
Good
effect.
point.
She'll accept your. Most women, when you ask them, what is it that a man is supposed to do? What do you think a man is? The first thing what's the first word out of their mouth? A man is a provider. A man is a protector. But when you start talking about he's to provide what? Well, he's to provide
General, I got
discipline,
something to read to you. Give it
organization,
right back to you. General, I'm gonna give it right
leadership,
back.
and guidance. Go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna give it right back to you. The beautiful and welcome here today, both Mahogany Roots and the gorgeous Pretty Kelly. And Pretty Kelly directed this at you, General. Do you believe there are more high quality black men
Somebody
than
got noise. I can't hear you. Okay, go
okay,
ahead.
I'll say it again. She says there are more quality black men than there are high quality black women. It seems like when the general is comparing and contrasting, he's comparing a HQ black man to a low Q black woman. Go ahead, General, answer that from the beautiful
No,
PK.
no. That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing at all. What I'm telling you is just general principles of how men and women differ from one another. That's all I'm telling you. You can have both even high quality people. Let's say both the man and the woman is of high quality, right? They're both educated, they're
Mm-hmm.
both career orientated, they're both, they have everything in their lives and in their lined up, right? But when you get down to the basic domestic skill levels, they're not there. Basic
Facts.
domestic skills are not there, don't exist.
I'm not going to leave this platform today until she comes up. She says she's going to come up when she get a chance.
Can I say
You
something
have
real quick on that, real quick? What you said. Also, I think that what people confuses when we talk about what a high quality man, what a high quality woman, we conflate the criteria for both, right? So when we think about a high quality man, we think of a guy who has, a solid job, career, has his head on straight, you know, maybe has a house, has some money, he's doing things right. And we think of high quality woman, we automatically try to put the same thing and say, all right, it's a college educated woman, she has money. Well, no, right? Because if a man is a provider and all that stuff, right, then obviously high quality would be that he can provide, right? That he's a protector, that he's strong minded, right? He has money, he has security, all that stuff, right? But then when you come to a woman, you know, a woman's naturally a nurturer, right? And you working, not to say women should not work. Obviously, women should have great careers if they want, blah, blah. But being a high quality woman doesn't necessarily mean you have the so-called quote unquote great job, this, blah, blah. I think with a high quality woman is also, I think that more so comes from, how you treat people, right? When you see a
Facts.
high quality woman, there are a lot of high quality women do not have a college education, who do not have lucrative jobs, who do not have a bunch of Birkin bags and all that stuff, right? They are women that they take care of the family. They have you could see them when you speak to certain women. Their disposition is like, wow, yeah, she's she could make people laugh. She's charismatic. She's warm. It doesn't feel fake. It doesn't feel phony. What I mean? She's somebody who actually cares genuinely for people. I mean? That's a high quality woman, and that necessarily doesn't mean that she has a big job, whatever. So I think that when we say what a high quality woman is, for both men and women, I'm not coming at women. I think we have to properly understand what is high quality for both, because there are a lot of women out there who are trying to chase. Like, you meet them, you go on dates with them, and the first thing they want to do is talk about their job, or I work for here, blah blah. And you be
I
like,
got a PhD.
yeah, and I'm like, what's your point? Like, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm trying to understand where you're getting at. And a lot of these beautiful women, you'll see them. Go on Coffee Meets Bagel, beautiful woman at like 37, 40.
I was about to
She's a
go.
lawyer, she's a banker, and she's gorgeous. And you're just like, why? How are you single? And it's like, oh, okay, she's trying to chase what she think is high quality, and she doesn't get that till late. That is not what she thinks she's chasing. So,
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, oh, okay. Oh, you know what? And added to
Yeah, go
that,
ahead, Aqua.
added to that, as us men, we generally don't care about how much money she's making and all that, because that's not what we look for in a woman. You know what I'm saying? And what a high quality woman is, how feminine she is, how nurturing she is, how sweet she is, her person. You know what I'm saying? Her motherliness. You know what I'm saying? How submissive. how we encourage. That's what we care about because those are the inner things that will, make us better. The things that they can last. That, like you said, looks don't last forever, and tight puts don't last forever. So those are the things that we biologically look for, and that's where we're biologically attracted. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I attract.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Hey,
I wanted
listen,
to chime in really quick. I just want to say something real fast. A lot of what you guys are saying, what you guys have to realize is that for them, for a lot of women in our society, unfortunately, they'd rather have what they have now than have a well functioning relationship. They like to have the upper hand in the situation, the way things are going for them now. They rather have the job and the shoes, and I could throw my pile of shoes, in my closet, but I know dudes are still gonna want me, because of my physical whatever. And then that's what a lot of women are valuing now. They don't value the having a good man next to them or having like a stable relationship. They just don't value it. And a lot of men have to come to grips that there are a lot of women out there that are like that. Stop worrying about like, why are they not focusing on being good women? Why are they more focused on their job and stuff like that? Well, the reason is because that's what they care about more than a good relationship. You see it right there in front of you. You see what they're putting their value to. You see what they're not putting their value to. And when you see that, you understand that. You have to just realize, okay, you know what? Let me take off my rose-colored glasses and stop thinking that they actually do care about having a relationship, because if they did, they would show it. We have to start thinking about building up ourselves, like Spiritual Logic was talking about. Because when you build yourself up, you're automatically going to attract the type of woman who wants something like that. But if you're not worried about that, then you're gonna fall for anybody that's shaking their ass or showing their butt or worried about their degrees and their accolades, as opposed to being a good woman.
Exactly.
And to the General's point, I think one thing, just to add, when General's talking about when you look in a woman's closet and you see her shoes, also one thing to do once you see that, if you can, right? If she talks about student debt, that she's still paying off student debt, or she got this and that, but you got Birkin bags and Tory Burch and all that stuff, that means that her priorities are not straight. And that like the General said, that whole cleaning up the bedroom and keeping the house clean, all that stuff, again, is a big ass trap. Because when you hear a lot of women, it's like, all right, you got all it's fine to have all these degrees, but if you're going out, you're buying Tory Burch, you're buying Birkin bags, you're buying the red bottoms, all this stuff to stunt out, but you got 50, 60, 70, 100 grand, 120 grand in student debt. And I'm just like, so are you planning on using your credit to buy a house anytime? So like, where are your priorities at? Not to say I've asked people that, but it's like, you do that test, like what the General said, man. Once you get how much debt they pay, you see where their priorities are, man.
Yeah, before I let the next person continue, whoever's going to jump in. Pretty Kelly, I guess it's directing this at you, Legion. She says, I'm going off on your definitions of high quality women. If that's how you define a high quality woman, that you're comparing and contrasting low quality black women to high quality black men. And Mahogany says black women can't win. If she works at McDonald's, she's told to shut up, and you work at McDonald's. If she has a law degree, she's told to shut up, you're bragging. I can't with some of these guys.
Wait, how many?
Okay.
How many?
I wanted to answer that.
Yeah, let Black Wall Street answer it. Then you can, Legion.
Sorry about that.
No, I think the problem is men aren't worried so much about what your profession is and what you do. It's how do you respect us or not. I think that a lot of women are using those things as reasons to disrespect men. Because of their job, I can talk to any man type of way, or because of my position, what I am, I feel that I shouldn't have to be there for a man. I shouldn't have to take care of my man because I have this job. That's where the problem lies, and it's not your profession. I would love to see a woman do well for herself, especially one that's trying to do something that whatever her passion is or whatever drives her. And she, that's what I try to portray to my daughter. So of course I would want that. But the problem is that you also have to respect the men that you want as well.
Oh, that guy, General.
I can't hear what
Yeah, but it's just a matter of. Oh, yeah, you go ahead. I was just saying that, it's a matter of respect. It's a matter of how you treat the man and what you look for in a man. Like, I want to know, just from the ladies in the audience, like, what is your definition of a high value woman? Like, what do you what do you consider a high value woman's trait? You know, what does that entail? What traits does that woman have?
Oh, go ahead. And while you're doing that, I want women to come up. Pretty
All right.
Kelly, come up if you want, and of course Mahogany, come up. Go ahead, Hawk.
Okay, yeah, Black Wall Street said it very concisely, and you know, it's interesting because a woman bringing up her career that doesn't have value to a man who's already established.
Facts.
We don't that the only reason a woman would bring that up to a man is if she wanted to use that like Black Wall Street as leverage not to perform her feminine qualifications or feminine duties to a man which has a certain role, a certain position. Now I would tell women, if you reject the role that femininity gives women, then don't seek a relationship, because the consequences of that is like Ramil would say, you're going to be pumped and dumped. And that's cool. If you just want to deal with that, that's what happens when you reject the role that a woman's designed to be in. It has nothing to do with your career. When you want to put your degree, like the general said, if you want to play the equality game, then a man doesn't have to do anything for you. But if you want to accept it,
I wanted to chime in, right? I'm glad you said that, and I'm gonna give it.
Oh,
back
you got it, bro.
I'm gonna give it back to you. I just told you, and I'll say it again for the two ladies in the chat, respectfully to both of them. I want them to tell me or tell us, what is it? Answer the question. What are black women doing, or not, what are they not doing to afford them the opportunity to be proposed to and be taken care of by a solid, strong black man? What are they doing, or what are they not doing? You know what? They won't tell you that. And the reason why they won't tell you that is because they'll say, well, it's not up for me to speak for every woman. I'm not asking. We're talking about generality here, in general. All right? In general. If you want to know who you cannot criticize, ask yourself who you cannot question. You can't question a black woman.
Nope.
You can't say, well, why do black women wear weave or a bunch of makeup when they don't have to? Because a lot of them are naturally beautiful in my eyes.
Beautiful.
Why? And they'll go flap the fuck off. Man, you sound like a female talking about weave and makeup. Well, it's because we're kind of sick and tired of seeing it. It's because some of you are overdoing it. I'm not talking about, and I know some very beautiful women, even in the military. They overdo it.
Yeah.
They overdo it.
Can I say
They
something real
cut their
quick?
goddamn eyebrows off and then draw them back on. And who does that? They pick out all their own eyelashes and then go down there and buy these half-inch long ass flapping eyelashes and stick them on. That's clown shit. Who does that? Ask them this question. Would they deal with a man who wears a fake beard? Because beards are in now. The beard game. I know. First time I found out about it was about 2013. I was in New York and I had a battle buddy of mine, and he had a shaving profile, and I was like, damn man, how the fuck you get your beard over the course of a weekend, so damn thick and good? He was like, he just used to look at me and laugh, and like, oh man, because I didn't know until we was in the city in New York. He was like, yo man, I'm gonna tell you how I do it. You getting all these compliments. I mean, beard is on fleek, on point. Oh, hey, your beard is so nice. Ha, ha, ha. He was like, let me show you how I do it, man. He peeled that shit off. I was like, what in the fuck?
Yo, the general.
But you know what they'll say? Well, it's different for men and women. No, it ain't different. It's the same shit.
Oh, the general, you forgot, man. You also forgot the hairpiece for the fade. You forgot the dreads. You did a lot of add-on clips for men that I'm just like, yo, dogs, are you
Kelly, you next, baby.
But just because I think it was Mahogany who said, why are you comparing the low quality? Again, why do we think that a woman who may not have a high level job, whatever, she's low quality? She's not a low quality to men. And again, there's a reason. Look, Patrice O'Neal said it best, right? He's my favorite comedian of all time. He said there's a reason why a guy like George Clooney, right? Some of these stars, they'll date a woman who's working at McDonald's, right, or whatever. But a superstar woman would not date that guy because the man is looking like, yo, baby, don't worry. I'm gonna build us both up. There's a king and a queen system, right? I'm the king, so my kingdom got to be good. So if you good, I'm good. So it don't matter if you work at McDonald's. Why do you think a lot of these former guys that used to be like in the Beatles or whatever, they have these wives and you come to find out the wife was a freaking a librarian or some dumb shit, not say dumb shit, but some job that's not as big as her and she's getting a big ass payday in divorce. It's because a man doesn't look at a woman's money and say, ooh, yeah, He's looking at like, yo, yo, if we good, yo, if my girl's draped out in this, she's, you know, living off my money or living off my wealth, my success, and we both doing good. We all, the whole family's good. But a woman ain't gonna live like that. My aunt said it. She's like, look, if you get into any relationship with a woman, never, ever, ever let her depend on her. Never, ever let her support you, right? Because she's gonna grow tired of it. She's gonna grow sick of it. The only people that feel good.
Hold that point. I want to welcome the beautiful, pretty Kelly up here. Any opinions about this, my lady?
Hi, so my voice is like almost.
It's okay.
Bear with me. I mean, I can answer a bunch of questions that he had. I'll wait till he asks them again. But I just wanted to touch on something because I said it in the chat, but I feel like it's getting lost in translation. So I never said that a woman's job defines her as being high quality or how much money she makes. I didn't say that. I'm going off of your definition, right? A woman who is feminine, a woman who is a helpmate, a woman who's respectful of her man and takes leadership, and right? That woman that listens, that woman that you would consider to be high quality, right? There is no way you are comparing her when you say the things that you're saying. When you say the things that you're saying, you're speaking of the complete opposite, right? Which would be a low quality woman. So why are you comparing quality Black men to low quality Black women? Because many of us have a habit of doing that, right? Like everyone wants to look down to say who they're better than. They want to say, you know, the alcoholic is better than the crackhead is better than the child molester. Why don't you compare yourself to, you know what I mean? Why don't you talk about the women that you feel are high quality instead of comparing it to losers? Like, why are you doing that? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
I'm confused. I don't know where the loser part with the women came from. I said that when we look at what a high quality woman is as a man, right? I guess I can't speak. I'm not speaking for women. I'm saying as a man, what men look for in women is not the same thing that women look for in men. But you have a lot of women who are chasing and thinking that, oh, if I have this and that, it's supposed to impress the man because that's what the man uses to impress a woman. And it just doesn't work that way. What I bring to the table to impress you, you trying to replicate what I do is not going to attract me. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say that a woman is a bum. I mean, a woman is a high quality if she doesn't have it. You can have a great job and be a high quality woman. But if you're coming to a situation where you're telling a guy, oh, I do this, I do that, like you're like putting out there is like, okay, okay, you work, okay, what else do you have? A personality? Do you have? And they don't offer any of that. And it's like, all right, well, I don't consider you working at a great job necessarily high quality. I don't give a shit about that. I mean, it's great, good for you, support yourself, but in attracting me, it doesn't attract me. I don't give a shit. That's
no,
not to
I understand that completely.
You know, like you shouldn't be just not doing anything at home, but you know, your job doesn't necessarily mean high quality. Necessarily, that's
I understand that, but I'm not talking about the jobs right now. Like that, I didn't bring up that. What I was saying was, for example, when you speak or touch on almost any topic, and it's not just you, but other people on the panel, when you speak or touch on any topic and you speak about how the Black woman isn't compliant, the Black woman doesn't understand your vision, the Black woman isn't a helpmate, you are not referring to high quality Black women as per your definition. So why are you comparing and bringing in the conversation low quality Black women? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I think
okay. I'll give you that.
Right.
I'll give you that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, brother. I'll give you that answer. It's because we're not comparing Section 8 women to women who are career gold and to lawyers and women that are doctors, that are in civil service jobs, that are nurses, that are bank tellers. We're not comparing those two. That's not the contrast.
No, I'm not saying that is. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's being missed again.
Okay. Well, you're trying to make it as though we're trying to compare the bottom of the barrel females to the cream of the crop females.
No. The bottom of the barrel Black women to high quality Black men. That's what's being compared. So, I mean, I don't care what the conversation is right now. Like, let's just say the conversation was why women don't listen at home or something of that nature. And the way you talk about the Black women who don't listen, you obviously are not referring to high quality Black men. So since that's the case, why not keep that in mind and also refer to those men who are of low quality?
Can I ask Pretty Kelly a question?
I just need to know.
I'm very
In your mind, what
Hope
is
Mahogany
a
next.
high quality? What would you classify as a high value or high quality black man? In your mind, what does that look like? What does he look like to you? How does he act? What does he have? What does he bring into your bubble?
For me,
Explain that.
for me personally, honestly, is not going to be what it is for other people. And with the question being directed at you guys, I'm not going off of my definition because that wouldn't be fair. I'm going off of your definition, right? So how you guys say, okay, a black man is supposed to protect, provide, give guidance, all of these things, which we do know not all black men are even capable of. Correct.
Ouch.
So since that's the case, that means there are low quality in our demographic and there are high quality within
But
our
we
demographic.
understand that.
Okay, let me.
But we
Okay.
understand that. I
No,
need
no,
you
but
to
since you
speak.
understand that, I'm just
I
trying to
need
understand
you.
why
I
you
need
Pretty,
you.
pretty Cal, I can answer your question, Pretty Cal.
Okay, but I need you, Pretty Kelly, to speak to the question that I asked you. I asked you to give us a definition, whether it's yours or not, or in general, what you think or what the generality of a high quality black man would be,
a
so that
high
we can
quality
get an
black
understanding
man.
here.
Okay, a high quality black man would have leadership mentality, completely in every aspect. Would
Didn't I mention
be
that? Wasn't that one of the baseline?
definitely.
Yeah,
Wasn't that
but
one
her
of?
thing wasn't at you, General. She
I know.
was
I'm just
commenting
trying to.
on Legion's comments
Yeah,
about the
I
women.
can answer Pretty Kel's question. I can answer it totally. I understand
Let her
exactly.
answer the question. That's
No,
the
no, 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 no,
problem.
no, no. No, but hold on. Before you interrupted, I'm literally.
First of all,
I'm
I
going.
didn't interrupt you. She was talking and you interrupted. You
No,
won't
she
stop
was. So she
interrupting
was.
people.
She was. Hold up, because you just came in. So she was asking me a question, right? But then the general came with another question. I was.
Yeah,
I
my
think.
fault.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But
It's all right. It's all right. Just keep the dialogue. Go ahead,
I'll
Legion.
answer
Let's go.
Kelly's question, right? So I'm not answering for what she's talking about the general.
Okay, next.
Initial question. She's saying, why are you comparing the low quality woman, right? I will say this, right? I think that in this society, right? I agree with you 100%. There are a lot of low quality men, but in this society, and as we should, and I agree with it, we put down the low quality men all the time, right? But when it comes to the low quality woman, that is accepted as the norm. Look at your media. Look at everywhere you look, right? Everything is man bad, man bad, man bad. And yes, there are many parts of men that should be put down that we do that's effed up. I agree with 1,000%. But when you have women, when you have it in the society that a woman can do no wrong, that when those ain't shit women that we're talking about, I'm not talking about good women, the ain't shit women are allowed to be accepted as, oh no, but she all these caveats as to why she could do her bullshit, right? That doesn't get put down. That's where the issue's coming from. There's a disequilibrium as to what we say is bad, right? Women who go out there and they could literally they'll say, oh, a man is misogynistic, right? Or blah blah, right? And there are many men, there are many aspects of the society where men are misogynistic. But then on the flip side, they'll say, okay, rap is misogynistic, but it's empowering to see, WAP. It's empowering to see a woman basically just talk about her pussy, this or that, blah blah blah, and she's selling that music to kids, to teenagers. It's like, how's that empowering? That's the same misogynistic, destructive shit, right? That's one example, right? There's other examples too out there where women could go out there, she could do a lot of bullshit, and no one negatively puts it down, because if you do that, oh, you're sexist, you're this, you're that, you're blah blah. But we could do this all day with men in the media and society and say how bad men are. So that's where I'm coming from. There's just a disagreement. Look at the marriage rates, right? And that's not to say they're not fucked up men, but the majority of marriages are breaking down. A lot of times you have men will tell you, look, this is not the woman I married. Like, I don't beat her, I don't do this, blah, blah. But it's like shit broke down. I think money's like the biggest issue regards to marriages and whatnot. It's like, all right, there's obviously a disequilibrium. And I think that it connects to the fact that both men and women aren't equally, right? The bads are not equally talked about and analyzed in the society.
Okay,
let me-
I understand what you're saying completely.
jump?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You see Mahogany? You see Mahogany?
Okay,
How
let me go.
beautiful it came about? You see Mahogany?
Yeah,
Let me
Hope, go
jump in real
ahead.
quick.
I'm only fucking
All right.
with you. I'm only fucking with you, Mahogany. I'm fucking with you.
Yeah. Hope, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I see what's going on here.
Mahogany
We got,
said.
yeah, we gotta understand that I think the term high value was throwing people off. You gotta understand, first of all, as a man determines his own value, because if a man wants a certain quality of life, you don't have to be compared to another man's quality of life. Some people don't want a whole bunch of everything and money. Some people want to live simple lives. And if a simple life that's humble is high value to a man, then it's high value to him. So it's individual. And for a woman to relate to that man, usually they have to have certain things in common. So a lot of times women choose the man that reflects the things that they value. So if women are complaining about the men that they're choosing in their lives, it's because of what they're leading by. Like if a woman just using her beauty and her pussy, and she's not using anything else, then you're going to attract the men who just value that part of a woman. And women in this society, there's two types of authority. Women are going to obey either way. You're obeying your boss or your husband. You're obeying the government or you're obeying your man. So women have chosen the government and their bosses over being in a relationship, a viable relationship, to be under authority. Because again, it's a delusion that y'all are empowered. You're not. Everything that a woman has in this world is because a man has made space for it. Women have never built anything. You all are beneficiaries of what men have built. And it's been. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Such foolishness, but go ahead.
Hold on. And it's true. You don't have to like it, and I understand why you don't like it. But
do you realize right now a 14-year-old girl could possibly be the person who finds a cure for COVID? Do you know that? A 14-year-old girl.
Hold on. Before we deflect, and there's a lot. I'm not even gonna get on that issue because you're not gonna like that answer either. But the whole issue is that women have to. Y'all wanted this egalitarian society. Women have pushed to be equal to men legally, and that's where you went wrong. Because when you did that, the legal system it incentivizes women to actually for men to not want to be with you, because men are not going to be in a position that they can't control. We're just not going to do it. That's innate to masculinity. We have to control our personal environment. We got to control our personal lives. We're not going to let anybody have leverage to control and cause us to do things that we don't want to do. And a lot of men are getting tired of having to be held hostage financially and their peace being held hostage because a woman has the ability to destroy their lives. And so now that has relegated men to just deal with women on a sexual level. And I don't understand why this is what women are projecting. Women are projecting sex. They're not projecting being a homemaker. They're not projecting being cooperative and being under the authority of a man. So you're just weaponizing your beauty and your sex appeal for that, but you're saying out of one side of your mouth that you want a husband, which is a hierarchy of authority over you. That's what that means. Understand that the origin of the word husband is a headship, authority over you. If you reject that authority, then what are you getting married for? You can continue.
Mace, can I please just say what I have to say, and then I'm gonna hop down off of here because I see what this is.
Go ahead.
The fact of the matter is, you have a bunch of men, not all these men up here, but you have certain people in these spaces that flat out just don't like women. If you ask me, it doesn't matter what we say, what we do. They're going to have their negative opinions and their negative comments about it. We know that not all women feel that way. I came up here honestly to support Kelly because I realize the space that we're in right now with some of these guys that are on this panel. They are dead set against black men and women coming together. They want black men to be by themselves. That's how they feel. So you know what? Those men should be by themselves. If they're anti-marriage, they need to be by themselves. But all of us are not like that. Some of us actually want the community to come together. If you want to stay by yourself, stay by your goddamn self.
Hold on. What did men say? Hold on. What did men say? What did men say that was actually proof that we hate women? You have to qualify that with a specific statement.
Yeah, please tell
It's so much negativity. It's so ridiculous. Women.
Give me one example. Give me one example. Give me one example. One example of anything I said that showed hate towards women.
I don't even know you.
So you talk about me? Because I literally answered Kelly's question. I think she understood where I was coming from.
Listen, every time you come up here, you literally turn the conversation into stay away from these women. I don't understand why men are married.
Whoa. The last time I came, first of all, Mace will tell you, this is probably the second time I've come up here talking about relationships. The last time I came up here, we were talking about a woman slapping a man in a bar and how that was messed up. And I said, I do not condone a man hitting a woman back, but that woman should not do anything back. Now, I don't know where that comes into woman bashing. All I said was that people need to have a modicum of respect and civility when they're out in public, that you cannot justify.
You like to run down women.
Hold up, excuse me,
I can see you a mile away. You like to run down women. I remember that show, and it took a man to bring you down to admit that it's not right to hit a woman.
First of all,
calm down now.
Everybody, there's other men who are like, wait, hold up.
Here we go.
Hold up. Because this is the thing about it. She's seriously saying that a man brought me down. The guy lives in Miami. He ain't gonna say that shit to my face. That's one thing. Second of all, there are other men in the panel who said what he was saying was wrong because nothing justifies disrespecting a man out in public. I never said anything about hating women. I said I would protect a woman. I said I protect the ones I go out with. I would never hit a woman when I'm out in public and I see a pregnant lady trying to lift something. I'm gonna help her. So again, you're coming here with a lot of emotion. Again, this conversation.
No, you're coming up here with a lot of emotion. Today. No, you hold the fuck on. I'm not holding on.
Calm down, both of you. Calm down.
Hold up, mate. We were having a good conversation. Even when Kelly asked the question, I think I answered Kelly's question without me demonizing women. And I literally sat here and I said for 5 minutes, I said, there's a lot of fucked up shit that men do. And that the society, in many regards, rightfully puts it down. So where am I putting down women or telling men to not be women? All I said is that the marriage contract is a financial contract, right? That does not validate love or your like or anything. It's literally a financial contract. What is the incentive for a man to get married? I did not say for a man not to be in a relationship. I said for them to get married, and we're talking about equal women. This is what happens, Mace, in a lot of male spaces when men are talking about stuff. And you have women like Kelly who came in and asked a question, right? But you have women who come here emotionally and all they do is say, "Oh, you got everybody hates women."
You want an all penis party? If that's what you want,
just said in the chat. Somebody just said in the chat.
I can tell that that's what you want. You want nothing but penis coming at you. You can't do it with a woman.
Somebody literally just said before she came on, why is it that when you asking women about what she's doing, they tie that as you hate a woman? Somebody literally just said that in the chat.
I don't care what anybody said. Why is it that every time you're in a space, you're talking about people not getting together, women not getting with men? Why is that?
Because that's, sweetheart, because I love you, and I'm not defending him. Unfortunately, that's what a lot of men come to this manosphere to talk about. And I said this a little earlier, and General can confirm this because General was with me in a lot of other platforms. If you're trying to talk like we did for the first 2 hours today about business and investments, guys don't want to listen to that. But when you're talking about you two fighting right now, that's what, unfortunately, that's what a lot of men want to see. They want to see men and women go at it.
But don't you get tired of the same conversations over and over?
Yeah, well, yeah, but
okay, Mace.
Yeah, go ahead,
can I chime in right quick? How else, and this is a question to the panel at large, how else do you suppose that we work out our differences and the problems that persist in our community and the black community between black men and black women if we cannot have the honest, bare bone conversation to cut through the meat and get to the bone? Right now, we're still trying to stall through the fucking meat. We're trying to find an answer to the problem as to why. We're trying to find an answer to the problem as to why these problems exist that's keeping us as black men and black women separated. But we keep going back, chewing on the fat. Instead of spitting the fat out, we want to point fingers and say, well, you said this and you said that, and you just don't want this and you just don't want that. That's not the case. We're trying to find answers to why is it that black women have this attitude? Well, why is it that black men have this attitude? What's the answer? And then when we discuss it, it gets boggled down with a bunch of other bullshit. Because
can I answer that?
Emotions and getting their feelings instead of just saying, "Well, this is how I see it." Like the sister,
Kelly, you want to answer it?
Like Kelly.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
okay,
go ahead, baby.
This is what I want to say to answer your question, because a lot of these conversations are problem based. That's the problem. It's not solution based. People don't come to talk about solutions, focus on the problem. And my point was completely missed, but I'm going to try to break it down even simpler. All I was trying to say is, if you are going to have a conversation that refers to low quality black women, state that, right? Because when you just say black women, that blankets us and generalizes us and just, all or the majority. if you say low quality Black women and you start speaking of them and to them like that, then Black women who are of quality, Black women who are lost, Black women who are looking for guidance will then listen to what you're saying and do the complete opposite. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, do not compare and contrast the two, because at the end of the day, as we know, there were low quality Black men as well. And that would be like me saying, you know, okay, all these low quality Black men come in their bums, the woman cooking, cleaning, taking care of everything, paying all the bills. But at the end of the day, that's not everybody's reality, right? And that would be me downplaying the Black man. And that's not fair, because there are many great Black men, correct? So when you speak of them to who they are and leave that alone. Don't mix the two, a high quality Black man and a low quality Black woman. Just refer to them and let's focus on solution conversations instead of problem conversations. That's all I'm saying.
Ism, go ahead.
Hey, can I say something really quick before you guys jump into it, just really fast? I just want to thank the ladies for coming up and just speaking on behalf of a lot of Black women. I think problem that we have is that there are, unfortunately, like just in terms of ratios, Black men to Black women, there's just not enough of, you know, what we're looking for as Black men in terms of building up the Black family. There's not enough of them of us. I mean, for all the Mahoganies and for all the Kellys, there's like, you know, there's like 5 Keishas or something like that. You know what I mean? And it's unfortunate right now, but that's why we're here right now. We're trying to get to the bottom of this. We're trying to, like, you know, get through this and figure out like what we can do to make this work between the Black men and Black women. But you know, I salute you women for coming up here. And you know, it's unfortunate you almost have to speak on behalf of all the other Black women out there. But I will say this though, like as Black men, you know, for what we're talking about earlier about, you know, stock market investing and stuff like that. I try as a Black man, I try to do my part in terms of empowering other Black men around me. Like, even if they don't want to hear it, I still like to tell them, you know, how I feel about certain things. And I just, you know, I like for you ladies to do the same as well. You know, with a lot of other women out there, just, you know, kind of explain to them that, you know, there are, like you're just telling us, there's a lot of high quality Black men, a lot of Black men that are doing their thing. They're looking for the right type of woman, but that narrative is not what's out here right now. The narrative is completely the opposite of that. And that's the problem. It's not necessarily more so than anything else, is that as men, we're always in an uphill battle because we're fighting against society and the narrative that's against us. So, like I said, I appreciate you ladies coming out here and you know, helping to, you know, speaking on behalf of other Black women, is which we need more of right now in our community. So yeah, that's all I had to say.
I will get to you a little later, bro. Go ahead, Ism.
All right. I got something for the men and the women. Okay,
ahead,
on the women's side of the game, she right. A lot of times I come on here, I be hearing a lot of you brothers, y'all be crying about these women and act like y'all just want to have a pity party and don't want to mess with women at all. I'm telling you the truth. I ain't trying to be on nobody's side. I'm on Ism's side. But I be hearing that. That's why I be trying to encourage you brothers to get your hair cut and look nice and go outside and knock a woman. You know my shtick. Okay. But I understand what you brothers saying. Y'all want the right kind of woman. Okay. To the women, all these post-war strong women that wait till they 35 and then want to tell men what they need to do. Y'all need to tell young women, quit having them babies when you're young, and after you get 3 kids deep and get 35 and strong, now all of a sudden you want to tell you know other brothers, well, we gotta bring. You shouldn't have brought all them kids to the table. You should have stayed with that man that gave you them kids. Okay. And men don't want strong women. We want feminine women. We want nice women. Can women be nice again? We don't care about high value. All that stuff is bullcrap. I like what Spiritual said about high value is from within. Some people don't want to be a million billionaire. Some brothers are happy with his life and one little nice woman. But women are so mean. Then they come in here and thinking, oh, I'm high value. We need these good brothers. We should have thought about that before you had Lonnie Lunchmeat and Shimmer Bookroot and all down in your crevice dropping them kids off. Now you want Mr. Nice Guy, high value with the money to come clean that up. And that ain't how it's going to work. So educate the young ladies, stop having them kids, find you a good man. Your job is to be a wife. See, women have forgot their maternal order. That's your first thing you're supposed to do, is to be a wife and to have children. That's what a man's supposed to do, is leave his legacy and protect his family. So we got to get back to the basics. So, a lot of women come in here after they done had all these kids and they get old and they want to tell men what to do. They're all passive aggressive. Nobody want to hear all that. Can women be nice again? We need to forget the MAGA hats. Can women be nice again? Dang. All right, I'm done. And polygamy is life.
After that beautiful speech, you know, through that.
Hey man, I gotta give it out to Ism, man. That he that was well said. And look, man, ain't nobody trying to put it this way. Society, this is all for the benefit of women. Men are gonna be all right. We're like, we don't look, if it's just about sex, then none of this matters. If women just want to use their beauty and it's all about beautiful and your youth and all that and sex, but I think women actually, I hope that y'all want more than sex. I hope that y'all need companionship and y'all looking to survival. And if you need survival, it is beneficial for women to find out how they can cooperate with men. We don't need y'all. We want y'all. We like y'all, but we don't need you, because there's too many women out there that already can choose a man that they want to have sex with. So is this either about sex or if it's more than sex? And I think most of the women on here would say it's more than sex. And if it is more than sex, then you have to decide, how are you going to present yourself qualified to a man? You determine what you want. But even if it's the guy you want, you still have to present yourself useful to him. Because by you saying that you want him, you must have already qualified him to be worthy of you. Otherwise, why would you want him?
Can I speak to that?
Go ahead,
Sure.
Okay. Men don't need women. Yes, you do. Men need women and women need men. And the quicker we can admit that as a baseline, as a foundation, the quicker we can get somewhere together. A woman will never have potential without a man, and vice versa. So that's step one. We do need each other, right? It's about balance, right? And as a female and a feminine female, that's something that you don't have. That's something that you never will have. But to have that, even if that's all the woman brought to the table, that's going to bring balance and elevation to your life. So to say that that's not needed, I think that's a false statement.
I'm talking about in terms of survival. If the government fell apart today, and all these little amenities and comforts that women use, and you can't all of a sudden go to your job and you need to survive, you understand what I mean. I'm not talking about the comforts and the imbalance of society. That's why society's falling apart now. That's why it's fractured. Because you got it, Mace.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Finish it up, baby. Don't worry about me.
I was just saying, it's like that's why it's falling apart now. But see, it was designed to be the way it was, where men actually, it was obvious that men upheld society, and women actually knew the balance that they had to play in society for their own survival. And now that women think that they can be equal to a man, and you're not. You're just not equal. Society has gave you a false illusion by giving you empowerment through jobs and all these things that can be taken away from you. But if it can be taken away from you, then you're not equal. See, you need the government to give you things to even look up to a man. Once the government takes all this stuff out from under your feet and you standing eye to eye with a man in the jungle, you're not equal.
Let me add to something that Kelly was saying, and I'm going to go with Hawk with this one, not because I'm a man, because I live it. I have gone basically a lifetime by myself, okay? And dealing with certain women, it just doesn't click. It just doesn't work. And he talked about survival. That is so true. It's not funny. And I hate to tell women this, and I know Mahogany's going to get mad at me, I'm about to say. For the men who you sisters put on the pedestal, you should know who that is. When crap is about to hit the fan, they're not going to save you. I'm just saying. They're just not. Am I right about that, Hulk? Hulk?
Yeah, you right. You right.
Yeah, they're not going to save you. And I think one of the biggest problems, and I said this about an hour ago in here, for black women is that they don't realize how much they alienate their men till it's way too late. And I said this before, and I'll say it again. It is no excuse, and I blame the women for this. There is no excuse for 54% of black men 18 to 65 are childless and by themselves. That is an effing joke. And I hate to tell you black women this, it's going to grow. That's not going to come down. That is going to grow. And I'm going to tell both of you ladies up here and ladies who are watching and listening the reason why. Because the sisterhood is so strong right now, they are not going to relent. They're going to stay the way they are. And I really believe as times get tighter, they're going to run somewhere, but they ain't running the black men. I can tell you that right now.
Hey, mate.
Anybody want? Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just want to say to qualify my statement that men don't need women. In my example, I'll use myself. I'm not married. I don't have any children, and I'm doing well for myself. Women come to me because I live my life according to my standards. I produce my own value that women can obviously see. So I don't have to go look for them. They look for me. When I walk outside, women actually can qualify me. They see me move. They see how I present myself, and they make themselves available to me. And that's how a man thinks. We don't go chasing nothing.
Real men.
Okay, wait. Can I speak to survival? Because
Yes.
if it's about survival and you're saying that you don't need, that's the biggest point where you do need. So the definition.
No, survival isn't. You're talking about procreation. I'm not talking about that. If I don't procreate, I'm going to still survive. That's for the people. That's for the other generation.
But our race isn't going to survive, correct? And us as a people will no longer survive.
But then that abortion. But that's a whole bunch of things. That's abortion. That's the choices that you.
It definitely
that's the men that women. That's the men that women choose to procreate with. You need to tell that to the men who are procreating.
And
because there's plenty of kids out here.
How do you survive? How do you continue on a legacy, any of that, without a woman? How is that possible?
My legacy is what I add to society. I can teach younger men who are not my children. I have done it. My example, my leadership, what I add to the world is my legacy.
My legacy is
very
my nephews.
True. But if you leave today or tomorrow, like I said, and
that's fine. I've already done enough.
If it comes down to survival, how does that continue on without a woman? When it comes
to just keep doing what you're doing as a man. Keep making money, keep contributing, and and move on. Keep it moving.
I get what you're saying, but I'm not concerned about leaving a seed.
Me too.
That's not my concern.
Hey, but Pretty Kelly, can I ask a question real quick to that? So what are you trying to say? I mean, this is where the whole high quality, low quality, right? A woman, right? They're one of the greatest contributions to society is that, right? But not coming at you before somebody tries to chop my neck for something I didn't say. But when you're asking the general, about, pushing society, procreate, your legacy, that stuff. I mean, as a guy, because we don't give birth, we do not have that natural inclination to be like, one of my biggest contributions to society is a child, right? To continue society, continue that. A guy doesn't have that, but a woman does. So, I mean, I think that's where the disconnect is coming, because as a woman, naturally in you, that is one of your greatest contributions to society, which is to give birth. We just don't have that. So we're never going to see it the same. Now, obviously, there are a lot of men out there who do want to have kids, who do think your way, but naturally, you're just going to find more men who are just like, I don't really, it's not in me to do that if it doesn't come. Like, I'm not forcing, I'm not going to, because there are a lot of women out there who do think your way, and they'll procreate with the wrong man just because they want that child, just because they want that baby. And then you have a whole plethora of issues that come from that. But, just speaking for what you're asking the general, we just don't have that in us.
Oh, let me, Kelly, you want to go? Kelly, you want to go?
Yeah, I can go. So what I'm saying is he spoke to survival, right? And he gave a he gave a question. He said, what if the government was pulled from underneath women? What would they have? They would have to turn to a man. So I said, okay, well, if we're speaking of survival, then what if everything, you know what I mean? We were down to Black people left and we had to continue on our race. Well, how would we do that with just a Black man? We both need each other. Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, baby. You want to say more?
No, I'm done.
All right. Go ahead, Mahogany. Then I'm going to go. Then I'm going to let General go. Go ahead, Mahogany.
Okay. You know how I am. You know I'm passionate. You know that.
Yes.
I will apologize for just.
Don't worry about it. Go ahead, baby.
I'm very passionate about this because honestly, and I appreciate what Black Wall Street and Surism had to say, and also Pretty Kelly, when they were talking about just, those two, Black Wall Street and Surism, they were saying they appreciate us coming into the conversation. And I do. I think there needs to be more balance. That's why I came up here to support Pretty Kelly. The second thing is we do need each other. And that is why I know people think I'm angry. I'm not. I get passionate about this because I want to see us come together and actually find solutions. It's frustrating for me because I really want us to find solutions. I don't want us to argue. And that's really it. I'll be quiet.
General, I'm going to let you go ahead of me. I got something to say. Go ahead, General.
All right. So, again, what happened was I think we were talking about two different conversations. Just like what just happened a minute ago, we were talking about survival, and then it turned into, well, we do need each other. Well, of course, to make children, to make babies, yes, we do. But he was talking about the general concept of survival. Right? So that's where that conversation, in my opinion, as I was listening in, went awry. So, yes, to make babies and to leave the next generation, you're exactly right, Pretty Kelly. We do need each other to do that, to create strong Black families, strong Black unions. But the problem is we have not been doing that for the past 35 to 40 years. And this is why the single mother household rate is so high in this country. I think B.W.S was talking about it over on his channel. There is a 76% single mother rate in this country. If you go to Colombia, South America, theirs is 84%. If you go to France, they're at 62%. So it's just not something that's happening in America or with Black people. It's happening around the world. The problem is we need to figure out a way to revert that within our community, because in America we're only 14.3% of the population. The white people are 63% of the population, and then there is a mixture of others. So if we're talking about taking our rightful place within this country as Black Americans, as a group of people, we got to figure out where our problems are. And I think that we've done a pretty good job of saying these are some of the things, some of the problems that exist. Now, how do we fix these problems is the bigger question. And we can't do that if we can't do that if we're not willing to have the hard conversation.
I totally agree.
You're gonna have to hear. You're gonna have to hear. Let me finish, brother. You're gonna have to hear, as Black men, you're gonna have to hear things that Black women say that's the truth, and it's gonna be hurtful for you to hear. As Black women, you're gonna have to hear the things that Black men have to say that we don't particularly like about Black women. Not that we don't like women in general and Black women in particularly. I love Black women. God knows I do. I was married to 3 of them. All my children came from Black women. I'm with a Black woman right now. So it's not about hating Black women. I get so sick and tired of women coming up here when we have this conversation. You're just a bunch of men who want a sausage party and you want to just hate Black. Y'all just hate Black. No. We're just telling you some of the things that we're displeased about. And instead of saying, okay, I hear that, so here's what I think we could do to fix it and rectify it. Or just like when you say Black men walk away from their kids, I'll agree with that. It happens for various reasons. It's hurtful to hear, but the fact of the matter is, it's the truth. When you say Black women have forgotten how to be feminine, it's hurtful to hear for Black women. It's the fucking truth. And I'll pass the mic right there.
All right, Akko, you got something to say? I'm going around letting everybody speak their words. Go ahead, bro. You've been there for a while. I'm sorry about
Oh
that, my
yeah,
brother.
no, it's cool, it's cool. I mean, it's basically what the general saying. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's saying is like it's basically we need to get back on track. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't about like, what we're doing now and all the bull crap we're doing now. It's about what can we do to get back on track? What can we do to get back in our rightful place? You know what I'm saying? Like what can black women do to become feminine again, nice again, to submit to their man again, because that's the natural order of, nature and stuff like that. And what can black men do to get back in their rightful place as, being men, being a provider, being protectors that we need to be to, make our people, make us better people. You know what I'm saying? So it's basically like we're all out of order, and we need to get back into order. But it seems like we're so used to the dysfunction, and then when we mention, the right thing supposed to do, we see that as something bad. That's not really bad. That's how it's supposed to be. If you look at people and how they act, how they carry themselves, what I'm saying, they actually function way better than, what I'm saying, themselves the right way. And then we see that that's lame. No, it's not lame. Because if the way they're doing it, making themselves functional, obviously that's the way it's supposed to be done. So we just got to get being functional and being, better people.
Go ahead, Black Wall Street.
Oh, I just want to know, like, I think one of the biggest problems that there's always that disconnect where I feel like, when men are voicing their opinions and their frustrations, that it seems like we're bashing women. We're just frustrated as men. As men, we're just frustrated because we're doing all the things that we need to do to better ourselves, to survive in this world, and then unfortunately we're not able to have our counterpart, work with us. How frustrating could that be in this world that we're trying to, all these things that are going on against black men in particular, that we can't even get our ladies to even cooperate with us, much less build with us. Like, how frustrating could that be? So you have to understand why men come the way that they do, because it's like, I mean, what else can we do? We're like, we put our hands up. It's like, I mean, we're all of us are men. We're like, we're all adults over here. We're all men at an adult age, that we're not even able to build with our black women because of all the issues that are plaguing the community. Like it's frustrating, and a lot of it, men have to look at themselves in the mirror, and women have to look at themselves as well. And when we voice those frustrations, it's not to bash anybody. It's just to bring up to the light with the problems that are that we're facing right now. So, like, please don't, like I said, I'm happy that you ladies came up, because you guys are able to speak for yourselves and defend some of the things that we were saying. And that's the beginning of having that dialogue that we need to kind of figure out what our differences are. Because if one side believes it's one way and the other side believes it's another way, they're never gonna know until they get the real story, get the full story. So
yeah, go ahead,
Kelly.
Let
me go to my kids real quick. But that's all I had to say.
Let me say this. I just put the link in the chat room if anyone want to come up. Let me say this. I was going to say this before I say it now. You cannot have, this is for Pretty Kelly, sweetheart. You cannot have a future when both sides are not willing to come to the table and cooperate. And this is my opinion. I think the damage is already done. I think it's too late. I think that the sisterhood is strong. They're going to run around, throw themselves at men of different races. There are some brothers who's going to do that, but most brothers are like me, spiritual logic. We're just going our own way and doing us. And our legacy for me is my two nephews. They're doing very well now as grown men, and I don't have to worry about them holding their own. And I think, again, I'm going to say this again. It does not make any sense, black women, and I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, you black women have to sit back and think about this. 54% of your men are childless from 18 to 65. Did that make sense? I want to hear both of you ladies answer that question. First with Mahogany, then Kelly. Go ahead, Mahogany. Answer that question. mahogany. Go ahead, Kelly. Answer that question. Do that make sense to you as a black woman?
Not at all. But one thing I'm big on thinking logically. So I want to do research and I want to see what the numbers are and confirm those numbers, and also confirm what the rates are for Black women and what's going on with that. But honestly, what it comes down to me, like my opinion, my belief, I believe all of this is because we need a mentality shift, a mind shift. That's like a necessary component in our community that's lacking. Certain things that shouldn't be listened to, like as we was talking about earlier, you guys were talking about earlier with like WAP, and it's okay to talk about your vagina, etc. There needs to be certain things in place that lets women know that that's not okay. That's not certain things we shouldn't listen to, certain things shouldn't do. And the same thing for men. But yeah, that's the start. And then
I agree,
communication, and then we have to implement some sort of a plan. Yeah, because at the end of the day, like I said, these are all problem-based conversations. We're talking about why we should talk about solutions, what the problems are, but never getting to the solution. How do we grow from that, right? So I know I definitely sow into the community heavily. And, you know, and another thing I find a lot of people who complain about what's not being done in our community, they themselves are doing nothing at all. So it has to start making it at some point. But to the panel, to everyone, and once you guys answer the question that was initially asked, I just want to know, what do you believe is the solution for us to come together? Even for those who believe it's too late, there has to be, nothing is impossible, right? So there has to be something
I can answer that.
can be done. What is it?
Okay, do it.
I can answer that. We have to go back to the natural order of things. The natural order of things is man first, then woman, then children. That's the natural order. We have to go back to men and black men and black women not competing against each other.
Exactly.
Women have to go back to their natural order if they want protection, provision, leadership, guidance. If they want these things, they have to go back to their natural order, which is what? I have yet to hear a woman come on any of these panels and tell the men what their natural role in a relationship is. They all say the same shit. Kids, I'm a nurturer, keywords, but beyond that, there's nothing. So when we have these conversations, and men are saying, well, what's the value of getting married? What do I get out of the deal? There's not, I'm waiting on one woman to say, okay, I can't speak for other women, if that's the way you want to approach it. But we're speaking in general. Why can't you just say, well, here's what I think women bring into a relationship. Here's what I think it is. But I've yet to hear. I hear women come on here and they talk about what men are supposed to do, and you're the leaders, and you're the protectors of the communities, and you're the builders, and you're all of this. But when you ask them, well, what's your role? They have not an answer. And I'm just passionate about it. They have not a fucking answer. What is your role in the relationship? What are you supposed to bring to the relationship? What do you come with in your package? So to answer that question, first of all, is to define the roles between men and women. And a lot of women have an objection to being placed in a role because we've gotten so, we've cross-threaded so much and gender blended the relationship so much. This is why you have men talking about 50-50. This is why you have women talking about, I make my money, I don't need no man, I just want one. But and you know,
I agree.
He do his thing and I do my thing, and we come together and we do our thing. But over here is my shit and over there is his shit. That's not the way it's set up. This is why we have this division. B.W.S, again, shout out to him. He said it. The modern age black women are being taught how to be partners and not how to be mates or wives. You're not. So
okay, so how do you suggest? So what's the plan to get women to go into that role? What's the plan? What is the plan?
I got a solution.
That goes back to what you said a moment ago.
Hulk, you next.
What you said a moment ago was what? A mind shift. You have to go into a mind shift. In that mind shift has to be where women have to understand that they're not equal to men. You want equality, but
Thank you,
as
Pastor.
long as you want equality, as long as it benefits you. Women have been notorious, and this ain't something that just started. It's always been that way. Women have always wanted to be looked at and thought of and treated as being equal until it's time to go over here and move this goddamn heavy ass refrigerator. Oh, that's too heavy. I can't pick that up.
Mahogany, you there, baby? Mahogany, you there?
Yes.
Mahogany. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I called you before. Go ahead, baby.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was listening.
That's okay. Take your time. Take your time. You got anything to say about this?
I think it's not just one solution, Mace. I think it's multiple solutions that need to be done at one time. I do think that we have to go back to a traditional family way, but that's not just all, because there's plenty of places that we can name that have traditional values, but there's still issues going on in their group. So I think that's it. I also think education, what Pretty Kelly was saying, a mindset, a new mindset for our people. And then also just the realization that you cannot save everybody. Just the realization that, yes, that some of these people do not want to save the community, in having a community, and we need to let those people go. We're not going to be able to save everyone.
And by the way, I'm gonna say something. What you just said is excellent. And not only let them go, do not let them back in. Continue, girl.
That I want to, and then I'll be quiet and let somebody else speak. That's absolutely right. The problem with that, a big part of our weakness is that we want to include everyone into our community, but no other group of people do that. So I will say this also, something that Pretty Kelly said was put it in motion. Actually show it through your work. I can prove that I shop Black first. I can prove that I support Black businesses. And so actually not just speak about it, but be about it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Go ahead, Legion. Go ahead. Say your solution. And then Hulk.
Yeah, I don't know why it's man. First and foremost, look, I'm all about protecting women, man. The last conversation we had last time, right, was about the whole hitting the women. I live in a society, I like to be realistic. The reason why I tell a woman not to hit a man, not to be emotional, is because I don't know if that guy's a psycho, right? I don't know if he's going to kill her. I don't know what he's going to do. So we could sit here and pontificate about, oh, what a man shouldn't do. Yeah, I understand, but we're not everybody out there is sane, right? There'll be a dude out there, if you spit on him, if you slap him, he'll murder you. And now we're talking about what a man should have done, but you are dead. You are dead. I have an ex who I care deeply about. She's married now, but if something happened to her, I'll be fucking destroyed. I have a mother and a sister. My mother, I love my mother to death. If someone did something to her, I'll fucking kill him, right? So I'm ultra protective of women, but women have to realize in society that they don't have the power, they don't have the same thing as a man. So you can't act a certain way. There's a certain modicum of respect and civility you have to have. Now, the solution to me, because I think that men can change the paradigm, right? I'm not putting the onus on women, and that's no disrespect to no woman, whatever. But we live in a Black matriarchy, and unfortunately, because of societal things, whatever, it has not succeeded, right? The man has to make a decision. If you want to stop having women out there who are doing all this, blah, blah, us men have to stop having kids with women who aren't shit. Because those women grow up without, if you're not in that woman's life, or you don't have a proper family structure, or have a woman who is shitting on the husband or the father, whatever, for no fucking reason, right? Because she's mad that he wasn't there. You're gonna have a woman who's gonna be bitter against other men, right? So you need to have, you do not, all those women that we see, the ones who are twerking, whatever, oh yeah, she got a fat ass, all that shit, it's beautiful.
I'll leave that alone, man.
If you want to fuck it with protection, go ahead. But when you have babies, you are now introducing a whole paradigm of potentially fucked up people. So it's on men to stop procreating with the wrong woman. Stop even courting the wrong woman. If you see a woman that you know she ain't about shit, don't pay attention to her.
You can't do that, Legion. If you worship the women that you watching perform those things, I mean, all you have to do is look at how some of your richest athletes prefer dots when they do good women. That's the perfect example.
Yeah,
you know?
and for the
they
men
can't help it.
For the men who praise all these rappers, whatever, not saying you shouldn't listen, whatever, but let's stop praising them as well too. That's how you create a culture, right? You start to cut off things that you cut off the fat, right? and you live with the lean meat that you live by, right? The morals and the virtues that you want to live by. And whoever's there is going to be there. Again, as black people, I mean, and if you have a culture where you have black men, black women who are together, right? You are not working with a certain type of woman. You only mess with a certain type. You buy black, you do that stuff, which I do, at least for hair products, because around where I live is just, there are no black restaurants. No, they're black restaurants. The supermarket, but that's another topic. But I do try to put my money into black enterprise. That's how you do. You have to do it by example, and you have to make that culture attractive. So then when the new people come in, the new children come in, the new children you guys are having children or new black children whatever coming in, they see that new paradigm, be like, oh man, that's how I want to live. I want to live where I see my mother and father together, where I see my father going to work in a suit, my mother going to work. There's a good structure there versus, oh, we're praising WAP, we're praising, and I'm not coming at any of those people, but we literally put those people on a pedestal, and we're surprised when children grow up to be adults who follow those same actions. And then we're back on Mace's channel talking about how society's effed up. It's like, dogs, we put that, and I'm talking about as men. I'm not even talking about for women. We as men, we sit here and we say this, blah, 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 but we have babies with these women.
There are losers everywhere.
But we have, and not even babies, we are courting these, we give these women time of day, right? If you don't get, you know what happens when you don't give a woman time of day, what she do? She's gonna change up. She's gonna fuck.
Not towards me, they don't.
I'm talking about all men. I'm talking because you know why, Mace? If you deny her, if I deny her, there's another dude who might be similar to us.
Oh yeah, ready. Yep.
So it's gonna take all men to be like, nah, I ain't fucking with that shit, man. I can get WAP from a woman who keeps it. Come on, she in the street, but she's a civil person in the street. I get WAP from her. I don't have to get WAP from a person who's showing her ass 24/7. And that woman's gonna be like, damn, man, niggas ain't blah, blah, blah. Niggas ain't shit. But if no niggas ain't fucking with her, I'm telling you, she's going to change. After she comes back from the swirling, I'm joking around. But after she
treat women like human beings, bro. I don't treat women like a piece of meat. I look at human beings and keep it moving. Go ahead.
I can't really say something really quick because my Bluetooth is about to die. So I want to make sure I get something out because I'm saying from somebody who has kids, and it's unfortunate, but my child's mother, we don't quite get along. It was kind of, I kind of fell into that. I love my kids. I'm just gonna say I love my kids and all that other good stuff. But the way that they conceived them wasn't the best way. I'm not gonna even lie about it. It happens the way it does. But the thing when you talk about what are some of the solutions, I think one of the solutions is what we're doing right here is we're giving other black men information so they don't get in situations where they're gonna pay for it in the long run. I think when I before I had my kids or whatever, a lot of people were saying a lot of the things that you guys are hearing, like, oh, when you're gonna have kids, when you're gonna, get married and do your thing and all this kind of stuff. And I never really had nobody personally. I didn't really have anybody that was like, yo, you need to watch out because these, there's a lot going on out here with some of the games and stuff that are happening. And that's what a place like this is. This is a place to warn other men who are maybe going through similar situations on what to look out for. And that's why we're doing this. And earlier, I wish some of the other guys were here. Like I tested some of the other guys, but Mace, you were saying earlier this week, you had to talk to I-Test. You had to just sit him to the side and just have a conversation with him just to say like, listen, man, I know what you got going on, but you just got to chill out. And that's what we need. We need black men helping other black men so we can put ourselves in a situation where we can, be the best for our families and stuff. And for the women, and the women, the same thing as well. The women, the same thing as well. Women have to also check other women, let them know that, hey, sweetheart, that's not good. That's not helping our community. And just, you got to call that out as well.
I'm going to say it again. I don't think most black women don't give a damn about the community. That's just me. But I'm going to give it right now to Hulk. But I think with me, the difference is I'm not one of these black men that resented the women as much as guys do now, older men. And that's the reason why they do not mentor younger brothers. Instead, they fight them because they see the younger brothers doing things that they can never do. Go ahead, Hulk.
Hey, okay. Man, everybody said a lot of good stuff. So, I don't really, even the women, everybody has some good points. And like the general said, getting back to order is important. And the solution to getting back to order was understanding what was the original design of law and government. Law and government, and I'm not talking about what people did, just the concept of it was to copy natural law. It was to uphold the values and structures that actually work. And that's why at some point, it may have been thousands of years ago or more, that men used to be able to rule their families. They were the head of their women, and they ran their households and children, in terms of being the authority figure. And it was because men need full authority to engage full responsibility. You cannot take full responsibility if you cannot control how things work. And if you are a man who is qualified and viable and wants productivity and wants things to run, you need to make sure you have the power to do that. And see, now men don't actually do that, even when they are the qualified man who has proven himself by his example of how he lives his life. You can still be limited in what you can control in your life, and that's the problem. Because even when a man reaches the pinnacle of himself, the law is there to chop him down, and now the law has flipped and is taking away the natural order. It has empowered women to, like the general said, to compete. And why do women even want to compete with men? What is the point? Like, when you think of having a husband, if you're not thinking of someone who is in a position of authority, because you have qualified him to be a leader, to be wiser, to be stronger than you, to actually protect everything that you hold dear, then what is the point of even having a husband if you don't want him to be that? But see, this whole thing about turning men into utilities. I can get a man for sex. I can get a man for money. I can get a man for emotions. I can get a man for my ego. When the guy I'm sleeping with make me feel bad, all of this crap is destroying everything. See, structure and law used to control that. Men were punished when they didn't do. Matter of fact, men are still punished. The punishment for men who don't take care of their kids still exists. But where's the punishment for women? You get free housing, you get a free money.
Say that then.
My whole thing is the punishment has to be if you look, punishment is the one thing that should be equal. Wrong is wrong for everybody. If the man doesn't fulfill his end of the bargain, yes, there are going to be negative consequences, but it has to be the same for the woman. Society used to do that. Women used to be ashamed to walk out in public, glorifying being a hoe. That used to be shameful, and it used to get you put out of communities because they didn't want you to infect people who actually were trying to raise good families and keep their daughters on the right track to be good wives to husbands, qualified husbands. Everything had a check and balance. The check and balance. You got it, bro.
You know what I think, though, to preface what you were saying, spiritual, a lot of women, to the brothers, you do one thing wrong, you're out of here. You get what I'm saying? No 3 strikes, no get a brother a chance. Okay.
Yeah.
But the government give women, when they make a mistake and have baby by Hakeem over there that just got out of prison, they get him a spot. They get him
baby
some money
after baby.
when they make 2 or 3 mistakes. But soon as the brothers that these women want, lose his job or do something, he out of here. Get out my house. I hear that stuff all the time. That's why men gotta have their own house. See, and a lot of people on both sides. Okay, the men are delusional and the women are delusional. Okay, women after 2, 3 kids. Okay, the first kid, that's 1 strike. You're not probably gonna get a high value brother. Okay, you might can if you super gorgeous and nice and feminine, but after 2 strikes, you ain't getting no more Hakeem. You gonna get Rufus, Tyrone. Okay, after the 3rd strike, you get what I'm saying. Now you getting a brother with his hairline that started at the back of his head. Okay, so that's the brother that's gonna be faithful to you. Okay, you got a brother with muscles. Your muscles, and he got tattoos. He's not gonna be faithful to you. You got 2, 3 bad little kids running around the house, and then you talking about, oh, my kids come first. See, that's where you went wrong. See, your man's supposed to come first, then the children, because your man is your protector and provider. Even if you don't have a job, just having a man sometime around, especially women with boys, will help that man see. Young man see a man. It's a lot of things are nonverbal. Just the way a man smells, just the way his face got a stubble on it and a beard, and he tackling him, he punch him in the arm. We need to give all women that take boys to the nail shop, we need to tar and feather them. because that is
Facts.
ridiculous. They don't need to be in there hearing all that. Well, give them some headphones, please, women. But these women that have boy children, put them in some sports, because some of these men that don't get paid, football, baseball, karate coach, what have you, you know, we don't give them no credit. Some of those guys be the guys that helped your children become the men that they are, because they were the only men that were around. And some of these women, I ain't trying to just be on the women. Y'all can't even buy the coach a $10 cup of coffee Starbucks card, and that's a shame. But we can spend $1,000 on a wig and keep touching it every 2 minutes. We know it's not real. Quit touching the hair. Okay, I get tired of that. Quit touching that hair. Okay,
tell me
so
about it.
we have to, but men too, y'all brothers be looking a mess. Y'all don't be getting your hair cut. You don't be putting on no perfume, and you think you're gonna get Kelly mahogany. It ain't gonna happen. You delusional.
I think
You
there's
gonna get somebody that's gotta be in your class. You gotta get something that's in your class, and then these brothers be mad. Oh, I can't get Kelly a mahogany. Then I don't want nothing. No, brother, get something in your class, man.
I also believe, and this is in my world and Hulk's world too,
Right.
that you got a lot of brothers now, and I see it. My nephews have changed their attitude towards black women, women in general. You got a lot of brothers that just do themselves and don't care about women. And that's
Hey.
who you hear a lot in these spaces, who's
You're right.
always bashing, because those are guys who are making good money in the tech world and whatever, and yet the venom comes out at the sisters every chance they get. And that's
And look-
because those, like you
Go ahead,
killed me
Chris.
about a couple of weeks ago, Ism. I mean, you killed me about this. You
Yeah.
told me, hey, you gotta change your ways, bro. You told me that a couple of times.
Yeah, that's just love, man. You know,
Yeah,
and
no,
I
I
didn't never
feel
get into
I
this.
understand you, bro.
And let me
Yeah, that's just
qualify.
love.
I
If I
didn't
can
give you no
qualify.
pushback.
You know,
Yeah, I
Go
just-
ahead, bro.
one thing, spiritual.
Yeah, go ahead.
And my children, my boys, they young men in their 20s. I never told them who to date and what to date. And then I never was into all this YouTube, you know, acronyms, SYBM, and a lot of brothers going their own way with the MGTOW. I never knew about that till maybe 6 months ago, 4 months ago, right? Both of my sons have women that are not black. Hey, I didn't do it, y'all. But I asked them why, and they said, Dad, they're just nicer. And they went to, and these are modern, quote unquote, young men. Well, not in quote unquote, they are modern young men. I didn't tell them this, but they've seen Dad. You know, I've had all kind of different women in my life, black, white, candy stripe, all kinds, right? But you know, but I'm just saying, but these is what these brothers are choosing, because the women are nice. Now, these two young brothers, they have no children. They like, oh, I guess they would be high value. They're working. They got their own spot. They got their own cars. I told them, you finally went pro at being a man. See, so sisters quit having these children and then want a brother like Spiritual Hope, my boys with their thing together. The more children you have, the more strikes that you get. A brother don't want to come clean up your mess with 2 or 3 children. And if
Tell
you
me
do got
about
2
it.
or 3 children, be nice as you can be. Wash that man's feet, rub his back, be nice to the brother. He's providing
Instead of
protection
the
and a
opposite.
service for you. He's taking care of the household. Give that man his plate first. You know what I mean? Then the children. You know what I mean? Take care of your man first. And then if you're not, my children come for that. We don't like to hear that. We want to hear that you're going to be a woman to your man, and we're going to take care of these children, raise a family, because at some point, them children going to grow up and be gone. Oh, now I can be number one? I'm supposed to be number one first. And I'm
let me
going to mute up.
And let me qualify something real quick.
Go ahead,
I
Hope.
I love women. I'm very high testosterone. All right, I love a woman. All right, but I'm not controlled by one. The woman doesn't take my focus away. It doesn't reorganize my priorities, and that's where the schism is right there. That women think because you are focused, because you don't cater to a woman's ego. What a woman thinks and what a woman wants does not detract from what I'm already doing. It doesn't. And look, I give women the utmost respect because I expect it. You know, I'm living the example of what that standard is. Men uphold the natural law. So how I live is the standard to which I expect a woman to come to me.
Facts.
You know,
I
because
couldn't agree.
that structure is what's missing. That's why when I see men out here walking around weak and stupid, can't hold their pants up, can't look a woman in her eye and stand up like a man and acting all scared and weak. I'm trying to correct that brother, because he's already his mindset of how he sees himself is already wrong, and he's going to set himself up to be exploited not just by the woman but by the world. Nobody, you can't afford to be weak in this world. You just can't.
Nope, I agree.
And that starts at the mind, the body, the spirit, and the finances. All of that. You have to, as a man, stay polished, keep your character correct, and also just don't have a defeated victim mindset. Grow from your adversity. Learn from your experiences, good or bad. Always grow. Always self-improve. Because the more you invest in yourself, the more you draw the world to you. The more you force everything around you to bend to you, instead of you trying to conform to all this foolishness you see around you. Because you don't want to have to conform to anybody to be anything. You want to produce the value that everybody needs so you can add your beneficial part to the world. And that's what it is. Everybody's adding something valuable to the world. And men are the upholders of structure. So this legal system has to be returned back to natural order, because a lot of people, including the women, said that some people have to be left behind. And the law used to do that. The law used to eliminate people who are unwilling to change, who are unwilling to adhere to what is right. It had some societal and cultural consequences for being dysfunctional and being disruptive. But now the disruptive and dysfunctional people are the ones who getting the benefits. You lazy, you get a free house. You work hard, you got to keep working hard and keep working hard, and then somebody can take your money away.
And you're always getting rejected for housing too.
Exactly.
Aqua, you got something to say? I'm gonna let the ladies go next.
Oh shoot. I'm just basically agreeing with what everybody was saying. Stuff like that. It's basically like, the solution to this problem is, what I'm saying, women have to submit to us and let us take take the lead, let us take charge. If they really want us to
cooperate,
protect and provide for them, and cooperate, stuff like that. Because I think a lot of black women have an issue with the word submit, issue with the word man is the head. They think that's puts them at a supportive position. Not really.
I can't hear you, brother.
You guys see me now?
Yeah.
You much better.
Okay. Yeah. That's basically what it is. Like, women, they just need to, get back in their rightful place, get back in their rightful spot, and when they do that, we'll get back in our rightful spot, and we can, get the well-oiled machine back to running again. That's all. And there's a couple women on YouTube that actually preach femininity and preach submission, stuff like that. And I think those women should go listen to those women and get taught by those women. And, that's going to give them a new light in things.
I doubt that's going to happen.
Can I add one thing to you, Aqua Dragon? I just want to. It's actually a minor correction, and I respect what you're saying. I just want to. We have to be the example. We shouldn't wait for women to do anything. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that you go be a Captain Super Saver hoe and all that stuff. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about be the immovable example of upholding structure and being right in terms of having some self-control, some discipline, some order, some structure in your life, staying productive. And we have to be immovable to that, so that we, and not conforming to say, well, I'm going to, because if you wait for the women to get it right, they'll never get it right, because the society, like I said, women are always going to be women. It was men that actually got weaker over time. Women have been like this from the beginning. They was always going after the weak man, seducing weak men. Even if, for those who know the Bible, you got Jezebels and all this crap running around. It was always like that. There was always a woman who going to seduce weak men. It's just that most men were never in history this weak. We wasn't conforming. And then with the legal system, has to be restructured to where men who uphold this kind of righteous legality can have power, can have authority. We have to reclaim that.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why MGTOW exists. Because I'm MGTOW myself. We're not MGTOW because we like to hate women, or we hate relationships, we hate companionship, stuff like that, or we hate to procreate. It's the fact that nowadays those natural things that we usually do as human creatures comes with negative perks. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, marriage. It comes with a guy we get divorced, half the shit is gone. When it comes to children, procreation, the negative perk is he gets put on child support. A lot of times, most men who are in child support they're on child support because they broke up with the child's mother and she's bitter, not because he did not take care of his kid. So that's one negative perk. And two, one negative perk is a lot of women, especially my generation and younger, they have this slut hoe is life mentality. I just want to just be promiscuous to be like a dude. So that's why dudes like, well, what's the point of me getting in a relationship with a woman if she's going to be promiscuous and do a lot of dirty stuff? I'm saying, so why should I give her my commitment and my love, my companionship, and my last name if she going to have that that type of masculine, hoish, type of mindset. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so why risk that?
Yeah, I
So,
hear you, bro.
all right. So basically, if women get back to being traditional, you know what I'm saying? Of course, we gotta set the example. And men like myself or MGTOWs, we have no problem getting back to relationships. Is the fact that take these negative perks away from things that are natural.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Kelly, go ahead, baby.
I just wanted to say, well, first of all, Legion, I agree with you. And this is 2020 though, right? So there's actual steps that we can take. There's things that we can do that would change things. For example, a lot of these women that you guys say that you don't like, stop liking them, literally, right?
Amen.
They wouldn't have millions of views on Instagram. They wouldn't have millions of likes and millions of comments if you wasn't liking them, if you wasn't engaging. If you stop engaging, then what happens? The algorithm stops promoting them. They stop ranking number one. They stop being suggested. They stop being recommended to younger Black brothers and even older Black. Stop being recommended. And guess what happens? We are literally in a culture right now where people crave approval. They crave likes. They need it. So if the likes stop, they will naturally change their behavior in order to get that approval and acceptance. So once you stop, once you intentionally go seek the women that you said are ideal or high quality, and you like their content and you comment their content and you subscribe or whatever it is to their content, that's going to tell their ecosystem, this is what Black men want. This is what Black men appreciate. This is what Black men value. And that is what will be shown, and the rest will diminish. Intentionally seek music, even if Black men did it alone, intentionally seek music that is from women, right? Empowering Black women, not pop that pussy, disrespect that nigga, take his money, not that. Find Black women who are talking about things that are in alignment with what you value and promote them and like them, buy their music. Simple. And watch how everything literally can change overnight. But the question is, do you have enough self-control to do that?
Yep.
Go ahead, Mahogany.
Agreed.
Mahogany.
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I agree with what she said, but also I wanted to speak on I think what Spiritual Logic was saying, and I do hear a lot of men
Nate, you're next.
voicing their opinion about women getting benefits from the government and all this and that. It's true, but guess what? The women don't make the rules. We don't make Black women don't make the rules. That you know what I'm saying? I feel like Black women take a brunt of things that we have no power. We don't have control of this society. This society is run by wicked people. We don't have that kind of power. And I think so often, and that's how we end up fighting each other instead of fighting the enemy, which is the society. We fight each other. That's all I wanted to say. I'm going to hop off and listen. I appreciate you having me up here.
Hey, you know I
Thank you.
always love you. You have a good afternoon,
I
sweetheart.
love you too, and I
I'll be
apologize
back
for
on tonight, so don't worry. I got a
Yes.
night show tonight. You know me.
Hey, Mahogany, one
Yes,
quick
sir.
thing before you leave. One quick
Yes,
thing
sir.
before you leave. I agree with you about that. I just want to add that actually women do actually have a voice, because I'm not talking about you particularly, but there are women who actually go out there and fighting for abortion, and they actually get the rules changed. They fight for slut walks and all this other stuff. So there are women coming together using their power. Now, whether the system is empowering women to actually do that is another thing, but there are women who actually coming together to do a lot of things, like a lot of censorship with masculinity the good masculinity that guys like me, Mace, and other brothers on here try to promote is being censored. We're not trying to let the irresponsible man off the hook. We're not doing that. We're actually trying to empower men to be responsible, to be productive, to uphold some righteous structure. We're doing that. It's just that there are women out there that are censoring our voices when we try to uphold that, because unfortunately, when we speak personal responsibility, we don't hold a bias to just the men. We hold that to the women as well, and that is why we produce our message. So don't underestimate the power that there are women actually coming together that have changed the rules.
Right. The whole abortion thing, that's really deep, because I am against abortion. I just want to say that clearly. But what a lot of people don't want to have that discussion is, and it's not to blame, but we got to figure out, why are so many young women having abortions to begin with? Why do they feel there's no, that they have no support? Why is that happening? No one wants to deal with that. But thank you. I appreciate that.
I can
All right,
answer
sister.
that.
Who wants to answer?
I can
Okay.
answer all this. I can answer all of
Nate, let me introduce you first. One of my favorite people on the planet Earth is up here, and I don't get to speak to this man much. I'm waiting for this man to have his own platform, and he knows I'll be in there laughing my ass off, bro. My brother, welcome, man. It's good to hear from you, man. How you been?
I've been good, man. Appreciate you letting me up, Mace. Spirit
No problem,
Logic, man. A brother after my own heart, ladies, gentlemen. You know, last time I came up here, there was a bit of turning over of the tables and some craziness. I want to try and keep that to a minimum, but I also still, I've got to give you my perspective, even if you disagree.
Go ahead, bro.
You know? Now, I was on Obsidian. I hope you don't mind me talking about another.
Hey, bro, I don't care.
Okay.
It's me.
I was on Obsidian earlier. He did a morning stream, and I've been doing this ever since I came into the manosphere about 5 months ago. People get upset when I attribute Black women's issues with their allegiance to the Democrat Party, but I'm sorry, I have to do this. I have to, because I genuinely believe it's the truth. We have all sorts of empirical data, academic research suggesting that your allegiance to this political party has done serious damage to you, ladies. Okay. And I'm not just addressing this to the Black woman on the platform. I'm talking to Black women, period. Okay. Any political party that would tell you that it's your reproductive right to kill your child is not a friend of yours. Any political party telling you to remove and ignore the importance of fathers from the equation of family is not your friend. Any political party trying to remove the importance of beauty and physical fitness from your equation of potential with proper men is lying to you and doing you a tremendous disservice. I'm not suggesting that if you started voting Republican, all this would change overnight. My contention, since I started coming on panels 4 or 5 months ago, is that Black people's problem is our culture. We have a terrible, counterintuitive and self-destructive culture that all the policies in the world are not going to help. Nothing's going to help it until the culture changes. It has to change. Earlier on Obsidians, I said, Black woman, who are you more apt to take advice from? Okay. We got two groups. We got group A and we got group B. Group A are ADOS Black men who have a vested interest in you being a woman of standards, a quality woman, a woman who's suitable to make a mate, and a woman who's suitable to try and build a functioning household with. And in group B, you have a bunch of, many of them Jewish elites, many of them lesbians, feminists, people who have literally no value for you whatsoever except your political vote for them. That helps put them in a position of power over you. Your only use to them is political expedience. That's it. The only value. They don't want to marry you. They don't want to build families with you. They don't want to raise children with you. They don't want to do anything with you but have your vote and have you dependent on them. That's what the left and the progressives want from Black women. Group B is telling you things that make you incompatible with us, completely incompatible. Group A, productive, competent black men, hardworking, family-oriented black men are telling you what needs to happen in order to mend the fences. Who are you going to listen to? Most of you are listening to Group B, okay? When are you going to start listening to Group A? Group A is not going to placate your feelings. They're not going to accommodate your feelings. They're going to tell you the truth. Black women have not been told the truth ever. In the past 60 years, no one tells you the truth. We're not allowed to tell you the truth. We have to tell you things that make you feel good about your condition, no matter how dire it's become, okay? We have to tell you the truth. I personally, and I don't feel that most of the men in this space approach you in an adversarial stance. It's not about, oh, you black women have been talking mess about us for 30, 40 years. Now it's our turn to talk mess about you. No, you have the majority of the men in this space genuinely wanting to fix the problem, but you are so accustomed to not having to listen to us that you dismiss us out of hand. You write us off, okay? Your entire approach to us is adversarial. You are competitors. You talk about how much smarter you are, how much more accomplished you are. You talk about how much better you are. You get on other media platforms. You get on with Joy Reid and MSNBC. You get on with Tamron Hall. You get on all these programs talking about just how wonderful you are. And the more political wins you have, because now you all are celebrating this supposed win by Biden. We'll see what happens before December 14th when they have to ratify the election.
Nate, I'm going to give it right back to you and then General. Kelly, go ahead, baby, because I know you get ready to run. Go ahead.
I was just waiting for him to pose the question. But, well, I'm an influencer. I can't state my political views. My opinions and my thoughts and my views is not worth me losing generational wealth. So I'll leave that at that. But I will say,
get that hint.
I am for whoever is for me. I choose whoever has my best interest and my children's best interest and my family. So, you know what I mean? That was the decision that I went with. That's the decision that I stick with. But above all, regardless of who becomes president, regardless of who became president, but that may change. But anyway, regardless of whatever happens, my focus is on empowering the Black community, empowering my family, mainly helping those who want to be helped. And that's what I do. And that's what my focus is. But yeah, I understand what you're saying completely. Can't say if I agree or disagree, but what I do agree with is it's very important to figure out who has your best interest. Your best interest, and it has to be, their views have to be in alignment with as many of yours as possible, with as many as your morals, who you are as a person, your pedigree, your character, all of that has to be in alignment. If not, and you're simply voting like a sheep because of what other people do, because of what your mother has done, then that's foolish, and then you're gonna get what you deserve. I'll say that. But other than that, there's nothing I can really say. Thank you, May, so much for having me. Thank you all. I truly appreciate you all sharing your perspectives and us having.
Hey, I'm going to put it in there again, sweetie. I'm going to put it in there again so you can see it in the private chat, okay? I just going to say to you, we got to do that one-on-one. And then if you want, we could talk about health, fitness, diet, and business. You know, the first hour and a half in here was about business. You are a tremendous asset to me, and I cannot wait until we get to know each other better. And to be honest with you, I will treat you the way you are, because I'm not one of these guys that's going to jump on you or anything like that. So with me, when you're in here, you're good. So don't worry about it, okay? Thank you for coming, gorgeous.
No problem. I appreciate it. Thank you all.
And one more thing, drop your everybody go subscribe to Pretty Kelly. I watched her Thursday and Friday because I subscribe. She is outstanding at what she does as a pro. Thank you, gorgeous.
Thank you. And I can't see your email, so I put my email in the private chat.
Okay, I'll email you today, okay?
Okay, awesome. Have a great day.
You too, gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the young lady doesn't want to say who she voted for. I don't know if she's scared of losing subscribers or whatever, but look, if you're voting a certain way, it speaks volumes about the things you're willing to accept. We have a political party that is promoting the P word. Legislation passed in California allowing 24-year-old men to sleep with 14-year-old boys, completely legal now. They're proposing legislation in other states giving adolescent children the right to decide their gender. Look, again, your salvation isn't in voting Republican. I've never said that. You'll never hear me say that. But if you can't, at the very least, wake up and see what's going on, I don't know how good conversation is going to do any of us. You know, people who want to vote that way should go that way. There's one party that is clearly about putting the woman in charge. I heard one of the ladies say earlier that, you know, Black women aren't in control. That's the only people that are in control in the Black community. Those 80% of Black men that follow the 90% of Black women that voted for the left, they literally could not give you any reason that a straight Black male should vote that way.
Because they're weak. That's why they're fucking simps. They're weak. They don't got no balls, no backbone. And it's niggas like them. It's why guys like me and Hulk are the way we are. Continue, little big nigga.
It's crazy, man. I mean, look, one party at the very least is not promoting single motherhood. One party is not promoting homosexuality. One party is not promoting transgenderism and all the madness that comes with mutilating yourself. One party is not promoting the sexualization of children. My God, they have books now. Boys can be princesses too. And on the cover of the book is a little Black boy. I don't know how you separate this from the political party itself that's promoting it. Again, our salvation is not in voting for any particular political party. Our salvation is in changing our culture. And it's an uphill climb. People are going to get called names and insults and disrespected when they try to do it. But it's got to be done. And at the very least, so that brothers who do think the way many of the men in this space think, they know that they have a partner. They have somebody that they can talk to, that they can connect with, and that they're not all alone thinking, oh my God, man, everything in higher education now is teaching men not to be men and teaching women to hate men. Fact. You know, I disagree with this. I disagree with you making a decision that the creator made, deciding who and what you're going to be. There's some things we just don't have a say in. You know, we throw the middle finger up at our creator when we attempt to change what he made us. You know, and if those people want to do that, that's their business. That's completely their business. You have every right to do it. As a conservative, you go ahead and do it. Just don't try to shove that down my throat. Don't try to change the society I live in to accommodate less than 4% of the population. Changing everything. Changing who can come into the bathroom. Changing who can marry who. Changing everything. Changing what I'm allowed to call somebody. They tried to pass legislation in California where medical professionals would suffer up to and including being termination from their job if they didn't refer to certain people as their chosen gender. Do you know Facebook has 90 genders? I thought there were only 2. I thought there were only 2.
Me too. Last I checked. Seriously, last I checked, for as men and women. And then again, I don't give a damn. It's my platform. We are forgetting the alphabet people. We have to allow them to. I mean, that's their rights, and it's going to be their rights for a long time.
They got every right to live their life the way they want to.
Exactly.
Every right. What they don't have a right to do is change my society, the very fundamental basis of the society I live in, alter it to the point where it's on the verge of collapse. There's such a shading of what's morally correct. Almost every major civilization, ancient Greece, Rome, Babylon, they all fell. And this is the course they took before their fall. We're on the same track, folks. Sexualizing children, making it okay to I heard a brother say on a platform, it's going to get to the point where you're going to have grown men hollering at your little 8-year-old boy or your little 8-year-old daughter, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it.
Facts.
That's where we're headed.
Yep, that's where we're headed. And I'll tell you something else. I said this before, Nate. I'm going to say it again. And ladies, if you're still in here, listen to what I'm about to say, because this is going to happen. I'll say within the next 3.5, 4 years from now, you're going to see more straight men with transgenders.
Mr. Fantastic had a thing that he did. This young black man got on Instagram and he was toting all of the reasons why a straight man being with a mentally ill man who thinks he's a woman, there's nothing wrong with it. He gave like a 20-minute diatribe about how there's nothing wrong with it. It's completely normal. And what's wrong with you being against it, you bigot? We're in bizarro world.
Yes, we are. Yeah, my friend told me when I first lost my weight, no joke, 10 years ago, that everything was backwards. And I didn't understand what he meant by that. But after, and I don't like to play it on this, but I'll do it anyway. When you are obese, a lot of the times you're on the outside. When you lose the weight, you get a little taste of the inside. And when I saw what the hell was going on, I said, hells no, I'm not going for this shit. I might as well do me.
So, Mace, you didn't buy into the idea that it's okay to be obese? No one should judge you if you're obese?
No.
Self-improvement is a joke. All you got to do is massage and move the rest of society to believe that there's nothing wrong with you as a 300-pound person. It's society that has the problem, not you. Society doesn't acknowledge how beautiful and attractive you are with your pounds and pounds and pounds of weight. This is what a large group of women are now promoting. Body positivity.
Like I say about those fat ass women, bro. I don't know. You really have to be a fucking desperate motherfucker to be with one of those fucking hyenas, bro. You fucking out of your mind. And I love the guy, and I'm not gonna call him out here. But bro, there are certain men who have a man card that they carry 24/7. I'm one of them. Hulk is another. You're another one, Nate. The General's another one. We are not going for fucking gorilla-sized women. I'm sorry.
The country has no problem demanding productivity out of men. The country has no problem with the federal government requiring men to be fathers. The federal government does not require women to be mothers. And it's to the point of celebrating all the things that make a woman repulsive to a competent and productive man. I'm sorry. Black American female culture is the most toxic type of culture there is, unfortunately, in my opinion, because it's counterintuitive. It puts things in your head that make you less likely to be able to find a mate. Becoming a single mother makes you less likely to be able to find yourself a mate. Being obese makes you less likely to be able to find a competent, productive man. You got black women who have been saying for 30 years now that ain't no good black men out here. Ain't no good black men out here. I would have to disagree with you, beloved, because there are millions of good black men.
Tell me about it.
They just don't want anything to do with you.
Not only that, let me add this, and then I'm going to get General up here again. Let me add this, Nate. I say it all the time. Where black women, in my opinion, miss the boat, especially when they're younger. And I think it was Spiritual Hulk who said this earlier this morning when he was up here. When you're young, that's when you're supposed to use common sense. See a young man that you see in your college classroom, seeing this young man trying to make something of himself. Instead, these women want to twerk, throw their behinds to any guy but a black man, and then when they get tired of doing it and want to settle down and have some little brat, they wonder why the good black men are staying to themselves or they're gone. they left the country or they're going to another race of women. Is because what I saw what turned me off with them was that they want to have fun too much, and when they're younger, and we as brothers or any men of quality, we're trying to build ourselves up and lay down a foundation. And they don't like Bob the Builder. But when Bob the Builder got his shit all together and don't want them, don't even pay them no attention, they get attitude and they get butthurt. No, it can't work both ways. You either get with the niggas program who's making something of himself or F you. And I'm not going to put words in Hulk's mouth. I'll let him comment on it. I said, you know what? I'm just fine by myself. Go ahead, Hulk. Comment on that. And then you see you, General. Go ahead, Hulk.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm trying to think if I said exactly that, but you right, man. It's exactly what's going on. I agree. I don't really have much to add. I mean, like I said, man, everybody's been hitting it out the park today, and you know, I was just been building on. I think we've just been building on each other, like the General, Lil Big Nate, Aqua Dragon, Black Wall Street, Sir Ism, everybody who's up here. I can't remember everybody, but it was just been amazing. So right now, I'm just listening, man. I mean, it's it's unfortunate, and I do hold a lot of accountability with men, because I think that we have to realize that we have been made weaker over time, and the structure has been removed to contain what women are capable of, and see, weakening men. See, even when the law is corrupt, men can uphold structure just by their presence, just by actually saying no, or if you allow a woman in your life, you're gonna put up with certain things or you're not. But see, more men are about this conforming, and it's all about what she wants. It's all about making her happy, and that's just as bad as the legal system, because
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, because even with like, yeah, the on a government level, it's completely backwards. But like many have said, the mental level of a lot of these males out here is just totally. It's almost like the women are replicating their mind in the men, and a lot of these guys are just like, they're thinking like women in male bodies, and they don't realize it because of them growing up in these female ran households, and unfortunately, I'm not knocking education; it's useful, but college is producing a lot of social justice victimization, and even how they teach you to think. It's like they don't teach you to critically think. It's almost like, this is what I want you to think, not how to think. And it's also because men actually like to figure things out. When I was a child, I liked to challenge and to figure stuff out. Even if I struggled with it, somehow that was therapeutic for me to figure something out. And then when I did, I felt great. I felt a sense of accomplishment. They're removing that.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
That's what men do. We problem solve.
They're removing that. Exactly. They're removing that from men, and they're making men just want to scream and cry and get emotional. And that's what a lot of these marches are out here. That they're just irresponsible and stupid, because they're not, if you're not living what you're marching for, then you might as well not march. And a lot of people are just yelling for things, but their lifestyle actually is counterintuitive to what they like. The whole BLM thing, we know that's garbage. We know that's a feminist whatever. But these guys are living contrary to, they're actually devaluing their life by how they live it, and then going out there and then begging for someone else to value something that they don't value. And it's just crazy, and I think that we have to get back to order. I think the General hit that one out the park. We have to get back to order, and our government, if it's possible, needs to realign itself with order. This is not going to work if women are legally equal to men. I know women think that's an accomplishment, but we are designed as men, when we have our minds correct, to keep society functional, to uphold certain structures that protect everyone from the evil of others. We don't have that. Now the criminals, what do they call it? The inmates are running an asylum, and we're being held victims by trying to, basically, everybody who has a structure is trying to keep this place from imploding on itself. So all the brothers that are actually out here doing something, we're the only thing keeping this country from becoming a total hell. That's where we're at right now. We're the only
Yeah,
thing. The fact
we're
that
at the verge of the apocalypse right now for black people, both sides. That's a fact.
yeah, like this conversation right now, the fact that like are trying to even show to women that there are men, that the narrative that you're being sold about what men think from other women is a total lie.
Facts.
You just heard today from men. We do not hate you. Matter of fact, the reason that we're calling you out and we're correcting is a sign of love.
Absolutely.
You know, like if you don't correct somebody, you don't care about them.
I'm gonna say something to that.
If I could chime in, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something, and then I gotta get General in here, but I'm gonna say something to us. Hulk, unmute yourself, cause I want you to answer this. Here's the bottom line: black men love black women. Black women love black men, and I said this a couple of weeks ago in here. What black women, a lot of them, not the two who's here today, but a lot of them, deep inside, you know what they want from us? The truth. 'Cause I see it here all the time. They want us to step up to the man. That's what they want us to do. Because in their minds, they said we're going to end up in jail anyway, most black men. That's the way they are.
That's not.
That's the way they think. Oh, you'd be surprised, General. I mean, you'd be surprised, Nate. They want us to step up and to them be more of a man the way they expect us to be. When you have a lot of brothers who keep their heads down, don't say nothing, don't speak up, but then you look up and they're killing one another, to a lot of people, it's not funny, but it's pathetic. And that's our problem. We've been bashing the women today. I'm going to do it the other way around. I want Hulk the answers, then General, then Nate, you can go a little bit, then General can have the platform. And two, we show unity within ourselves. Nothing's going to be fixed. Because we don't trust each other. We don't respect each other for the most part. All you have to do is look at some of the platforms here. That guys are talking over each other, screaming at each other over just a bunch of words. Come on now. Come on. Go ahead, Spiritual. Answer that, then I'll go to Little Big Nate. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. We've rejected the values that that have basic human respect and decency until we don't care to hear each other no more. Sometimes we're just beacons of hate. And I think that we have to realize, like, basic brotherhood is important. You know, like, as a man, we should all have the same concepts of masculinity, of what it's like to be a man. How do we quantify and qualify that? You know, we have to agree on these things. And instead of arguing over sexual access to women, you know, we need to focus on masculinity, manhood, fatherhood, responsibility, you know, just things that actually give men more agency and control over their lives. Because
and the reason why I had this today, but it turned into something else that was at least helpful, how we can help each other, make each other better financially and mentally, and how to better ourselves and help other brothers make themselves better by jobs and careers, and teach them how to do tech and how to invest their money when they get paid and stuff like that. That's the reason why I do this. I do this Saturday morning with your boy Wall Street, bro, because I want to see brothers take advantage of this, learn from it, and make themselves better. Go ahead, Hulk. Don't worry, you're coming, Nate, in general.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, look, I learned a lot just from hearing everybody today. I mean, it was very refreshing to hear men actually, like, we hashed out a lot of things. Everybody brought their perspectives from different age ranges, from different views where they are in their lives. Some people had children. Some people are like me and Mace. We don't have you don't have children, Mace, right?
No kids for me.
Yeah, so we don't have children. And look, I value the mindset of a man who has kids and his struggles, and I value those men who are older and younger, because everybody has something to add because we should be moving towards the common goal, which is for men to attain manhood, masculinity, so we can bring back structure and order to society and start, having some kind of pushback to this illogical legal trap that's actually replicating and creating a cycle of chaos. It's so bad. I just wish that sometimes I don't really try to cater to what women think, because I understand that women are just gonna sometimes focus on their own self-interest. But I'll give the ladies some credit today. I mean, it started off a little bit rough, but eventually we started to hear each other. And eventually we actually had some common ground on certain things. And a lot of time it just takes some patience to really hear that, you know, true masculinity is really being calm. It's really being having a poise about yourself, having immovable character, being able to express a thought objectively, and then supporting it with details and logic. And I think that that prevailed. We projected our manhood and it prevailed, and we actually were able to have some common ground with the ladies on the panel today.
And Pretty Kelly was outstanding today.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Outstanding.
and like you say, I mean, we got to realize we do have to bring it back to men, being able to support each other. And I mean, support each other when we're aligned correctly with our values.
Facts.
We have to do that. And I think that getting our values back in alignment and, just being able to understand that, look, if somebody's telling you something that's proven to work and the results prove it so, we can't get emotional about it because it's contrary to something. We need to be more results based,
Nothing bothered me more when I was seeing women early this past decade. Nothing bothered me more than them not liking the fact that I had so much. I mean, I'm not patting myself in the back, fellas, but excuse me for what I'm about to say. That I had so much class that it turned them off. And I just shake my head about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Nate, go ahead.
Well, you wanted the general to go.
Oh, okay, General, go ahead, bro. Sorry about that. Go ahead, General. General.
No, I
all yours, bro. All
here.
yours.
You hear me?
We hear you crystal clear. All
Okay,
yours, bro.
I can pass to Nate, man, because I know he's. I can pass to Nate, little big Nate, because I know he's poised and waiting. Nate, you can go ahead, man. I'll go after you, brother.
Yeah, you go right after him. Go ahead, Nate. Shoot off, baby.
I appreciate it. In my estimation, ladies, for the ladies that are listening, this is what I've taught my daughter. I got custody of my children when they were 2 and 5 after my divorce. A lot of men in this space haven't done what I've done. Okay, a lot of the men have daughters. They're involved. Salute to them. I'm one of the few men in this space that act.
Hey, go away. Keep talking.
Oh, okay. I'm one of the men in this space that has raised a black 2-year-old girl into adulthood. Okay, I've got a unique perspective on women. All right. Many of you may wonder, well, who is he to tell us this? Who is he to? That's your default reaction to when a black man just comes up and starts telling you things that are in your best interest that don't coincide with, popular American orthodoxy. Okay. But the most revolutionary thing you can do, ladies, is when you are young and you are beautiful, you find yourself a competent, productive, family-oriented black man. There are millions of them. There are millions of them out here. I've heard the term dad cute thrown around by some femininity influencers. You're all not going to get an Idris Elba in every pot. Shout out to Obsidian. That's his saying. You're not going to get an Idris Elba in every pot. You're not getting perfect black men. Most of us are far from perfect. But guess what? So are you. You are far from perfect. You would be so well advised to just find yourself a young man that you can work with, a young man that genuinely loves you. And let me tell you this. If a man genuinely loves you, He's going to tell you things that cause internal conflict in you. If all he does is make you happy, if all he does is make you laugh, if all he does is agree with you, he doesn't love you. I'm telling you, that man does not love you. Because you've been conditioned to work against your best interest, he's going to tell you things that cause a disruption in you emotionally. What you have to do is just rest assured this man has my best interest at heart, and I'm going to put it in his hands. This man has wins in his column. This man has accomplishments I can point to. Those are the kind of men you need to be linked up with. You black women primarily only care about the aesthetics of a man, how he looks, his swag, his reputation. None of this speaks to your ability to build a functional household with him. And you almost put 100% of the onus on a man's looks and his swag. You worry more about what your girlfriends are going to think about your boyfriend than what your children will get from him. That's the problem.
Or the children you will get from him.
And that too. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Go ahead, General. General, it's all yours. And then Black Wall Street. Go ahead, General. All yours.
Listen, man. We can sit up here for the rest of the day and tonight and the rest of the year and all of next year until we figure out how to stop, the bickering back and forth. This is where I'm coming from. Because men generally have a starch position, right? We think logically while women think emotionally. So to cut through all of the bullshit, we got to get past that emotional outburst that's prone to happen in some of these conversations. That's what has to happen, because they feel as though we're talking at them when we're actually talking to them. Big Nate hit it on the head. If you got a guy that's just trying to please you, something's wrong with that, because he's leaving himself out of the equation. He's not leading. He's subjugating himself to you, to what you want. Exactly. He has no thought of what a future is for himself or for you. He's only there to compliment you. And that's okay. But at the end of the day, look at his leadership skill. Where is that guiding you? Where is it getting you? Where are you going with that? That's what has to happen here. See, it's the visual that a lot of people are caught up on. Mainly women. Oh, he's got to be 6'4". He's got to have 6-pack ass. He's got to have a 6-figure salary. He's got to have a S600, S550. He's got to be riding the big Benz and all this other shit. But what is his personality? Where is his leadership skills? What type of man is he? What direction is he traveling in? Have you given one thought to that? And for men on the other side, the flip side of that is, you must also stop looking at the big butt and smile. She's got a cute face. Okay, fine. She's got a nice body. Okay, fine. But does she possess the qualities that you need? Is she feminine? Is she willing to cooperate with you? See, over the last 35 to 40 years, women have had this thing, especially women in relationships, should I say. And there was a survey done a long time ago. It's still out there somewhere. And they asked women, what are some of the things you wish your man could do better? You know what they were saying? Some of the same shit they were saying that some of them say today. He doesn't communicate to me. He doesn't talk to me. He acts like he doesn't care about the relationship as much as I do. When 35 to 40 years have passed, ladies, men have been quiet. They've been stonewalled in their approach to this thing. And now that we're voicing our fucking opinions and we're telling you, you know what, babe, you don't look all that hot in that dress because you picked up a little bit of weight. You don't want to hear that. Whereas we used to wouldn't voice our opinion. We just was like, okay, yeah, baby, look fine. Okay, let's go. But now the modern man is saying, no, you gained weight. No, I don't like your attitude. No, I'm not putting up with your attitude. Whereas in previous generations, you just kind of bowed your head and said, you know, happy wife, happy life, happy girlfriend, happy relationship. Well, the modern man has decided that they're taking their power back. There's a male-female strength dynamic that exists. And the male-female strength dynamic that exists is that women have had the power for far too long. And now that men are saying, no, I'm not going to put up with that bullshit. No, just not going to deal with you in that manner. I'll find someone else. I'll go to the next country. I'll go to South America. I'll deal with a Latin woman. I'll deal with a Asian woman. I'll deal with a Mexican. I'll deal with whatever. Because I'm not going to put up with your bad behavior. I'm not going to put up with you with you know, your uncouthness.
And, you know,
I'll pass the mic back, man. We just got a lot of work.
The general, I believe, is a member of the United States military. And Black women routinely talk about, well, I'll follow if he leads in a way I approve of. When Staff Sergeant comes into that hall, 4:30, 5:30 in the morning, screaming at those recruits to get up, we got a 5-mile hike to go on. Are those new recruits waiting to find a Staff Sergeant that's going to lead them the way they want? Or do they get up and follow the rules of Staff Sergeant? Which do they do?
And they follow.
They get up and do what they get up and do what they're told. You don't have to approve of the leadership. What you have to do is look at what the man has accomplished. If he has accomplishments under his belt, you follow his leadership, whether you want to or not. Leadership is not about accommodating you. Leadership is about getting you to the place where you need to be. You may not understand the path you're being taken on, but following Staff Sergeant, you'll develop in the type of soldier who can defend himself and do what he needs to do out there on the field of battle. But you can only do that if you follow what Staff Sergeant says. That's it.
Well, you know, little Big Nate, little Big Nate, man, I'll tell you. The modern Black woman, she wants leadership by proxy. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, and I know Mace understands what I'm saying. I know the listeners understand. They want leadership by
I know what
proxy.
you're saying, Joe.
In other words, they want to come to your home, your 2,500 square foot home that you've worked and bust your ass for. They want to sit on your $2,000 fucking leather sofa sectional set. They want to open up your fucking 75-inch fucking super color 4K HDMI fucking television set. Put their feet up on your mahogany coffee table, right? With their phone on their ear on one hand, sewing on their fucking weave fingernails, playing in their goddamn weave, scratching in their pattern on their weave and shit. But without bothering to say, you know what, let me get up and go in here and put something on this $1,400 smooth glass top range that this man has provided for me. Let me go in here and strip down the California King bed with this $400 fucking comforter set on it, and let me take it out here to the put it in the goddamn in this $1,200 washer and dryer set, state of the art washer and dryer set that he's worked hard to get for me. No, they'd rather not do that. Let me go out here and get this motherfucking $400 fucking vacuum cleaner and make sure that I vacuum the floor. No, they don't want to do that. Let me get up and go in here and put this fucking $400 China set that we ate off of last night. Let me put it in this fucking $379 dishwasher that this man has worked hard to provide for me, so I don't have to stand up over a sink. No, they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. They want to sit there and peruse social media. And this is just not, again, one more thing. I'm not talking about the lower end Black woman either. You see, they want to make these concessions where you're only talking about a certain demographic, the Black woman. No, these are women all up and down the social economic ladder. You know why? Because they have no sense of what a woman is supposed to bring into a relationship. Let me check that. They know what they're supposed to bring into the relationship. They just refuse to do it because it's been a culture where things have been cultivated to give them the advantage. Women
Exactly.
only want
about 2 hours
they
ago.
only
I
want
love
things
this.
to be equal.
I text my
Women only
cousin
want
happy
things to
birthday.
be equal. Women
Here
only
comes
want things to be equal
no
as long
response.
as they
My mother
have
texts
the
her.
advantage.
Goes to my mother. Oh, thank you very much.
Mace, we can hear you on your
I
phone.
don't care.
Gotta
But the
mute
part
up.
that disappointed me was my mother again. Oh, let me see the
Mace,
phone. I showed her that she
Mace, you
gave
might
me
want to
no.
mute it, bro.
I said, come on, man. My mother gets so upset at me. I said,
He just doesn't know.
let me just go about my business because
No,
I really don't care.
I'm telling you, women only want
Fuck her, I
things
don't care.
equal when they talk about this egalitarian style society in which we live in. Well, things are equal now. You're equal as a woman. Oh, they want to pick and choose, but I'm a woman. You're a man. You're
Equal,
supposed to.
equal.
Right,
So when that tire blows out on the interstate, I change it the first time. You're gonna change it the second time. When that bump in the night, 3 o'clock in the morning,
Ooh.
first I'll check it, then she'll check it the
She
next
was fucking would have threw those
they
shits out the window.
They don't understand what equality is. Equality is where just that. I got 1 quarter, you have a quarter, we both have 25 pennies when we break it down. Or we both
That's
have
equality,
2 dimes and a nickel, right? But the problem comes in when they say, no, my quarter is supposed to get me more than your quarter gets you. You understand?
You can't demand equality, then demand provisions. You can't demand equality, then demand protection. They are the antithesis of each other. You protect and provide for people that are usually a degree below you. That's just how it works, ladies.
We were on the channel the other night, and I laid out that exact scenario, Nate. I said, okay, so
get
you
up
and
here,
your
bro.
man. Yeah. I said, okay, so you and your man are upstairs in your 2,700 square foot home with the nice amenities. You're upstairs. It's 3:45 in the morning, 0:35 in the morning, military time, right? 3:45, just 15 minutes to 4. You both hear the front door being kicked in. Who gets up and goes down there to investigate what's going on? Who does that? I've had women give a myriad of answers. Well, both of us go because we both got guns.
That's a lie.
No, wait. You got to hear this. So in this particular scenario that I laid out, the young lady that I asked the question to, she said, well, the masculine one would go. Instead of just being honest, instead of just being straight up, straightforward and say, well, if me and my man are upstairs and it's me and my man, see, masculine can be a masculine female. You understand? Wow. Instead of her saying, well, my man would go, of course, or the man would go in that scenario.
That's what every other race of woman would say. The man.
Right.
Boom.
But no, because she wanted to be disingenuous, and I'm not picking on her. She does what every other. See, this is the thing, man. When you ask a black woman a question, very basic question, yes or no, what happens in this space is they'll give you every other answer except for the answer that you asked for.
Facts.
Yeah, Black Wall Street. I'm sorry, bro. You can go ahead, man. I didn't mean to take up so much air.
I'm sorry,
you guys are doing. I mean, you guys are saying incredible points. Everything that you guys are saying is absolutely true. So, I mean, it's unfortunate. I was telling them before you came on, I was telling them about, my situation and everything. And it's so good that at least there are people, at least in this space that you can talk to about these type of things, and we can build off and learn from each other. And it's unfortunate that in our society, the narrative is the opposite of that. Like what you guys were talking about earlier about, with the family and the gender roles, like women want to be bosses, but when something happens, then it's a whole different story. Nobody even puts that into consideration. And like you said, General, it's because there's a lot. It's a
it's a power lust. You know, they're just trying to get as much power as they can in this type of climate. But what's happening is that it's ruining the whole structure of the black family.
And I'm gonna go a step further with that. You know what the problem is? Up here, they call themselves boss bitches. Here's the problem: Pookie Ray Ray, the simps, they all fall in line with boss bitch. When it's the other way around, when you let boss bitch know that it's my way or the highway, boss bitch is dumbfounded while a nigga will put her ass in check, like I would, Hulk would, Nate would, General would, yourself, Black Wall Street. Put that bitch in line. Let her know who's the fucking boss. And ain't no woman that wears fucking panties.
And, you know, like I was saying earlier, ladies, the most revolutionary thing you could do is to proudly proclaim from the rooftop or wherever you live is that I want to be under the leadership of a competent, productive, family-oriented black man. That's all I want. And when I say under the leadership, that's exactly what I mean. Under our leadership. You have spent so much time focused on the wrong guys. You genuinely believe that there are no black men out here that run their households. Every black man I know runs his household properly. Every one of them. I've got 3 really good friends up in Charlotte, North Carolina. All of them have children. One of them's married. All of them run their households. I run my household. Every single man. How many of the men you've dealt with have invited you to move into his house? Why is it I'm always hearing niggas talk about getting kicked out of some broad's house? How does that even happen? Like, that doesn't even compute in my brain, getting put out of a woman's house. Anything I'm in, I have to own or at least make mortgage payments to the bank for.
Facts.
Until it's mine. Okay? You can't put me out of anywhere. How are niggas getting put out of places? You mess with dudes that are broken and compromised, and they allow you to be in control. That's what many of you want. And then when things eventually fall apart with these men, as they are going to do, you blame us all. When in fact, 80% of us are not even engaged in most of this nonsense behavior. We're just not.
I'll tell you something else, little big name. I'm gonna let you roll with this. That was a problem. You had a lot of men in the 70s, 80s, 90s, in the 21st century, the first 15 years, that they let the women control the situation. And I heard there were bitches telling them, if I won't let you see my kids unless you do this. I would have said, ho, the fuck out of here. I don't want to know your goddamn brats, bitch. I wouldn't be messing with you. I told this story before. I'll say it again. You might as well say 10 years ago. First chick that I was seeing, bro, I knew she was holding something back from me, but I didn't know what it was. I figured she had another nigga and I was the nigga on the side. Make a long story short, she said, I gotta see you. I said, okay, I'll come see you. And I saw her with 4 toddlers and a 10-year-old. I'm like saying, yo, baby, babysitting today? I said, you babysitting? And she tells me, no, these are my kids. I walked right away, bro. I cursed her ass out for not telling me she had brats, and I walked away, bro. And I said one thing about me. That bitch better not have no kids if she want anything from me. Okay?
Well, and you have every right to say that. You know, I'll be honest. You know, I know throughout the manosphere, the opinion is you don't mess with women with out of wedlock births. I can understand that. I respect it. My position is I give you one shot. I give you one. If you're a woman, I'll give you one out of wedlock birth. That is supposed to be so profound an event in your life. You don't ever make that mistake again. Not that the child is a mistake, but the set of circumstances you brought that child into existence is. And again, it's supposed to be so profound an event. You're supposed to completely give yourself over to your maternal instincts to care for this child, to protect them, to get them in the very best of situations. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen too often with American women and with Black women in particular. But I will give you one. I'll give you one
You
screw up. One.
you know what's happening? And then you have women that will say, none of my children were born out of wedlock. All of my kids came through marriage. Okay? And they're all doing quite well for themselves. Okay? Just because the relationship between me and the mother of my children did not work out does not mean that we don't have a decent relationship and we were able to co-parent and raise them into adulthood to be great citizens, and good people. All right, that's number one. But you got a lot of women that would hear men say, I'm not dealing with a single mother. I under any circumstance. Well, why not? You might miss a blessing. You can't hold that against her. But wait,
I
now,
would say, bitch,
here's
if
the
if I
caveat.
didn't give you the kid, I don't want nothing to do with your black ass. Move on, bitch. Like the old CC Pennison song in the early '90s. Keep on
Walk
walking,
on.
bitch.
Yeah, walk on.
But
Fuck out of here.
But see, here's the caveat. They will sit there and then try, because that's your belief system, they will try and shame you into saying things like, well, men have kids and we deal with it all. That's you.
That's
I
your
don't
dumb
tell
ass.
I will not tell any, check me out now, so I'm going to be fair and down the middle. I would not tell any young man to deal that doesn't have kids. I don't tell my own children, it's my own sons and my own daughters. Look, you don't have any kids. So why would you go out there and get into a situation where you have a ready-made family?
Told my son that too. Absolutely.
All right. I didn't do it. I only when I went through my divorces and all that stuff, and I got back in the dating scene, I had children. So I didn't mind dating women who had children as long as you didn't have more than what I had. We were cool. As long as they met certain criteria, we were cool. As long as they were of a certain age, because I don't have time to be the dad to play catch with your son. Where's his real father at? I play catch with my kids. Now, I mentor young men here in this community. That's where I just came back from. Every Saturday, this is what I do. I go out, I coach, I lecture, I speak, I talk, I coach, train, mentor, teach, right? And there's a young man, we set him up through the jobs program. We set up, it was, since I've been doing this here in Texas, it's been about 112 young men and young women between the ages of 17 to fucking 24, right? Some of them are younger than that, but for the jobs program, you have to meet a certain age criteria. So of the 112 that we sent down to South Texas, these oil corporations, right? It's only like 30 that have stayed consistently and stayed within the jobs program to work. I had a young lady who came back. They set her up to go down there. She was in nursing school. She fell out and no kids and all this race stuff, right? And she didn't have money to finish nursing school, so she came to the program. 19 years old, came to the program. Smart sister, beautiful young sister. Set her up. She went down there with a Gulf oil company, right? They said, hey, listen, you're halfway through your school. This is what we'll do. We'll finish paying for your education. We'll even give you a job once you're done. We're going to take you and put you into the training because we need nurses down there. They need medical personnel on these oil fields, right? They had her set up. They had this girl set up to start out at $68,000 a year. She was working at fucking Burger King.
70 racks out of the program. Wow.
Listen now. I'm going to tell you some real shit. She goes down there. She stays down there for not even 90 days, not even 3 months. She's back. She walks through the door and I said, hey, are you back, for visit or whatever? She was like, no, I couldn't stay down there. There was nowhere for me to get my hair and my weave and my nails done. I can't stay down there.
Dumb bitch.
Oh my
wait,
God. Wow.
Wait, it gets worse. It was a young man. I personally took interest in this guy, personally, right? Said, hey, you disqualified for the military because you got criminal background, whatever. So this is what we'll do, this program. You join this program. They sent him down there, right? They wanted to start him out at $72,000 to drive the rigs on the oil yard down there, right? They wanted to start him out at $72,000. This kid was working fucking at delivering fucking food for Uber Eats, right? I got him in the program. He qualified. The guy came down to do the little interview. Said, yeah, hey, he's a great prospect. We take it down there and get him hooked up. He's got 2 kids, 23 years old with 2 kids. He went down there. He stayed just above 3 months. Came back. And I'm like, dude, you got kids. Oh man, it just wasn't nothing down there to do. It wasn't nothing. It was just boring down there. I can't stay down there. Come to find out, you know why he came back so soon?
Why?
You guessed it. Drugs, urinalysis, marijuana. Couldn't stop smoking marijuana. They can't stop.
So you give up a job that in most southern states you can raise a family on 72, 80 grand. You live like a fucking king.
Yep.
In the South. You will live like a king.
Plus, you're working for an oil company, so you know that the potential for growth is astronomical. Plus, you leave work delivering Uber Eats and shit. You stay, like you said, staying with your girlfriend. Cause we have to qualify these people, where you stay at, how you doing, or whatever. And come to find out, came back because they fired him. Urinalysis. Couldn't stop smoking the motherfucking marijuana. So I asked him, I said, so now what are you going to do about providing medical and dental care for your children? Let alone that, what are you going to do about sustaining life? Shit, I'm going to get it how I live. That's just what it is. I'm going to get it out the mud. Okay.
That's an answer.
Yeah. Okay. Now, there are success stories. There's success stories. I had young men and young women go down there, and they're still down there. I've been here now for 3 years when I left New York. And they're very successful. They're doing well. Young man came back. He was able to, get his family, get his girlfriend, fiance. They went down there, got married, and, they got the 2 kids. She's got another kid on the way. They got a house. They got nice cars. They clean themselves up. They got nice clothes. They got a savings account now. I keep in contact with them because we get annual reports, right, on how they're making progress and how they're doing. But most of them, they can't. For guys, it's marijuana. For the chicks, it's ain't no way to get my weed done. They don't have they didn't have no nail shop down there. And I'm like, you giving up an opportunity to make a life for yourself.
Facts. And it's unfortunate.
You tell me what 19-year-old kid that basically is a high school dropout, that's driving Uber Eats, that comes to a program because he's got trouble with the law. The judge sends these kids, these at-risk young people to the program, right? They get mandated to come to the program instead of going to jail. It's a way of trying to, save the community or save the kids, right?
Emulate your life, yeah. Make your life better.
You tell me what 19-year-old kid that goes from driving for Uber Eats, goes down to gets the opportunity to go down to an oil rig, gets hired, right? Gets the opportunity to go down there and go from making, $11, $12, I guess whatever they're paying for Uber Eats, to making $68,000, $70,000 a year.
Well, before you go, Nate, go ahead, Black Wall Street.
No, I mean, I think what you guys are saying is absolutely right. And the problem is that, General, like, I'm just so happy for the things that you're doing. You're actually out here volunteering and actually taking your time out to look after these youth and look after these young children, because if not for you, that's what's going to happen. Because when men are brought up in these single family homes where they don't have those male figures, that's how they think. They think about selling weed and smoking weed more than the opportunity that could provide for their children. That's the type of priorities that this matriarchy has given a lot of these black men right now. Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but that's why we need men like you guys. And I already talked to you about you, Big Nate. Like, you've been so helpful, just as a man with children and raising children and all of that. So that's what we need, because I didn't have that before I had these kids. If I had that before I had these kids, I mean, I love them to death. But who knows, how things might have been. So
But
we
different
need
decisions
men
you
like
would have
this.
made.
And
Absolutely.
you're a good man because you're a good dad because the 3 Saturdays I've had you here, you had your little guys around you. And I could tell they love you so much because the way they talk to you. I had my nephews live with me since they were like 2, and they gravitate you and they know that you're a good person and they know you're a good daddy. I want to say this, I'm going to let you guys continue, but I really appreciate everybody who was on the panel today. Kelly was terrific. Oh, God, I knew she had something in her. She brought something to the table. Legion of Nyx was great. Spiritual Hulk was awesome. Aqua Dragon was great. And now I have Nate, who always brings it, and the general, who's always so knowledgeable what he talks about because of what he has in his walks of life. And this young man right here, Black Wall Street, there's a reason why I enjoy having you up here, my friend. And you know what's so cool today, guys, everybody? Not one talk of sports today.
On the Mace Taggart channel. Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey, man, I mean, this is happening frequently now. I gotta calm this down, but hey, if people want to hear this, I'll give it to you. Nate, continue, my friend, and then General.
Yeah, I come here expecting to hear you talking about the '89 Dolphins and some shit. No idea what the hell you're talking about at the time. But yeah, man, I think these issues are a bit more pressing. You know, there's room for the sports and the betting and all that stuff, absolutely. But you know, unfortunately, you're never going to hear conversations like this on mainstream media,
Hells no.
any talk show, on Fox Soul. They'll never have men that speak like us. They'll never have men that talk to Black women the way we do, not in a disrespectful fashion, but men who understand, ladies, we are supposed to be instructing you. That's just the bottom line. Proper Black men, competent Black men are supposed to be guiding your footsteps, whether it's your father. You know how in the wedding ceremony, the father hands off his daughter to the groom. The daughter goes from the care, the provisions, the protection, and the discipline of the father, and then gets put directly into the hands of the groom, who the father has determined is a man who's able to do the same. Okay, able to guide her, protect her, discipline her even when necessary. I know y'all don't want to hear that, but even discipline. I'm not talking physical violence necessarily, but even Will Smith rolled up a magazine and popped Jada Pinkett in the head when she disrespected him in public. Okay, so that's how it's supposed to work. That's why the wedding ceremony goes in that fashion. The father hands his daughter off to a capable man who's able to put her in a very similar set of circumstances that dad had her in. You know, 60 years ago, women didn't even have their own places. And I know some of you think that's a good thing. You know, oh, you know, these women are out here, they're independent and they got this and they got that. That's all well and good, but, you know, you're never going to own a home with a man. You're never going to fill out mortgage paperwork with a man. You're never going to have these major milestones in life with a partner. I don't think that's anything to celebrate. I really don't. You have to listen to us. You've given 50 to 60 years listening to a bunch of other people that don't have your best interests at heart. How about you be quiet for the next 10 years and listen to us? Not listen to all Black men, but listen to proper Black men. Listen to accomplished Black men. Listen to Black men who are interested in the idea of family. If you gave us 10 years, just a decade, much of the dysfunction you see, we can get rid of. We can solve a lot of these problems. For many Black women, unfortunately, it's probably too late. Okay. But for younger Black women or Black women who haven't done a substantial amount of damage to themselves by making bad decisions in life, there's still a chance you can be brought into a better way of thinking and you can become compatible with proper men. This is all about proper men versus usually the men you lust after. The men you lust after usually they don't have much to offer you, number one. Number two, you know, your submission to men often involves an element of lust. You don't listen to men that you don't lust after. You don't submit to men that you don't lust after. And most intelligent women, they know marriage is not just about love. It's a business decision.
Facts.
You know, you're making major decisions and major financial decisions. You've got the lives of these children in both of your hands. It's a business. You should be looking at it as a business instead of being so concerned about if your girlfriend's going to think your new beau is cute or not. You know?
Facts.
And until you all start thinking correctly, and the only people trying to tell you what's right are men like the men you see across the manosphere. I'm not saying all of them are, but you'll get more genuinely helpful and appropriate information from us than you ever will from the OWN Network, from Huffington Post, from Madame Noir. None of them are going to tell you what you need to hear. None of them.
Facts. And they also will praise your enemy up like he's the greatest thing on planet Earth.
And they're going to praise your failures. They have to make you happy in your litany of failures. They have to make you happy. This is what Derek Jackson does. He makes you comfortable in your mediocrity. He makes
that motherfucker who said that women over 40 is in the golden period.
This is what he said. He said women over 40 are the most lit.
Dumb nigga.
That's what he said.
Dumb nigga. And those bitches, I bet you those bitches bought it too.
Are you serious? He's telling you things that are not going to help you ever get a man in your bed next to you for a protracted period of time. It's never going to happen with the things he tells you. You know, don't forget your crown and all this other madness that just makes you comfortable in the mistakes you've made. You should want to hear the corrective steps that proper Black men are trying to tell you about. Because if you have the courage to make these corrective steps, you could live an entirely different life. You could, if you would listen.
Yeah.
Question is, will you?
There you go. Go ahead, Gerald. Gerald.
Big Nate, they don't want that. They want to hear what Derek Jackson is telling them. If you think I'm lying, just try it.
5 million subscribers, I think. 5 or 6.
The next time you open up your show or you on somebody else's show, take this approach. Start saying, Black women are beautiful. They're the most precious thing on the face of the planet. There's nothing wrong with Black women. What's wrong with you, idiot? What's wrong with you, idiots? You niggas hate women. If you can't, it's your fault that you can't handle a strong Black woman who's intelligent, who understands how things operate in the world. But notice they won't ever mention the word feminine or fit or fun. Start saying things like, they're beautiful. No other woman on the face of the planet can compare to a Black woman. And watch the kudos and praises you'll get. But the moment if you want to know, as a Black man, who you cannot criticize, ask yourself who you cannot question. You can't question a Black woman about nothing.
No,
nothing.
Sir.
You can't say, hey, you have beautiful hair. Why do you wear that wig on top of your head? Your hair is beautiful. Hey, there you go, talking about weed. Hey, you niggas kill me. Well,
if you're gay, you're gay if you bring up this stuff. Yeah. If you bring up the inch deep of Sephora on their face, if you bring up these ridiculous hair helmets, you're gay then. You're gay, obviously. You know. So
But start saying, there's nothing wrong. You hurt. What one hurt you?
Who hurt you? Yeah, I get that shit too.
You guys are beautiful, whether you wear a weave or not. I accept it and watch the kudos and praises you will get. Again, if you want to know who you can't criticize, ask yourself who you can't question. That's number one. Number two, Women only want equality. Y'all should write this shit down. I'm telling you, because when you start asking them, it'll show women only want things to be equal. In other words, they only want equality, the little equal sign, as long as they have the advantage. If it's not to her advantage, she doesn't want it to be equal. Hey, we're gonna paint the garage today. I'm gonna need you to help me move all these boxes out of here. Mind you, majority of the boxes are gonna be shit that she has in there. Half that shit, not over a third of the shit is gonna be hers. Half of it's not even gonna be shit that you have. But ask her, hey, so yeah, I'm gonna need you to help me move these boxes out of the garage, and then we're gonna paint it. So here's your paint bucket and your paintbrush. I have mine over here. We're gonna spend the day and we're gonna redo a little bit of painting and remodeling in the garage today. Watch what
10 minutes in, she's complaining. 10 minutes.
My back, my arms hurting.
10 minutes in, she's complaining, dog. 10 minutes in. Yeah.
I'll be on, by the way.
But we're equal, though.
Yeah.
But we're equal.
I'll be on, by the way, Thanksgiving morning and Christmas morning. So you'll get me on both days.
Okay. But on top of that, they would have the nerve to sit there and tell you, without helping, why you put the boxes over there, why you didn't put them back there. Oh, I don't like that color. Why you pick that color? Why you start painting right there? You should have started painting over here. It's like, what the fuck?
I can't deal with that.
All I'm asking for, black women, is 10 years. Give us one solid decade of doing exactly what proper black men tell you to do. And then if things are still a mess after that 10 years, you can blame us all you want. At the current way things are going, you can't blame us for any of this. You've demanded control over your body. You've demanded control over the black community. You've demanded control over how the black community moves politically. If you ain't supporting your sisters, you ain't this, you ain't that. If this is, you have demanded control. If you have complete control, you are 100% responsible for what's going on. You want men to be, quote unquote, to blame for what's going on? Fine. Then put the running of the community in proper black men's hands. And in order for you to do that, you're going to have to be quiet. You're going to just to have to do what we tell you to do. I'm not saying do what black men tell you to do. Do what proper, accomplished, competent black men tell you to do. Okay?
I'm going to say it again.
How angry it makes you.
I'm going to say it again.
What we tell you.
I'm going to say it again.
We'll see how things turn out.
I'm going to say it again. It boggles my mind how the enemies can get them to do even bark like a dog. Yet with us, we have to build a spaceship, fly to Pluto and back in 2 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you wonder why guys like me checked out years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
And they wonder why guys like me checked out, bro. Why I'm so glad I don't have to worry about it. Just, yeah.
What we do have to worry about is maintaining this space and maintaining our free speech. That's something we have to be very worried about.
Yeah, in this town, I could tell you right now, here in New York City, bro, we don't have nothing to say, bro, because they don't want to hear from us. They totally, not just the women, everyone, they treat us like we don't exist, bro, that all we are is a bunch of zoo animals that don't know. Remember Planet of the Apes, the original one, when they fought Charleston Heston couldn't talk?
You damn dirty ape.
There you go. That's the way they look at us here in New York, bro.
Wow.
No joke, bro.
Man.
Yeah, man. The intelligent black man has no say in this town.
Yeah, how many of you ladies are genuinely sapio, which means attracted to intelligence? How many of you find intelligence attractive? How many of you find accomplishments attractive in a man? Because again, there are tons of black men out there. I know several black men who are out there doing well for themselves, doing very well. Most black men don't want any smoke with black women. None. They keep their head down, like May said earlier. We keep quiet. You just go on about your business. During the course of the day, you go to work, you handle your business, you come home, you pay your bill. Most black men are handling their business.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that, though, with that image. Every other race of men that has a field day and run through these black women here in this town, they think that, like the black women say we are, in their opinion, they think we are gutless, cowards. We don't fight. And I said this earlier, and Hulk disagree with me. I hate to say it, but a lot of black men are that way, and they have the how can it not be black women, other people of races. It's true. They say these niggas can kill each other, but when it comes to anyone else, I don't see them fighting them. And let me tell you, these men of other races, they are laughing at us, clowning us, because they're running through our women like it's fucking like it's well here it's dark outside because it's the evening here. They are having a field day, bro.
Hey, listen, Mason.
Well,
Let me give you guys. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump you. Let me give you guys a personal story that happened. Was this at the end of 2018? I got a better buddy of mine. I've been serving with for the past 22 years. I've been in the military 24 years. He and his wife have been married. He's been in now almost 30 years, and he and his wife have been married 30 years. No, I'm sorry. It was 29 years, their 30th anniversary. So they got married a year after he joined the military. It was coming up on their 30th anniversary. This just happened last year. I told this story, right? So he's done quite well for himself. You know, he's made rank. He makes a lot of money. They've traveled the world, and you know, and she works. You know, but at the end of the day, they have a great relationship, as it would appear on the outside. And for what I know on the inside, because I've been around them, you know, in some very intimate moments, they have a great relationship. They're pretty good, right? He's a manly man. Leads his household, command sergeant major, all this stuff, right? So he decided, he said, you know what? He and I were having a conversation. He said, man, my wife's, our 30th anniversary is getting ready to come up. And he said, I'm going to do something really, really special for her. She wants a new SUV, and she wants the new Cadillac SUV, the Escalade, the short body joint, right? So this guy went and left her his truck, and he said, babe, I'm gonna take your truck because it needs to get some new tires and do a tune-up and all this stuff. I went with him. He took the truck, went and picked it up that morning while she was at work. We take the truck, he go trade it in, gets the Cadillac Escalade, puts the personalized license plates on it, gets a big bouquet of roses, gets the big bow on it, drives the vehicle home, puts it in the garage, right? I'm there. We're there. I'm like, man, she's gonna really love the truck. It's beautiful. 72,000 all total. It was like $74,000. I was like, wow, man. She comes home, right? I got the video camera, and I'm recording, right? And she was like, first words out of her mouth is, hey, babe. Second words is, where's my truck? Right? He said, it's in the garage. She said, oh, so how did it go? He said, oh, it went well. I got you some new tires and had a tune-up done, and, you know, I had to get some belts put on it. That's why I didn't bring it back. She said, oh, okay, so where's my truck? He said, it's in the garage. Why you put it in the garage? Just a litany of questions, right?
Oh, God.
The motherfucker opens the garage. She sees the truck. Her mouth flies open. She's like, oh, my God, I knew you were up to something. He says, happy anniversary, baby. So it's a very intense, intimate moment right then at that particular point in time. So she comes in the garage. She walks around the truck, and she was like, oh, you even put personalized plates on it, da-da-da-da. She sits in the truck. They get in the truck. I'm recording this now. He sits in the passenger seat. He's telling her about the truck. And then she looks at him at a pause, as though she thought about it. And she says, babe, I really love the truck, and I really, really thank you so much. But, and I was like, uh-oh, here it comes. But I didn't want the champagne gold. I really wanted that sapphire blue. And I'm looking at this bitch, and I'm thinking to myself, like, bitch, You don't even have to pay for the truck. It's brand fucking new. You want to sit here and complain. And when I told this story, there were women on the panel. You know what they said? Well, he could have at least got her, kind of where she wanted. Bitch, it's a $72,000 fucking brand
At
new truck.
least. Wow. Okay. Wow.
So of course he gets irritated because she's going on and on and on about the color. I really wanted the sapphire blue, and I really wanted. He gets out of the truck. He throws the goddamn keys in the passenger seat, and he says, "I tell you what, goddamn it." He said, "All this trouble I went through, all this money I spent, you gonna sit here and complain about the color of this motherfucker?" He said, "You got the keys. You take it back down there tomorrow. You can either get your old truck back, or you can turn the motherfucker in for the color that you want. I'm done." And we leave. And he said, "The nerve of this bitch, man, I've never ever complained about anything she ever did for me over the past 30 years that we've been married. She never bought him. She never bought him a $72,000 vehicle.
Of course not.
Never.
Hey,
So this is what we're up against. We are up against equality equals what's up? Equality equals what? What did I say it equals? I told y'all to write it down before you forget it. Equality equals advantage. If they don't have the advantage, they don't want equality.
Yeah, I got a story. Then I got to drop down, Mace. I got some things I got to do, bro.
I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you so much.
No problem. No problem. It's a pleasure, man. I moved into the development I live in about 11 years ago, and about 8 months later, there was a family that moved in across the street to my right. They had a beautiful little girl. Her little girl and my daughter became friends. And so they were walking around the neighborhood. Maybe about a week after they moved in, I was out on my porch and the door was open. So I invited them in and said, "Yeah, y'all come in, So the wife and the husband, it's a black couple. They had like a 9-year-old daughter. Again, it's like 10, 11 years ago. And they come in, right? They just bought this house. This is a new development, new construction. His brother's in the military, had the house built. I've never been in the house. I know the model that they got, but I've never been in their particular house. But the black woman walks in my house and sees the things that I did to my house. I have like wide plank, Brazilian hardwoods and stuff, and granite and, stainless steel and stuff. And she's like, "Oh my God, I love your house. I wish we would have did some of the stuff like this in our house." And I looked at the husband. He just shook his head and looked down, dog. He just shook his head. They literally just moved into their house a week ago. This black man put his beautiful family in a home, and she's coming over to my house and pointing out the things in my house that she likes better than her home.
That's why those women gotta go, bro. They are too. I love the women in this manosphere right here. I love you girls, but this is the reason why guys like me, Hulk, we go the other way, because that is so toxic for that woman to have the audacity in front of her man. That makes it worse.
Right,
to say that the things in your house is better than his, what he paid for, what his hard-earned money slaving for the white man. Are you kidding me? Wow.
The lack of appreciation, the lack of couth that so many of these women show. Look, you can think that, sis. You can think whatever you want to think, but have a filter, show some restraint on what you say. You can't just say anything. You can't just say anything and expect to be looked at as some demure feminine woman. Feminine women, they let their femininity dictate much of how they act and what they say. Okay? A feminine woman doesn't talk like that. She doesn't show up her husband, especially in public, for God's sakes. And yeah, that's my story, man. I was shocked.
Hey, I gave you a compliment in the chat room, bro. Go take a look at it.
Oh man, of course, man. You know, I'll be back through, man. It was a pleasure coming up here. Salute
And
to the
whenever you come in here, I stop what the hell I'm doing, and I give me and you talk, bro, 'cause we talk shit that matters more than balls and strikes. I value our friendship, and I cannot wait till you get your shit kicked off. And again, I told you before, bro, we'll talk about it next time. If you want a logo done, go to my nephew, man. He'll do you something real sweet, bro.
Absolutely, man.
I
Hey,
appreciate you, my friend. I love you, bro.
love you too, man. General, Black Wall Street, Spiritual Logic, all who are listening, man. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna wrap this up because, goddamn, I'm doing nearly 7 hours, and it always about business and the manosphere. Now, General popped. I want to say goodbye to him. I don't know. I don't know what time Mahogany's going on, but when she does, I'll get the bat signal, and I'll definitely pop up in her chat room and watch her build her garage or redo her garage. This was a flooded chat room today for the beautiful Miss Mahogany, Roots and MJ, the magnificent and glamorous Pretty Kelly, who I knew would add something to Hulk. Spiritual Logic, aka Hulk, who is one of the ambassadors of the manosphere. Everywhere he goes, the brothers just love and adore him. Thank you so much, my brother. Give me so much time today. Black Wall Street, you're awesome, bro. And we'll do this again every Saturday, bro. Oh, you black up? You can come up Black Wall Street. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
Perry,
I got kicked off.
it's
I
okay, bro.
wanted to say one last thing.
ahead,
Just
my
thank you for
brother.
having me on, man. Just, I really, really appreciate it. I had the kids and everything. They've been great. I'm about to go watch some Madagascar. Take them to bed.
Escape 2, not 2, like T-O. U-O. Africa.
For you black women out there who's watching this, if you don't think black men are good dads, this man defunks your theory about black men ain't shit. My brother, I appreciate you. You have a good week. Enjoy your weekend with your kids, man.
Thank you so much.
You're the
And thanks
best,
for having me
brother.
on.
We'll do
Man.
more.
You did have a great show. I'm just blessed to be here with everybody that came on. It was, like you said, it was just an amazing show. Thanks everybody for coming on and for everything that we were talking about. It needed to be said. So I just wanted to say salute and thanks to everybody. Great show, and I'm out.
You're the best, brother. Thank you so much. What a great young man he is with his expertise on business and Wall Street. Fasting. Thank you for coming. Quasi, you was awesome today, bro. Iman Perry, the best. American Negro. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Okay. Write this down. Okay, I got you, bro. I got you. Let me write this down. All of you. Awesome. I mean, I saw the chat room today. It was lit. Okay? And like I said before, not all about balls and strikes with me, guys. I can talk, I can deviate anybody. As long as you're doing you, bringing something to this table. I got it, Black Wall Street. Appreciate that. As long as you guys bring something to the table, you guys up here doing what you do. See who else popped in here. So that's right, Mahogany. You was awesome, sweetheart. Awesome today. You all bring something, Black Wall Street. Thank you for the praise. I'm so tired. I don't think I'll do another one tonight, but I'll be on tomorrow, 11:15. Next Sunday, because I got to do therapy on a Sunday because it's Thanksgiving the following week, I will probably be on. I'll get home about 9. I'll take a quick nap. I'll be on after 12. That's the 22nd, okay? And I will definitely be on These are the Knicks. Thank you, brother. I will definitely, Michael Metro, thank you for not being a stranger. I love you, bro. I will definitely be on Thanksgiving morning. Jerome Whiteside, salute Ism, of course, was brilliant as always. Salute Ism. I will be on Thanksgiving morning. I will be on Christmas morning. And I will be with you guys to bring in the New Year, New Year's Eve. I just want to say thank you to all of you. I love you so much. And who says black folks can't get together? We can. And this is for the sisterhood out there. Laro didn't come up today, bro, but I love you anyway. Black women, remember this. 75% of your men love you and worship the ground you walk on. Won't you give us a chance and learn to do the same? Because we do love you. Most beautiful women on earth. Don't you ever forget that, black women. You're the best. This is not simple. No drinking, no partying. Nothing good, fellas, happen after 2 o'clock in the morning. Ladies, too. No drug use. No clubbing, no partying. No sex, no women. Good evening from the Oasis. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow morning, 11:15 Eastern Time, maybe even 11 o'clock. Love you. Good night.